the heliocentric model, and also the Big Bang theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole...
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang theory, there is a center of the universe, yes.
Right. So, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the largest scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah, and another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous.
Yeah,
homogeneous.
Say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah.
It's the homogeneous. That's what it is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So, dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what they're doing is... What they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
Enforced religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic. He's
sitting here saying we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why but I'm not very true because
Wait. What's not true
the
specifically?
the notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm having an issue. Can't I do?
Yeah. I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just supporting I
know because the point that we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same, the only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
When you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science isn't untrue quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position to a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what?
No, they are true.
Wait,
but...
okay, don't.
Oh, sorry, go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this, because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like, you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what...
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university. And I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is
no.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Very limited.
I get what he's saying because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
That's what, but.
Okay, well, we get it, man, but we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like, the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it, because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff, and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I think I do get what you are meaning. Meaning to say that, there's the idea that I trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. It's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be, or should be, fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will agree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics. Science in this case.
That's a
But
super
of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know. But still...
Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
Well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space, because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like, things don't fall in space, but on Earth, they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to...
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So It was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong, because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's like a
funny thing.
Right?
These laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, to measure its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you're messing all the measurements if you move the table. So they don't work if they are in motion, those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still, so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings, and then
Yes.
you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. That's yes, that's true.
So
I think it's
how can be something?
yeah, okay.
How can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the Earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the Earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
Quick
As a
question.
physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay, so my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then
So you believe
what you
it?
mean?
So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's the
No,
word.
than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed of velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but do keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, had very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, yeah, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No.
Radius, dude, if you're in a little gravity well of space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, then those will have different time spans. But of course, very, very tiny. Very tiny. You wouldn't,
So
I wouldn't have to even
your
measure
feet,
them.
then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know how you wouldn't really detect that.
That's
Do you
pretty
think that
Not-
it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not
Do you
common
think
sense.
it sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy. I know, but the thing is, we cannot rely on
okay.
common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's right. Fair enough.
right.
You mean actually you have
So-
to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they come from your senses. That's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one, flat is not a shape. It's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such. So now, actually,
No. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change academically for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference, though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference? Is what he's asking.
Oh yes, difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay, so
Well,
all
like
the physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay,
So,
it's just important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course, we know.
The deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's. Go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth, and that's the point we're making. Is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the object at a different angle. Thus, this
Wrong.
comes from.
Well, I didn't really want to get into. I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective, because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case.
But
Right?
real fast though, I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like, what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically, this is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball, and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt, 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there, and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before, about the two models still giving the same issue result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
And also, yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try, 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it. Right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason. Right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military
Yes.
has a ground
Yeah.
weapon system
Yeah.
as a weapon system. They send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system. And the title of the
Yeah.
military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane. And they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume the Earth's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look at it later. Thank you for that.
As a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection. What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting off an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question. Yeah. So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which
really that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level. But in reality, what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, you see the laser, a straight line, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And I can give you.
It will be diffused.
Yes, that's the word. That's the word.
It's not a beam anymore.
All right, bro. But just because I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking him the most important question, I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We thought the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal.
Yeah.
Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that I did.
And you know, even on the
Cut out with
globe,
it.
the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. On the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know
And
the truth.
this means, yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay,
You
thanks for
agree
much.
that geometry is how you measure shapes.
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the flag. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
The Black Swan.
What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I have not yet come across them in. No. Linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah, we use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands. Controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip. Yeah. And on these band strips, you have very, very thin lines. Yeah. Just like on a ruler, you have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know. and at equal distance. But these band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh yeah. That's a very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I'm 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small.
Yeah, 65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now,
yes.
Now, this is not really a problem for us, which, I mean, we can build flat surfaces, because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations. Correct?
Yes, but this is a small but to you.
Well,
exactly.
we have included. We have included, like, in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location of the machine, we align this machine, with the down vector to be perpendicular, and it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling,
right,
with a very thin wire, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found, they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes, so, yeah. Right.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer,
Yes, because the thing
those
is,
65 nanometers, you split them by 2, divide them by 2, 32.5, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser. 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
Sorry, what? How
You can measure it very, very precisely.
Yes, Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So
Just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes. And to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry. You mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check
Yeah, the plumb
yeah,
tools. Plumb tools. Yes.
Yeah, and then you compare your, I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly, right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, on a flat surface, it's not curved,
Let's say you do not measure
at the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, at the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined.
Right.
So the machine will feel like it will be tilted, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore, because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on a surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle like a disc, so we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle, and we choose that downward vector, which is perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move...
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, what laser was used, or what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling him about. Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change the subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift, or am I wrong? And are you how did it get here? Because I heard you talking about it.
Wrong.
I heard you talking about it in Midtown, right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train, and you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
so he's seen a measurement
present on the ball.
So he's seen a measurement.
Told him about. I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, yeah, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay. Well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this would be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
That would be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
yes, that's a very good question, a very good example of something that can well say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, it's a very good question, a very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that building,
I mean the elevation
will point. Yeah.
I mean the elevation is in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any point of the globe. So it's like, for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes.
So there's not much. Yeah. So the thing is,
there is zero curvature.
Yes. On that plane there will be zero change in elevation. I'm saying very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that the two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have like those.
Measure. You see, when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, the distance when you travel 100 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
And it tells you went in a straight line or curved line.
Yes. And so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference how different the angle between those two plumbs should be, assuming assuming that they are two point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah.
Did you? Can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
this
at hand or later.
This one, I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that, I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
Small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Does it say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected like number?
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5, and to be honest, I didn't save this website, which now I am pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the glow Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them: does the machine account for this, and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used Plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
when it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Oh, okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns. The color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater. All kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough, nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water. Does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there. And,
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
Sorry. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after
idea
the
what that is.
marble. And it's
What
a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
allegedly,
What he's trying
according to
what he's trying
NASA.
to say, what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
On it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones that... Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay. So take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indcation as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah, so what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why
yes,
wouldn't that
wasn't
be your
any
expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say
Okay, fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So,
jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual aid.
Let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway. It's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clippers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Alright, so it's 333 meters. Right. How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Alright, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right, so
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true, that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Yep. Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
but let's be clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses, because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it in here. I guess there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Was it a coefficient, the K value? Is that
well, I mean, we can talk about it if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. The logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No!
That's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is, Helio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Well, are you are you challenging the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, can you want to specify your point so we can we'll
Sure. So my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have a background in this. I don't have a background in either, so I'm not expecting everyone to automatically understand what I'm saying. So it's fine to challenge me back. I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, and that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise, that's a conditional premise, okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent, okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first, okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, alright? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon. Okay? Now, my criticism...
So is your... Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? So I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because for us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No.
Because that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish? Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. But the argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that. Okay. But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my.
So to use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, right?
It's the only counter.
Well,
exactly.
My position in relation to QE's argument is just this:
that the horizon is an optical phenomenon.
How about? Hold on. Okay. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us? The people that are talking about it now. Let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's argument. Like, my whole position is about
We're quite familiar with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah, but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's stop you right there. Let's stop you right there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to negate it. No,
it's not.
Hold it, and he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not your position.
Well, the modus tollens argument is very specific. And,
it's not about a position, is it?
Well,
is it about a position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the thing is,
I'm talking about principles like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have such a problem
it's-
grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not
I
understanding.
know,
that.
it's just,
You can't-
it's math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like, you guys don't understand math. Well, we goddamn definitely do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment to say what like AI says.
That is farther than that, then we know it shouldn't be there. But you guys just make up all kinds of shit. Go ahead,
So like what AI is saying is like, let's put it this way: you have a different position, but another Glover might have a different position. So he's not trying to attribute to any of your guys' position. It's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
no, he's just not understanding. He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what? It's infallible, bro. Like, you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism? Just to make sure.
Yeah, I understand your criticism, and
Could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, what you're trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the Black Swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that we hold that position. But we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a straw man.
Y'all
understand the position because we only need one. We only need one. That's why it's called the Black Swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we only need
If we hold that
one.
position, could you cite where we say that?
There's a category error. He's not arguing.
It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
Now, how about what it says?
That is what it says.
It says every horizon distance measurement.
Yes,
means
can be no greater.
The physical geometric horizon is.
No, but that's not what he means by horizon. That's not what he means by horizon.
You know.
Yeah, because he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking about.
Everyone besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay, so say he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the Black Swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does the Black Swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon geometric horizon distance
how many
that's a tautology.
Geometric horizons are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Hey,
well, if you don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah. India, go ahead.
I'll shut up. My bad.
You're misstating his argument for one. Okay? It says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I take that correct.
Must be no more than every horizon distance measurement.
Yeah.
Must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do you take that as being geometric or apparent?
Horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it.
It doesn't.
Pink. It's in pink. Dude.
Yes, it does.
I'm looking at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape of the Earth.
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon
measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Geometric horizon. If he was here, that's what he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Yes.
Both times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
I thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
we know the horizon.
We would call the apparent horizon.
There's no such thing.
Oh my goodness, bro!
In the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part, the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's saying here...
Yeah.
So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometric.
Oh my goodness!
Do you see the semicolon?
Hey,
Okay,
can you type
idiotic
tautology in the chat? Because when I look it up,
no, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what I'm doing,
this is
sophistry.
it says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman.
And it does provide additional clarification, so that doesn't fit those confinements parameters. It does.
Okay, well, freaking show me where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the definition. Okay, yeah, he just read.
I won't use tautology anymore. So,
well, no. What I'm saying is, it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? In the definition, it says without adding.
Just let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Okay, we all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology, but the error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe Earth side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be, but you could never see it.
Okay, so let's say that's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon. Okay. In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never see
it's listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay, so to find where the apparent horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply.
You cannot do any
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So, if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the question,
Which
right?
Which is the point. The point is to show that the idea of using a curve calculator, or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, ships over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon. We're saying that didn't exist, but Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe. Sure. You can't use this as evidence that Earth is a globe for 400 years and just say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of say AI? I see you lighting up as well. Is it your position that when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not...
Yeah, it's 24, 901.
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI? When he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different.
What the actual horizon is? Okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life, what are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo, we have a winner.
Welcome to
But then, like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So, are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're going to point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more...
If you're going to point at a horizon in a photo, in a video, right. Bingo. So you already answered the question.
So we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then? Why?
Present them, man.
We're
already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
but they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. So are you saying
that ships go... the geometric aren't?
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the geometric horizon.
The ships... Holy shit, dude. Do you think ships go over the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So how do we find that?
Well, you can see it. I knew you have one. But
how about if I show you a video of a radio-controlled motorboat on a 400-foot lake just being obstructed by nothing?
Anyway, for the flat earthers watching,
not one video, like 10 of them.
Yeah.
With weather.
Correct.
So now you have an anomalous data point. Okay.
Sure, I'll look at it. I mean, if you give me a reference, I'll read up about it.
Not a reference, a demonstration.
So is it the apparent horizon that cuts ships off from the bottom up, or is it the actual horizon that cuts them off from the bottom up?
Well, I really don't want to move off of this modus tollens argument yet, because there's a couple other things I wanted to go into. But the short answer is that I think that the geometric horizon is the one that cuts it off, and the apparent horizon is the one that you see. And that those 2 things are consistent with one another and they can coexist.
So when the boat is way off in the distance and its disappearance is consistent with the distant horizon, it's somehow actually being blocked by the closer horizon that's physical.
So let's take what he said in the context of this image, right? So the geometric horizon in this image is supposed to be a mile away. That is what is supposed to be cutting off. It should be cutting off the oil rigs. but you can see this visual horizon more than 9 miles away. So where did the geometric horizon go? Did it become transparent?
I think it's still there, but then...
But it's supposed to be blocking the light that is coming off those oil rigs.
Yeah, well, do you believe that light can bend through the atmosphere? Do you believe that light can bend as it travels through the atmosphere?
Can bend. Yeah, I believe it can bend, yeah.
Okay.
So you said it's blocking it. You said it gets blocked by the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the light can bend over that horizon and meet your eye.
Okay, but the horizon went from in front of the oil rig to in back of the oil rig.
Well, the apparent horizon did, yeah.
Well,
the geometric one stayed where it was.
You show me or tell me or demonstrate it in any way, shape, or form how a horizon that should be obstructing something from the front can leapfrog the object that should be obstructing and appear behind it.
Well, this is another part of the...
No, so just tell me.
I'm about to answer you. Okay. This is another part of the claim that's being made. And I don't know exactly where the horizon is in that image, but I can't really argue that it's definitely behind the oil rigs unless you can substantiate that decisively.
There's actually the person that took this image took some more yesterday. That are a lot clearer.
Well, I mean, to really know for sure, I think you need to take more data measurements than we're taking. Isn't that the case? I mean, can you be certain of where the horizon is?
Well, if the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land, it's a subjective visual impression.
Yeah, but that line in both of those images is not exactly clear.
Well,
I mean, it's a hazy day.
It certainly is not in front of the oil rigs.
No, I agree. Or at least it doesn't appear to be.
So how would it...
But then it could be. I mean, it could be the case that there's some strange atmospheric
mechanism which could make that happen.
Well, I don't know.
Bending light doesn't cover it because you have to bend it in such a way, I don't know what, corkscrew it or whatever. You have to bend it in such a way whereas the line, which would normally be obstructing, somehow flipped and got behind the oil rigs.
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but if it was up to me, I would say there's so many anomalous refractive artifacts in that image that it's worthwhile just throwing it out. I know you're not going to want to do that, but you have to look at that image and think there's a lot of crap going on in there.
Doesn't matter. But it's been repeated.
Yeah, but it hasn't been repeated without a lot of artifacts of refraction. That's the thing.
So you saw the one that was done yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you like sandbagging, like pretending you didn't see it?
Well, I did see it, and I saw refraction in that image too.
So, guess what? Turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, is not refraction.
Well, there's a lot of waviness in that image, and I think if there was better focus, you could see the cranes were distorted in a similar way as they were in the original.
Now, tell us the mechanism where waviness in an image translates to horizons jumping in front of each other, back and in front of objects.
Well, I'm not sure that the horizons are doing that because, like I said, it's hard to determine.
Listen,
if you're on a globe, it has to do that.
What you're doing is called FUD. Okay, it's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They used to do it in, corporate circles, back IBM versus Microsoft, and that's all you're doing. You can't name a mechanism this would happen, not a physical one. You can't even conceive of one in your mind. Okay, you can't even make one up using a fucking exotic material. There's no way it could happen. That a horizon is going to get displaced from in front of an object to another. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Well, I mean, can the horizon not appear to move further back due to the effects of refraction? I think
appear to move further back means it appears higher in the frame of the photographic frame.
Doesn't the horizon appear higher?
But listen, if the oil rigs are behind the horizon, the oil rigs will appear higher as well.
Well, we talked about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon.
It doesn't matter with either one. It does not matter. We're talking about an apparent horizon. Wherever it appears to be, if it's in front of the oil rigs, if refraction is lifting everything up, it's lifting everything up. It isn't just lifting just the horizon up and sticking it behind the oil rig.
So let's assume that that refraction has lifted everything up, okay? And the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs. What?
How would it get? No. We're not going to assume the second part because the second part is impossible.
what prevents that from happening due to refractive effects? Like, why can that occur due to refraction? I mean, I know it's been argued that our model of refraction allows for anything to happen, but if that's the case, then why can't this be happening too? I know you're not going to like that, but
because the light comes to the camera, right?
Yeah.
So if there's a horizon and there's an oil rig behind it, and the light has to come from the oil rig, so the sunlight reflecting off the oil rig comes to the camera. The sunlight reflects off that hump of water that you think exists. That comes to the camera. And those are sequentially behind each other, right? They're in different positions, in distances. One in front of the other. Okay? No amount of lifting or twisting is going to make that horizon, the oil rig, suddenly appear in front of that physical object. Dude, what you're basically telling me is, I can be on another side of a hill, there can be refraction, and it will appear I'm in front of the hill and not behind it. That is ridiculous, dude. That is a ridiculous statement. You cannot conceive of any way to do that.
Yep.
Well, like I've talked to people about this before, like in the on the Glober side, and their position seems to be that, and I think I agree with it. Like,
that refraction is magic.
No, an observation like this, with as many obvious artifacts of refraction as are in it, extreme refraction, shouldn't really be counted as a great exemplar for any position, because except for the effects of refraction, because it's so laced with it. I mean,
so a hand wave dismissal.
What about finding a black swan?
Hey, listen, bro. What Indio set up for you? What Indio set up for you is a physical relationship between objects. What you set up is just a penumbra of plausible deniability.
Concepts. We know that when there's the entire argument of shifts behind the horizon is that we're using the ideas of everyday light. When one object's behind another, you can't see it. Okay? You're saying there's just some magical light where if some object is behind another object, it can appear in front of that. That's ridiculous, dude.
I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument your position that the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs, right? But we haven't really established that concretely, have we? Because we can't. So
visually, it appears to be behind the oil rigs.
Yeah. Well, it might
visually, especially in the second video, you can see the water lapping up against the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs. So we know the horizon can't be there.
In both of these videos, they're hazy. There's a lot of distortion in them.
But you can still see waves smashing against the bottoms of the oil rigs where the oil rigs meet the water. So we know the horizon can't be at the oil rig, but the globe predicts they're in front of the oil rig.
But not the globe including refraction, does it? Like this is the globe.
No, yes, the globe including refraction, even including, say, you take the standard 7.6R.
Well, this isn't a standard 7.6R day, is it?
Why isn't it?
Because we can see how much haze there is. Do you think they're both standard refraction days?
I didn't think there was particularly a large amount of haze in the second video.
Or what was the first one?
I don't know about the first one. I thought it might have been a little hazy, but the second one is way more clear, and you can see a lot more. And it's irrelevant, dude. This is all just a bunch of red herrings
because refraction is the whole argument.
No, refraction is not the argument, because you're not stating an argument of refraction. You're saying an object that's behind another object can teleport in front of it.
Well, we haven't established the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs yet. I mean, to be
Why not? Why not?
Well, that's for you to do. How have you done it?
It either has to be in front or back or on it, and it's not front, back. It's not in front of it, and it's not on it, so it has to be in back of it.
You're just being dishonest.
No shit.
I'm not being dishonest. What have I lied about?
You're being
intellectually dishonest.
Let me put it to you this way.
Look, you guys, listen, I said this 3 years ago when the servers first started. Y'all are never kicking, dragging, screaming. You guys are never going to let go of this ships over the horizon thing. No matter what amount of evidence is shown, you're going to fucking deny it, no matter what. Despite the fact that there's 300-mile observations in Antarctica of mountains, which only could happen if a mountain was twice the height of Everest. And that's in the National Geospatial Agency, right? They print it. It's not some flat earther. You can go on YouTube and look up sea captains talking and saying, yeah, I can see 200 miles down here. Okay, so this is all well-known shit. You guys can't accept it because boats go over the horizon, because it's a globe, because it has to. Some silly shit that someone postulated 500 fucking years ago is your best proof.
All right, well, since we don't agree with the observation, could we go back to the syllogism? Because I still have a problem with that syllogism.
Apparently, because you don't understand. You can't even agree what the fuck a horizon is.
Well, it's indeterminate, I think, but in both images. But I think we could probably get to an agreement on syllogism.
Listen, if you want to deny your ice, then that's fine. There's no point in going over the syllogism because you're just denying objective reality. So, what else? Right. So you can take any of these images, right, and just apply a negative, not a negative color filter, but invert the colors, so you get more contrast. It isn't changing anything; it's just changing the color values, and you can clearly see a horizon without any problem.
Do you think there'll be a black swan without any kind of refractive issues in it? I mean, do you think that's possible?
This isn't. You act like this is the only thing. You act like that this is the only black swan in existence.
No, I know that there's... I mean, based on his definition, the majority of observations are going to be black swans, aren't they? Yeah. Any observation that has a non-geometric horizon is by definition a black swan based upon his syllogism, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's most observations.
Well, then that's 500 years of stupid arguments, right?
Well, it's also 500 years worth of, like, black swans that we've been calling white swans, but now they're black.
Yeah, so what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me the analogy is kind of strained.
No, it's not the analogy that's strained. It's the fact that these were all black swans and there was a long line of confirmation bias.
But wasn't the argument always about black swans? Wasn't the argument always about refraction, causing you to see farther than the geometric horizon? That was always the argument. This isn't a new argument, in my opinion. It's being phrased in a different way, but fundamentally it's the same thing.
No, listen. So when a ship, when an object appears over the horizon, what is that? Is that the geometric horizon or not the geometric horizon? Like, when does this refraction take place? Like, only when an object isn't obstructed, like the prediction?
Most of the time, you're going to be seeing an apparent horizon that's being loomed up by refraction. But the thing that's obstructing, things in the background is the geometric horizon.
Do you have any evidence that happens most of the time? Any?
Well, you're arguing the same thing, aren't you?
I'm not arguing anything of the sort.
Are we disagreeing that most of the time you're seeing the apparent horizon?
No, you just said loomed up. You just said most of the time objects are loomed up. Do you have
loomed up in the sense of refracted up. Most of the time you're going to be
any evidence of that?
Our standard refraction, at least.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence that refraction is the general case?
Well, are we disagreeing that refraction causes light to bend?
We know that refraction... Listen, the fact that an effect can occur does not mean it does occur. Listen, this is typical bullshit sophistry from fucking Globers. The fact that an effect can occur does not mean it is occurring, okay? And you guys proclaim that somehow refraction is the general case. This is the general condition of the fucking air that we look through every day. Well, then how did you figure out it was a fucking globe of 3,959 miles in the first place if all your measurements are optical? How'd you figure that the fuck out?
So what's your position?
No. How'd you figure that out if everything you measured and looked at was bigger than it really was in the first place?
Well, not bigger.
Yeah, bigger. Optically larger.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be towering, right?
Everything
it doesn't have to be.
Up, it's spread out, and everything.
It's not larger.
Bigger.
No, it's not. It's not
larger.
Bigger.
It's modeled as larger. What do you think 76R means?
Yeah, you mean the planet, not the actual thing you're looking at?
Look.
Are you talking about the globe being larger, or are you talking about what you see being larger?
The globe would optically appear larger if everything was being... Okay.
Then how are you seeing...
It's a way of constructing a rule of thumb.
If the globe predicts a horizon at 9 miles and I see it at 10, does the globe look like a larger globe? Earth of a larger radius?
But that's the problem, right? Because you're saying that this defies expectations, that this defies the prediction of the globe. But I don't know how it does that, because our prediction has never been that the horizon will always be geometric.
You don't actually have a prediction. You don't actually have a Christian. You have a bunch of post hoc bullshit, dude.
Well, I'm going off of QE's argument. I'm assuming you're a subscriber to that argument. If you're not, then you can tell me. I'm just going based off what his argument is.
Look, his argument speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be retranslated or reconvened. You know what it is perfectly. Okay?
Yeah.
And you just got off the fact that, listen, the globe, the measurement, the claimed radius is based on optical measurements, right? Surveying, looking at things. Now, to after the fact say, well, those optical measurements that we did, they're in fact actually wrong because things are loomed up. Like I said, what do you think 76R means? That means they increase the radius of the globe by 1/6 and then model everything as if the rays of light are straight.
Yeah, but that's just to increase the distance to the object. It's not to increase the size
increases
of the
entire size of the Earth.
It doesn't increase the size of the object, though, right? You weren't saying that, were you?
It will increase the distances.
Optically, it does.
Optically, it does. It'll increase the distances because all the angles will increase in size. So optically, the Earth would look 1/6 bigger than what they actually measured it as. But what's happened was they came up with 3,959 miles. They started doing measurements, and they're like, holy shit, this doesn't fit. We're going to have to add something to this fucking formula to make it fit our fucking globe. So that's what they started doing. But that didn't work, so then they started with deflection of the plumb line and deflection of the vertical, because now down isn't down, and we got to curve the plumb line and project it on an oblate spheroid. And this is a bunch of shit you don't know that they did in surveying, but this is what they did. You guys think that like a globe projection is like some straight lines? No, it's not. They're all curved plumb lines.
Okay, do you think that it would matter if no one on the globe side actually subscribed to this position that all horizons must be no more than the geometric horizon? Would that be important or not?
I think what should be important is that they stop telling kids that ships over the horizon proves it's a globe. That's what I think.
No, they were not lying.
The next time QE comes
they
in,
wouldn't have to lie to kids.
Whenever I try and talk to QE, he just mutes me. The next time he comes in, could you ask him about that horizon part? If he
you're talking about QE, talking about your ridiculous argument here.
All right, don't get upset. No one's emotional here apart from you.
You can't rebut it, so you're trying to find a flaw in the wording.
Well, no, I was under the apprehension that he meant apparent horizon when he said horizon, but you're saying he meant geometric horizon. And if that's the case, then it does change the argument quite a lot.
Darkstar, you have to think about it like this. If he's applying it to a globe earther and he's applying it to globe Earth, like the geometric horizon, that's what he's talking about. He's not putting in what he believes into the argument because he's trying to test the predictions of the globe, right? With this black swan, right? So why would he use apparent horizon? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, yeah, because he's sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's comparing an apparent horizon observation, the black swan, to a geometric horizon position, and that's if he's saying that the word horizon, okay, it's ambiguous in the context that he means to put it in because it means different things to different people, right? It would be better if he said exactly what that word meant in that context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought he meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measure to the apparent horizon.
Let me ask you if this
the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon, because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. They're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay? So if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false, because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
But which horizon? The apparent horizon or the geometric?
The geometric horizon, because
the geometric horizon is exactly
this is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon. You said it yourself. is what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
you
the
never
argument...
said. Did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
No. Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be...
You just claimed it about 10 minutes ago.
No, the geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So
And
that's not
10
even a
minutes
question.
ago, you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs objects.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yes.
This dude's smart,
So
so
he's
just being
refuting that
intellectually
claim.
dishonest.
He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how that does that.
Okay, well, then.
But how does that do that?
A refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it
But
makes a
then
lot
how do
more
we
sense from his
differentiate?
perspective.
How do we
if horizon
differentiate between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which, right? So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah, so that's where we're at. The apparent horizon. Because that's what it is. The images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon that has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
But don't you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, you know, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square miles. 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. Doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to like prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is a negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does this observation of the black swan negate that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't see how that works.
Here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Look, your only argument is this picture is not Q and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what I don't think that's what he's saying, but if that's what you think he's saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
we don't care.
I've got this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
all right. Check this
doing
out.
whatever you got to do, whatever you get paid to do. I don't know.
I wish I got paid, bro. Do you want to pay me?
You're doing it for free? Holy shit!
Well, this is fun.
No, it's not. I mean, if it's fun, then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this out.
It's fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about.
All right, so do you understand geometry, spherical geometry? So if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're trying.
Yeah, but that's the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you mean by
geometric
that? You
horizon
said
is a
it.
function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height.
So
that's the geometric horizon.
All right. So what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So. All right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction. Yeah, but obviously that's a silly.
Wait a minute. Wait
assumption
a
to make.
goddamn minute. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not talking.
I mean, it
about
can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not. God, can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction. Here, we're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as the camera 1 foot or so off of the beach, and you're looking 90 degrees ahead, and you're using 24901 calculations. Would you even be able to see that without absent of all refraction calculations or anything in the geometric calculations? Would you be able to see that? Yes.
Absent refraction, I'm not sure. You'd have to run it through a calculator, but there would definitely be obstruction there. Yeah.
The answer is no. The answer is no. I've already done it.
Can I say so Mark Starr, I don't like how you're like, when you say refraction is silly, like you're trying to imply that we think refraction is retarded. We definitely believe in refraction. What's actually silly is that you can't actually give us an example of the refraction you're describing, what is causing this observation. You couldn't even think of one when India was asking. That's more silly than anything, right? Like, it's not that we don't believe in refraction, is that what you have to believe in order to get that observation, you can't even put it in words. Like, all you can say
it's like there was no atmosphere at all in the geometric calculations. If you were on a sphere and you were to look at these oil rigs, you wouldn't be able to see them at all if there were no atmosphere at all. You wouldn't be able to see them at all.
Yeah.
Okay,
but then
we
all
do
of a
have an
sudden,
atmosphere, so
refraction makes it look like it's flat. No.
Wait, what's the cause? What's the cause of refraction, brother?
So it's the angle of incidence and I think the density of the medium.
Right. So it requires an angle of propagation from the point source through a differentiation in medium, correct?
I think it can be. I'm trying to remember the wording, get it right. I think that the density can be, or it can be. I don't want to badly butcher it.
It has to be different, correct?
If you say it right,
it can be
might
a
make it
uniform
possible. If you say
gradient.
it right, it might make it possible.
It can be a uniform gradient, but the same kind of medium.
Listen, if the medium is ubiquitous, then there cannot possibly be refraction.
So you're arguing that there isn't refraction then?
Okay, pay attention. You already said that the angle and the change in the medium, so that means it's different. Okay, so what Indio was asking you is to describe a relationship optically where the objects swap places.
The objects swap places?
That? Yes. So the hump that you're supposed to be blocking things, then all of a sudden gets behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Okay, so you weren't able to give any type of plausible explanation. You only just referred to refraction. Refraction exists. What would be necessary for this type of observation to happen is basically heat-seeking, laser-guided eye missiles being shot out of the ocean miles past the hump of water that's supposed to be blocking the very ocean that's shooting you in the eyeballs with its eye lasers.
All right, that's assuming the
passing through
where you believe it is.
Passing through. No. There is no where you believe it is. You point your finger at the apparent demarcation line where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon.
It's not clear at all where the actual apparent horizon is in these images.
Is it beyond? Listen, is it in the middle of the two oil rigs, or is that still water?
It could be.
Heck, what do you mean it could be?
Can you rule it out? It could be the case that the last oil rig has parts of the uprights.
Is the Earth, in your opinion, bro, is the Earth 24,900?
Hold on, Hilo, you asked him that already, and you're interrupting AI's point. 1 sec.
So I'm saying it could be. It could be that the horizon is in between those oil rigs.
But why? Why would you say that?
Well, what rules it out? Why would you deny it?
Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the picture one more time just so I can be certain what the hell you're trying to say.
The truth is we can't be certain because of how much distortion there's in the image. That's why I would say you should throw it out. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, bro, that's not how it works. Okay. Right. So here we have, let's see. We have, the sky is yellow. Then I'm scanning downwards. Scanning downwards. All of a sudden I see a completely different color. And when that color appears, it's beyond, or at least higher in the field of view, which would necessarily mean beyond, the last oil rig.
Well, the oil rig is elevated.
Well, that's
you
cool.
Look on an elevated, platform almost, and you can see that it's.
I really don't understand what the point. I really don't understand what the point of that assertion was.
So you just see it's not above it.
What's not above what?
What do you think I mean by that? The horizon line, you old man.
So you're telling me that the horizon line doesn't appear above the bottom legs of the oil rigs? That's your claim?
I don't think you guys are comprehending that the horizon, where the horizon is supposed to be, is like 1/6 of the distance to the first oil rig.
What are the assumptions with where the horizon should be?
The geometric horizon should be.
But that's never going to be the horizon you see, though. So why would you expect it to be there?
That's fantastic, but it can't be in front of something that's behind it.
But you keep going back to this position as though we hold that the geometric horizon is
because
the
path of the ray would have to take it would have to come in at a higher angle on the camera. Understand it's being projected onto a plane, and for the horizon in the image to appear higher than the bottom of the oil rig, it has to come into the camera at a higher angle.
All right, I gotta go now, guys. But it was nice talking to you. I'll be back maybe sometime next week or something.
All right, peace.
See you.
Fucking glasses.
I'm bored. Dude, at the end of the day, they just don't want to admit where the horizon is. That's all it is. At the end of the fucking day, doesn't matter. The whole refraction argument was nonsensical. The whole geometric, what QE was talking about, was nonsensical. When you finally hold your toes to the fire where the horizon is, they just don't want to go there. Because that just destroys the whole point, the whole argument. Everything he has to say just destroys it.
Well, the premise is thus that the geometric horizon can never be seen. Therefore, anything you're ever seeing is a consequent of optical phenomenon.
Which is our point.
Duh. Which is the only appropriate response to that is duh. So their only ground to retreat into is, well, I still need a geometric horizon because it's only possible that a geometric horizon could cut the bottoms of things off. And that's why they're so afraid of angular resolution arguments.
Number 6, axial tilt contradicts Newton's theory of centripetal force. Remember, the stone in Newton's sling was neither rotating nor was it tilting.
Newton's sling? What in the world are you talking about? You're not talking about Newton's cradle, are you? No, I don't think anyone's that stupid to call it a sling. Well, no idea what you're on about here, buddy. Let me just ask my live audience of this premiere if they know what it is. Yes, very interesting. Oh, there, Farhago says it's made up bullshit. Okay, yeah, that confirms it. There's no such thing as Newton's sling as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, this is absolutely pathetic, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I can't believe I'm having to do this. I can't believe this, man. This is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic. Okay, let's, as Red's Rhetoric, that douchebag would say, let's break out the crayons. Let's break out the crayons, kids. So I'm in Newton's Principia. Okay, this is the primary text of your tradition, which obviously you haven't read. This is page number 74. And I'm in definition number 5. A centripetal force is that by which bodies are drawn or impelled in any way tend towards a point as to a center. Of this sort is gravity, by which bodies tend to the center of the earth, magnetism, by which iron tends to the lodestone, and that force, whatever it is, by which the planets are perpetually drawn aside from the rectilinear motions, which otherwise they would pursue and made to revolve in curvilinear orbits. A stone whirled about in a sling. Did you catch that, Professor Stick? A stone whirled about in a sling endeavors to recede from the hand that turns it, and by that endeavor distends the sling. Say the word? Sling? Professor Stick? And that with so much the greater force as it is revolved with the greater velocity, and as soon as ever it is let go, flies away. Etc., etc. He goes on talking about, he demonstrates centripetal force with this sling. I mean, dude, this is fucking pathetic, dude. Like, I am embarrassed for you right now. How bad you are, like, making yourself look. This dude has 150. Professor Stick, are you an actual academic? Are you an actual professor? Because seriously, every single person that has paid you to teach them needs to, like, sue you for their money back.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi again, this is Zach, and this is the continuation of the other video about the distance to the sun. I decided to make this shorts video for some people who thought I was doing the wrong math. I have already explained these points in my other video, but it seems like some people didn't get it. Here is a video that was made for me by somebody called Squeaker Alpha. I gotta thank him for that first, and for questioning me, okay? It's always good to ask questions. So I made this diagram just like the one he made for me, okay? And now I'm going to measure the angles in front of you so you can feel more comfortable, okay? You can check his video to see if everything is correct or not. That is geometry for some people. Now, he thinks that these two lines are going to cross paths in 93 million miles, or at least somewhere close, right? Now, let's measure the angles real quick. Now let's see where these lines are going to cross path. Well, that doesn't look like 93 million miles, does it? Okay, let's measure the distance. Wow, that is just 250,000 miles. Come on, man. Case closed.
You should watch things that challenge your beliefs, right?
Which one is Earth curve, and which one is refraction, and which one is just consistent with the flat Earth? I mean, you know, now you start getting. What was that, Sally?
I said, well, we know how refraction works, and it's consistent with the globe. I mean,
how do we know how refraction? There's no experiments that demonstrate how this refraction works.
Sure, there are.
No, it's just a reflection based on what we can see.
No, there's not. We understand how refraction. We do understand how refraction works. There are experiments that show that.
I was watching
with the geometric shape of the curve.
I was watching that.
The observations,
but soundly,
and the observations match that shape.
But soundly, here's the thing: you're using GPS. Isn't that a model that presupposes? Isn't GPS a model that presupposes the Earth is a sphere?
I know what you're going to say, and no, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's global. It's global positioning.
You know what I'm saying? Earth curve. Are you going to let me answer and correct your misunderstanding, or? Let me make this point real quick. Earth curve, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates are just 3D coordinates. It's like any type of 3D coordinate system you could use anywhere. You just set a 0, 0, 0, and then you measure everything from there. That's exactly what GPS coordinates are. You have to then take that data and you have to convert it into lat, long, and elevation. So the actual raw GPS data is X, Y, and Z values. So if you go out and record X, Y, and Z values, and then you take those X, Y, and Z values and plot them back into a graph, you'll get the exact shape that you just drove over. That's what Jesse did. So Jesse did that, which completely eliminates refraction.
It works by imposing a mathematical model of the globe onto
No, it
the
does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. It does not do that. What you're saying is wrong.
Excuse me. I'm just trying to clarify. Two links from universities.
Nami, did you even watch his explanation?
What you're saying is factually wrong. It's flat Earth propaganda.
No, actually, it's not. I just put 2 links in the
What if the rate at which things disappear bottom up in the distance also happens to match the rate at which things would disappear due to angular resolution?
Oh, if only we had something like a camera to zoom in.
Zooming does not change the angles and diffraction limits associated with
it. It changes the angular resolution, you goddamn mongoloid.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? It doesn't change the angular resolution? Wow.
Okay,
wow,
you've just proven that you don't know anything.
Nothing to do with the point at hand right now.
Yeah, have you got
flat earthers don't do the scientific method? Are you serious right now?
We don't do it. We don't do it. With flat earthers,
dude. You have to get. You're like literally the second step of the scientific method is developing a model. You guys don't have one. They're not measuring Z anyway. They're literally triangulating.
You said X, Y, Z. This is exactly what you said.
Why? Tell us why. You don't understand what you're talking about. I've been telling you why. It's like a cube, and it's triangulating the X, Y, and Z value inside of that cube.
What I've heard a lot of from Dr. John D is that in most of these low level, like right above the surface of water observations, I think he said you're more likely to get upward refraction, not downward refraction, which is the opposite. Of what the globe size says, and that's what Dr. John D is saying.
Dr. John doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's all there is to it.
That's fine, but that's not a citation. The reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the
a reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the the colloquial term for space? Someone used a colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not?
Why should they use a physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate, you just flailing.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference. You're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a.
Right. That's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning?
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of source.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong. You're stupid. You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation, definition.
Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
This is used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
quotation from.
If you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Story tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong.
You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. See how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, let me, actually my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links FE Core for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted to... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
You know, if that was being linked as well. But someone linked the PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you were asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height, and then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right, they took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was, very precise.
Type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
So it doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase to the bi-directional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction. Blah blah blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah. Anyway, so they set it up. They set it up, and the laser hit the target. Okay. Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is actually frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the sun
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them. Bruh. Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always high the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a low refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index
which location?
Was the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Oh, measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balance on Villegas observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Well, that
anyway. He won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number 1, say they didn't account for refraction. Refraction curves light.
It was still at 0 degrees in the air. The night was down to minus 11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was minus 6. The ambient conditions showed refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they're just on the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect. because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending
Fantastic.
at the finish.
So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2, they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it
experiment? Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not
just read location 2, and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyze the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model?
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
The condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that is.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't that frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
Do you know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make Globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference to what? Then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut, without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
What? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Do. Right.
Absolutely.
Line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the
What was the length of the string line?
I don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurements he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge does not disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have the gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not really.
Variable.
It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, you don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, sir.
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle, is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect, and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So that's
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is it?
It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable and difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works. Right? My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actually like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
How do you spell it? M.
You've never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction, and then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called.
So
science.
I'm not seeing anywhere
that all would be like post-dictions. Those are all like post-dictions because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms, and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed it to be pulled very tight and reduce the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right. So they adjusted the string until they got it to match really where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you just start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up.
No,
you're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they string?
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth, and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias? How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no, like, if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and? How's that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, a an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error. Yeah. So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? Mm-hmm. And it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarding capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics, okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modeled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs, but that fabric had known properties, and they.
How did they know the properties?
That they.
Did they use equations, or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties, so engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen. And the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that. If they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
The precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence, we've seen engineers in existence, we've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. No, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah, inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh my God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction, yeah.
What's inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement, yes or no?
You get, sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
You said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak, potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I had.
No, you didn't.
And
you already admitted
my
it.
hypothesis is either
you assumed a curved water level. You matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, "Good, it's all curved." That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want, if you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do. Right. So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't even read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontally, and enroll in Southampton, Saginaw, Oriented, a tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about
is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it.
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some.
I can answer the question. It's very simple.
And you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
hull designs go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only the center of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you.
That's my case. Again, because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't
normal
talking while he was talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking. You're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice, where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water, and all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface, and that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full, they're not measuring off it. And figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. Which that's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How? Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
listen. The only way to curve the entire rail
based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
They adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that, Amy. Remember, you
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have 2 pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay. So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between 2 things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to 2 questions.
In between the 2 points, because so if you have a curve, then you need that like the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's
this
what the string's for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah. The string is a reference. It's completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed.
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue, we got a caveat before you continue that the allegation is that they. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presupposed the.
I yielded the floor, brother.
Wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah. Great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay.
Yes, if you were paying attention.
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not falling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why
the?
Do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No, the string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
how do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect. It is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they said.
Yeah, but very little is also some, and they're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just said so.
You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
What is the value for the catenary curve? And then, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have 2 inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, no, but also I just want to qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked, hold on, it doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of like tiny 0.000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying
right. So, friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that.
Hey, what's going on? Check out what was going on with the bot. I mean, what do you guys want to listen to? Thought that was a pretty
Hey,
good
Helio.
talk.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, I was listening for a little bit. There's some change at coming, some new stuff.
Yeah, we got 2 bots going. What's that? The Rumble bot and YouTube bot.
That's part of it.
What's really breaking up?
Yeah, Rumblebot is something I created, and me me talk about it. You know, say what you want when you want. So we're gonna test it. See if that can say what yeah. So there's some changes. And it's not changes. It's the same. It's the same thing, but it's just like
It's kind of breaking up a bit, Helio. I don't know if it's your internet connection there or it could be at my end.
yours.
You can hear me okay?
Oh, I can bring my microphone closer. Is this better?
Oh,
can I do ASMR?
ASMR. Helio's got
I'm just fucking with you. Oh,
You need to get
it was about 2 feet away from me.
Get the whispers going.
Oh yes, it's so awesome.
Hey, did you know?
Anyway.
Miguel told me last night. There's a flat Earth soccer
What?
team.
Oh God, there ain't no telling what he told you. What did he
There's
say?
a legit flat Earth soccer team in Spain, like in the country of Spain.
Oh, it definitely wasn't me roboting because this dude's roboting right now.
Oh. Hold on.
Say it again. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, Miguel was telling me last night in Spain they have there's a soccer team called Flat Earth United or Flat Earth FC, I think it is.
Oh yeah. I've seen there. Yeah, dude. Yeah, there's a whole freaking flat Earth soccer team or football team.
No, I call it soccer.
Yeah. In Spain. Yeah,
crazy. Oh, I can hear you good now. There's no problem. So we got 2 bots then at YouTube.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's your connection because you're breaking up a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I remember that. It came about a year ago, I think. It's just like, I don't know if the whole team is flat earthers or anything, but there was a lot of those guys on that team were like, yeah, flat earth, man. Hell yeah.
You all done work?
About it.
How's the connection now? Is it better or is it worse? Just the same? Can you hear me okay?
I'm still breaking up a little bit, Platter.
Testing.
Oh, that does sound better now.
Yeah, it's crazy. How's the work going?
You on your phone?
No, I if I connect on my phone, I just I always have the microphone turned off, so I'm on
my tablet, connected to my phone, connected to my laptop, connected to my 4G internet connection.
I got just the laptop here. Pretty basic laptop. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
How's work going? Okay.
Well, I'm on my Wi-Fi at the Motel 6 in Little Rock, so it must be better than what you got going on.
Oh,
and it's pretty bad where I'm at.
I'm paying $80 a month for this. What? I want my money back. And maybe if I bring the computer closer. I don't know. It was fine last night. I'll go on mute until
Holy shit, that was karma. My shit just went black for about 30 seconds. And that was karma for me talking about the internet. Like, shut
That's
connection was shit, and my connection is shit, and then it just went black for 30 seconds.
I was about to book a room at the Motel 6 to see if it helped.
Oh man, see what happens? I mean, it's karma again. We're just like we're talking shit about the internet, and now we both sound great. So, how you doing, Platter?
I'm doing well. Yeah, good day today.
Awesome, brother.
Were you working today?
Yeah, I worked 12 hours today, and I barely made it. It was my fourth 12-hour day in a row. I mean, I know. I mean, a lot of people is like, "Oh, my dad worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week," and it's like, yeah, but why? You know. I mean, it's just like because he had to take care of his family. Well, nothing to do with his kids. It's like all I have to do is sleep, and it's just like. But I mean, okay for me.
Yeah, 7 days is too much. You're never going to see your family if you do that.
Is it? Yeah, man, I can do 4 12s. Well, I'm not even near my family, but I can do 4 12s. Well, as a matter of fact, tomorrow after, today I finished my 4 12s, and my family's 3 hours away, so I'm driving there tomorrow. And so that's cool. But yeah, man, it's like, okay, no wonder everybody hates you because you're just it's like you don't have a real life. You just work. Fuck. But anyway, I mean, I used to not work this much, but I have a purpose, and so moving forward, just ruin everything. Who was playing the I was listening. Oh. Because I don't want to sit here and talk all night. I get shit to do tomorrow. I can go and see who stopped the bot and started playing. So I recommend not a lot of people in there. We're not going to have a conversation all night. Any really cool stuff you come across? Any Platter? Have you come across any new videos or something? It's okay. Bot abandoned me like everybody else. Buy something. Every time I put something, hold on. It must have been getting into some controversial shit if India stuff. All right, let me find. Find something decent. You guys are gonna make me do this. You know what's crazy is they pretty much match up the same way. Oh, is the horizon the curve? It's like, bitch, we were talking about you assholes about this 5 years ago. Talk about redundancy.
The Wi-Fi is redundant there.
Super redundant. You know, it's just like, let's just sit and talk about the horizon being the curvature.
Yeah.
And those assholes will be like, no, it's refraction that makes it look flat. It's like, why would you say that? Who told you that? That's ridiculous.
Yo, Helio, I'm popping in here just to let you know that I think everybody's hearing every
Hours
other
and
word
hours
you
and
say.
hours of you listen. How many hours of that can you listen to? I'm just like, I'm trying to figure that out. So I was just like, bro, it's like, who told you that refraction can make the earth look flat? What the entire fuck are you talking about? Who convinced you of this? And they're like, who convinced you the earth is flat? It's like, well, it looks flat, doesn't it? And they're like, well, yeah, but it's not, because I believe that the horizon is refracted to make it look flat, because the earth is curved and there's light bouncing and freaking it's so stupid, man. I can't fucking, I don't know how much more I can handle that bullshit.
I think it's a sense of pride.
No, yeah, definitely. It's definitely pride. Yeah,
They've been told all their lives, patted on the back for being smart and bright, for being able to regurgitate everything they've been told.
No,
you know?
no, it's,
well, that's key.
They're not smart. They're not smart. They just believe. Because if you press them on it, you can tell that they're ignorant. Now, ignorance, I'm ignorant about a lot of things, but I'm not ignorant about this.
I hear you.
So when you press them on this issue, you can tell they're ignorant, because they've been watching some Dave Ferreira videos, or Professor Dave, and all these anti-flat earther videos, but they don't really know what they're talking about, because they're just believers in the globe. They don't really have. And when you press them on refraction, what do you mean by refraction? Causes the earth to look flat. Which you eventually lead them through the conversation into. It's like, well, the horizon's way over there, even though it should be here. Because of refraction. It's like, what do you mean refraction? You know, so I don't even want to talk about it anymore, because it's so freaking drawn out and ridiculous. It's like, but at the same time, God bless the people that keep putting up with these dipshits all day. God bless you guys. God bless Elijah and Indio, everybody that really has the patience with these guys. Fucking love you guys. It's awesome. It's just like, you can tell right away that they don't even know what they're saying. And you sit back and it's like, all right, so what you're saying is this and this and this. And you go on for hours with these guys trying to explain it, and they're just still. I wonder if they actually understand it or if they're just playing you. It's half up. I think 50%. I'm thinking 50% kind of get it, and 50% are total religious hards. They're religious hards for the globe, and doesn't matter what a flat earther says, they're just going to. I don't know. They're just delusional. It's insane. I don't really know. I don't know what to say about it because I've listened. You have too, Platter. On and hours and hours and on end of these guys just like making excuses for the globe that doesn't exist. They can't experience it. They see the same fucking Earth that we do, right? How can they freaking make up this globe that they can't see? Why would they believe it if they can't fucking see it? I really don't get it. This is why I stayed in the background most of the time. But you guys say it all the time. It's like, what? Like, well, I mean, I've heard Elijah a lot of times. It's just like, just walk outside your house. Go around the block. It's just like, what the? That's Earth, man. That's Earth. That's where we are. Like, man, but you don't know where we are. Yes, I do. I'm on Earth. Dumbass. But it can't be that simple, can it? Oh, it's much more complicated than that. But the globe Earth, they try to make it complicated for their purposes because Earth, the realm we live in, is much more complicated than their stupid fake globe Earth. Because then you have to know that you're created. That's much more complicated. Mm-hmm. Think about that. Because if you started getting into creation, it's everything about our origin stories. It's like they think, everything came from nothing, which is obviously impossible, right? The Big Bang Theory, everything came from nothing. It's impossible. Whereas, on the creation side, well, God did it, right? He created. It's not specific in the book of Genesis, but it was the water, the waters and the sky, basically. No, is that? It's like in the beginning, God created everything. Earth was without form and void, right?
Yes.
So, which kind of reminds me of clay. It's like God was like, "What am I going to do with this?" So it's now. What are the evolutionists? Big Bang's story is. They claim, well, creationists are dumb because we know that there was a Big Bang. They keep changing the numbers, but 14.5 billion years ago or 20.5 billion years ago, and the universe was created through that. So that's your creation story? They would say no. We have evidence for that. And on the other side, we have evidence that the Earth has always been here the way that it exists. We can't actually tell when it started, but some of that, all the evolutionists think they can dig down in the ground and tell, they can dig down in the ground and go back in time, tell us when it existed and all that kind of shit.
Right.
Hey, somebody shut me up because I'm talking too much.
I think the floor is yours.
I don't want to be on the floor. Is anybody responding, or am I just boring the shit out of everybody? Because it's really late for me, and I have I just wanted to. Yeah, I got stuff to do. Well, not tonight, but tomorrow, like early tomorrow, I got shit to do. So I was just wondering if there's any videos you guys want to listen to, any recommendations or whatever. Let me find something. Something for the bot to play. Indio stopped the last one for whatever reason. Really late at night. But it's early morning in England. England. The land of the Englanders. And I want to tell you something about the England people. They're very eng. They're super eng. Because they live in England, right? You know what I'm saying? Isn't that badass?
Super ang.
This is like, I don't know what ENG, Ang, that's what they are. They live in England, so they're super Ang. Like hyper Ang. So who's going to post a video for me to play? One of these super cool newest Flat Earth videos that are playable on here without getting us a strike. Let's see. I know that there was a Flat Earth debate last night on Modern Day Debates that was played this morning, and that's fine. But I can play an older one if I can, if you guys want to listen to that, if nobody can find something else. Or Taos UK has been putting out some really good stuff. Maybe I can find a video that we haven't, or one of his older ones that haven't been played in a while. Let me check this. Here we go. You know what? I think we did this. Indio might come in and just mute this, but there are people talking on Taos UK's stream live, and we mirrored it here, and I didn't think we had an issue, so just do that. How about that? Just go. Somebody comes in and says not to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to mirror a live stream. I'm going to try to at least. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. Yeah, I think I copied the wrong thing. Yeah, I know how to do it now. I know where I messed up. Hold on, let me refresh the page. I know what I did. I know why it didn't work. Hold on. Give me a sec. Shalak lock. Control C. See if this works. Yeah. Now, when I hit enter here, we should be able to hear the voices from 24/7 Flat Earth on Politics server.
If we're comparing other
It's
nearby
working.
planets that are supposedly also oblate spheroids, I would say that's pretty fast. Pretty fast revolution.
Well, it's one revolution per day. That's our actual revolution. The RPMs are our one revolution per day.
I'm going to
Now,
post
whether
in
we call that
the
fast or
live
slow,
stream
I'm not
voice
sure
text
what it
too,
buys us.
so you guys
Yeah,
can
it's a subjective
go over there
question,
and
fast or
join over there, or
Okay, fine.
just listen here or whatever.
Okay, what I'm really trying to get at here, all the 10 pace back and forth, all that shit, is that a flat Earth, or an Earth that is not even. Let's not even say flat Earth. Let's just say an Earth that's not an oblate spheroid. An Earth that is not an oblate spheroid would essentially go that same speed, whereas an oblate spheroid, due to the conservation of angular momentum, would actually go faster than one revolution per 24 hours. It would probably be more like one revolution per every hour and a half.
Why?
Only
What?
a flat
Why?
Earth.
How? Yeah. Show your math.
Because an oblate, I could put on the whiteboard, I guess. But
I'll
I'll
put on
start
a
by saying
whiteboard.
that. Yeah, if I know how to work this fucking thing. Oh, I don't have Nitro. Well, what I was going to say was, okay, the math behind it is that an oblate spheroid, right? If we just take the conceptual Earth that everybody has come to know and love, right? They have made it out to have a much larger circumference than what an oblate spheroid in a nearby galaxy would have. An oblate spheroid would be a lot. Hold on, I'm almost done. An oblate spheroid would be a lot more compressed towards the center. And if we know anything about the conservation of angular momentum, is that when we are, when we have a tighter nucleus or a tighter core, then our revolutions are faster, right? Especially as we stand on the outside of that core or around the core. Okay. So on a flat Earth, which is what I'm proposing, I mean, we don't have to say flat Earth, we can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. But anything besides an oblate spheroid is going to have a slower revolution than, say, one that is an oblate spheroid for the reason of conservation of angular momentum.
And what exactly is the angular momentum we are conserving? How much? What's our measurement of this angular momentum?
Well, that's what gets to the whiteboard part. I would love to have a number, but unfortunately, NASA is very, very vague about their numbers. I mean, it's all hypothetical, hypothesis without any sort of substance type of deal. So there's
Isn't
really
your
not
argument
much that I
basically that the numbers are wrong? Like, how did you come up with the number of how quickly we should be rotating? How did you get to that number?
The conservation of angular momentum, just the fundamental principle of that.
Right, but you get that, and that's going to be different for a tennis ball and for all manner of different things, right?
That's correct.
Right, and you're saying it should be. I don't understand this argument at all. Maybe I do need to debate.
No, you're
No,
okay.
I don't understand it either.
I'm saying that NASA's. I'm saying that NASA's numbers. I am boiling down to the argument that the numbers are not as accurate as others might perceive. Because if they were accurate, they would. What?
Then you need to be able to answer, I think, Scott's question. Scott's question is, what are the numbers and what should they be? Right, and that's a necessary
the numbers
part
are
of
what the numbers are.
Is that you know what the numbers are and what they should be and how to work towards them. To not be able to answer what the numbers are and what they should be, or sorry, you've got what they should be. To not be able to argue what they are seems like you're going, well, the numbers are wrong. And it's like, well, based on what? You've got to have two sides of an equation, right? To show
The
that
constants are
balance.
accurate. I understand. There's many of the data that you can extrapolate for this, especially with just the metrics of Earth, are constants, right? Such as the circumference of the Earth, gas constants. I mean, there's many different.
Walk it through it. Let's do the whole maths.
Right. I'm sorry.
Walk us through it. Let's do all of the math now. What's the starting number? Where do we get it? What is it measuring?
I feel like we'd be here for several hours. I feel like somebody else, one of the other flat earthers, could take over.
You gotta appreciate how that sounds to us, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a bit. I'm actually not a flat earther, so.
Seriously?
Oh, right. Fair enough.
No, I'm dead serious. Yeah, no. I'm a meteorology major, so no. This is...
Oh, it was a good bit. It was very convincing.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, I just wanted to not waste your time for those 7 hours. But yeah, if there is a flat earther in here, I'd love to hear your take.
If you're a meteorology major, we should let you chat with the flat earthers, because Scott and I have chatted to them for years now.
Oh yeah, no, I tried, and they think that my numbers are bullshit, which was kind of where the bit came from. In your kitchen, yeah, in my kitchen, yeah.
Hey, Eggshells, you still here?
Yep.
I was, what exactly were you talking about when you were saying a logical fallacy that comes from an example?
A logical fallacy that is basically like, I can show this thing being true once, therefore it is always true. That kind of a deal.
Okay, I think you're alluding to a modal fallacy, since the form of it would be, since this is true or this is false, it is necessarily the case that it is true or it is false in all possible worlds. But that's like sort of a different logical form than flat earthers engage with most of the time. Or, I mean, even people who engage with logic at all in any just extracurricular way. It's not like people are going to say like, in this world, Clark Kent is Superman. But it's possible in another world, in some context, counter possible, or some cultural definition of Superman, Clark Kent is not Superman. And so you can't say that just because Clark Kent is Superman, he is not required or necessary to be Superman in all possible worlds. But you'd have to subscribe to possible world standard logic. And, not everybody's going to want to do that.
Not sure I'm following. Can you state it a different way?
I'll give you the most contentious one. So people like to invoke whatever they mean when they invoke these things, like Bayes' law and laws of logic, whatever they want to append to those, they can, whatever their dispositions towards them. But it's possible for those laws to have been otherwise. They're not necessary.
Right, I see. it's kind of like the fine tuning argument being like, why is the gravitational constant as it is? Why is the sort of strong and weak nuclear force as it is? It could have been different, that kind of a deal. And it's like, well, in multiple realities, maybe those constants aren't constant and are different numbers.
Yeah, so like those different realities would be counterfactuals, and those different constants would be called counterpossibles, or the antecedents leading up to that counterfactual, which does not exist in this possible world.
Yes, it's very similar, I think, to the problem I see with Darth Dawkins' whole thing of like, how do you know that reality is and that something that is true now will be true in the next moment? And I'm like, well, it seems like you're invoking a counterpossible thing where a duck turns into a plank of wood, turns into a concept, and then going, well, God is the only thing holding these ridiculous things from being ridiculous, therefore God exists. That kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, he's deriving. It's tautological, and he's deriving something into existence that doesn't necessarily have to exist. There's no work there. I've tried to question Dark Dawkins specifically about why it's necessary to have those things, and like once you start questioning that, they don't have an answer.
Mutant ban.
Yeah, you can sometimes get an answer out of them as long as you're quiet for 90% of the time.
He's actually, if you like his style, the flat Earth equivalent of him who modelled himself on the same person. I get the impression of that anyway. That's what somebody said to me. I don't know if it's true. Is QE Quantum Eraser? He's the flat Earth Darth Dawkins.
By what I've heard, Quantum Eraser is a little bit more rude. Darth Dawkins like at least puts up a front of being cordial and like tries to manipulate people using that front, but Quantum doesn't have that, which is like I think more honest, which I can respect.
Yeah, accurate.
But it seems to be you're describing the modal fallacy, but that comes with some baggage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost getting from what you're saying is it is so obviously fallacious, not enough people use it for it to have a name.
Or when we talk about modal logic, I'll give you an example that's kind of confusing. Is a wall necessarily solid? And you would say, well, of course it is, but only within the realm of space. Once you start talking about, there's something that people like to invoke category errors. Is a wall logically solid? Well, what do you mean by that? Could it be otherwise?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. It's like saying I can pick up a car, and like logically that might be true, but like physically, like I might be too weak to pick up a car.
Yeah, exactly. It's a category error to say it is necessarily the case that I can pick up a car logically and then apply that to reality because your muscles just don't have the fibers possible. Like it's once you move between these realms, but that's only if you're using modal logic. If you're not using that form of logic, then this doesn't apply, and you have to be able to use those paradigms effectively and communicate them effectively. Otherwise, you're saying nothing.
I see. I'm with you now. I see. So modal fallacies are confusing the scope of what is necessarily true.
Yeah.
So to say that it is true that a car tire contains air pressure is to therefore say that that is necessary for there to be a wall or a container for pressure.
Yeah, you pretty much hit it right on the head there. Modal logic has the reason I like it a lot is that it has everything to do with necessity. And what's possible, or these things we call, to enter some Greek, they're lethic. I think using or even tensing, let me be a little bit less rigorous, but tensing your language with alethic or doxastic attitudes is always helpful if the other person knows what you're doing.
Oh my God! Needs to now explain all of those things. What are alethic and doxastic?
So they're just really simple terms. Doxastic has to do with knowledge, and alethic has to deal with impossibility and possibility. So in the realm of modal logic, you can use those terms to separate out exactly what you're talking about, because it's really easy to get confused between the realm of like maybe. Let me just make sure. This isn't like directly applicable, but I'm going to say people confuse ontology and epistemology. It's similar in that regard, but when it comes to modal logic, it's very clearly defined. It's very rigorous. So,
right. So to speak, to use alethic language is to say, for example, I would say it is possible that the Earth is flat.
yes, and then it's also possible for the Earth to be round or curved or whatever, what have you. And so, as long as you say it could be the case, you're not making a knowledge claim. You're not saying that you have some sort of doxastic disposition towards this proposition. You're not saying that you have knowledge. You're just saying it could be. It seems to be the case that I can believe it could be one way or another. And that's like the most, walking on eggshells. That is the most careful way you can phrase things.
What's happening, people of the flat Earth?
Nothing much. I am interested in like why flat earthers, if you can maybe explain why they don't like buy into arguments about optics and like Edeleen's equations and empirical data that is able to actually codify these.
Okay, wait, I gotta stop you right there. I do not know the logical reason behind why. All I know is they made a choice not to.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give you mine, and it is like the same as when I first came in. There was a guy, I think Nero or something, arguing against one of their bits of evidence, which they call the black swan, which is about being able to see the horizon beyond an oil rig, and I think he's in the same thing, which is like he was so engaged in protecting his worldview, he was continually, repeatedly, for like a number of hours, it felt like, missing the point of what they were saying. And so that's why I think it is like we would do the same. Is like you will you'll pick and choose what bits of evidence you do and don't accept based on what hurts or harms your worldview, like helps or harms your worldview.
Got to be fair, riding on eggshells. Obviously, we're on different sides of the fence, man. But I appreciate you speaking to that guy, Neon or whatever his name was, with regards to that argument and pointing that out to him. It kind of shows at least you have some honesty about you, and I really do appreciate that, man. So thank you very much.
Oh, cheers, man.
I guess like maybe that's an alien idea to me, and I just can't engage with it because like once you go through the Friedman equations and you look at the constants for Newtonian gravity and you actually try and
you're just indoctrinated.
Okay, could be the case, but it just seems like once you actually like look at how like in the Black Swan image, it's like to create that sort of refraction on a flat Earth, it would require the entire atmosphere to be negative 15 degrees C for like 9 miles, and like that just looked like it doesn't seem to compute with me. But like either there are no laws, like there just physics doesn't work, or there are things that we can accurately model, whether or not it's curved or flat, and like it's just weird that.
In that case, it's not modeled though.
Okay.
True.
Yeah, you're talking about like to explain the black swan with refraction. It's not modeled. It's just assumed.
What do you mean?
Yeah, T-Dub, I was going to say, where is the base axis?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you've never seen the globe Earth. Never base. The only base you can go by is what you are on Earth.
Okay.
If someone told you that Earth is something that you see or observe, how can you consider it otherwise? So when you move across Earth, if you well I can ask it two different ways, I guess. I mean, if no one ever told you that the Earth was a globe, would you ever consider it? How about that?
I
don't think I would.
I might.
Yeah, it's certainly.
Right,
I
T-Dub.
might consider it as a possibility, but I'd probably, lacking anything else, I'd probably go, oh, it seems flat. But with that, I would probably also do the same thing many ancient cultures did, which is assume that the sun passes under the Earth, under the flat Earth when it sets.
What?
No, that's not what they consider. See, you're
something.
What are you talking about?
No, they didn't road under the.
Yeah, I don't think they all thought that.
No, I'm not saying they all thought
Yeah, I
that.
don't think
said
so
I think
either.
some ancient cultures did. I forget which. I think it was like ancient Mesopotamia or
Really?
something. But they believed that the
Tell
Earth.
us
Some
who.
cultures thought all kinds of shit. Who cares?
Sure, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying
Thales
is
of
if
Miletus.
I thought the Earth was flat, if I were considering the Earth was flat, I would probably also, looking at the path of the sun, go, oh, it seems like it passes under us at night. I don't think there's any, put it this way, I don't think there's any that thought that it did a circle always over the Earth. Some thought it died and was reborn, and all sorts of stuff like that. I don't think any thought it was continually doing a circuit in the sky, but it
That's
went.
what I think. I think
Okay,
there's a
show
new
me
sun
examples
every
of
day.
yours. I can show you examples of mine. I'll show you an example of a culture that thought it went into the underworld. Can you show me an example of people who thought it was doing a loop in the sky, staying above the surface?
Hebrew.
You just said that example.
Hebrews, yeah.
Why do you
Thales
scorpions
of Miletus
talk
had a.
so
I
much
think his
shit?
model was.
Somebody's very quiet there.
Am I very quiet? No, there's no way
Yeah,
I'm
a
that
little bit quiet.
You're a
A
little
little bit
quiet.
quiet.
I can barely
Just a
hear
little
you.
bit.
Oh my god, is this for real? Do I have to increase my audio?
Just a
Apparently.
little bit.
Stop speaking.
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on.
Just get angry and shout, Vlad. That usually does the trick.
He always does it anyway.
Right,
It's nothing new.
that's what I'm about to do, man. God damn.
Always yelling
I
anyways,
see the
Russian.
I see. How about this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's the
Is that better?
standard, right, Vlad? Hey, you doing? Hey, hold.
Is that better? Is that better?
hold
My
Yeah.
turn.
to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VCG Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Petri 02. When the interviewer becomest interviewee.
You know, do geometry on a curved baseline. I would argue you can't, but the point is, let's take it back to what we're supposed to be experiencing in reality, which is drop. We're supposed to be experiencing curvature is supposed to equal drop.
Could I possibly instead talk about the questions I was initially having, instead of going further into this?
Well, I'm trying to take it back a step, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because what I'm talking about is not to do with like the like actual, you know, ground or anything. It's more moon and the sun stuff. Because I've never sort of, I mean, I guess, you know, there's always, you know, there's no flat Earth model, quote unquote. But I haven't heard any actual arguments about why everyone sees the same like face of the moon, like same side of it all the time.
Oh no!
That just seems like
in comparison to being in like I'm in the UK, but Australians see it upside down.
Yeah, but they don't see a different part of the moon. They just see the same moon, but rotated.
Why would we see a different part of the moon?
Because assuming the moon is local, people that are
But bro, you're thinking that you're going to see a different part of it because you're assuming that the moon's a sphere.
Well, if it wasn't a sphere, then it wouldn't always look round, right? If it was like a flat disc, when you look at a flat disc from an angle, it's not circular; it's an oval.
We're not claiming that the moon or the Earth, for that matter, is a shape. Like, so you're assuming that you would see a different part of the Earth because the moon's a sphere. Like, so I get that. Like, if it was a sphere, it would be, you would see slightly round the curve in one place versus another. But no one's saying that the moon's a sphere, bro.
This is kind of what I'm saying, is that there just seems to be like the moon. Everyone sees the same thing in the moon. It kind of like rotates, but we don't actually know what it is, what shape it is, or anything, which seems very unsatisfying.
But that doesn't mean
that's an understatement.
But that doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe just because you don't see a different part of the moon.
Yeah, but that's just just what I'm saying is that I'm here with like some questions. Like, is there actually anything about? Does anyone know anything about the moon, or is it just it's a thing in the sky that kind of moves and people see different rotations but always the same face?
For one thing, the eclipse. The eclipse destroys the globe model. I mean, do you know the difference between a lunar and a solar eclipse?
Well, I know the globe model definition of it. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, what would have to be the case for there to be a lunar eclipse? What the bodies, the sun, moon, Earth? What would have to be the case for the lunar eclipse?
The moon's. Oh, sorry. The Earth is in between the moon and the sun.
Right. Exactly. So, can you have a lunar eclipse in the daytime?
Was this about the Selenian?
Selenian, exactly.
That's right.
So,
yeah. Is that not just when it's like so you're basically the moon? So the moon and the sun are, you know, in the globe model of a lunar eclipse, the moon and the sun are already on opposite sides of the Earth.
No, they need to be in alignment. Syzygy. So the sun,
not
then the
exactly
Earth,
right.
then the moon. Yeah, man, it's called a syzygy. The sun, the moon. The sun, the Earth, then the moon are in alignment to cast the shadow from under your feet upwards to the lunar surface. So the sun has to be under the body you're standing on to cast the shadow up the way. So how can that shadow, if it's a shadow, how can that be cast upwards onto the lunar surface if in fact the sun and moon are visible because they're both above the horizon? As well as that, the only excuse I've ever heard is refraction. That is ridiculous because they're basically saying that the sun's really underneath your feet, but it's actually above your fucking head. So
It's
we'll
not.
give them that. We'll
It's
just say, right,
That's a joke.
refraction, that's good enough refraction. We'll give you that, right? So how the fuck does the shadow or supposed shadow travel from the top of the moon downwards?
Do you know the like
Bro, answer the
angular?
question.
Do you know the like
Bro,
angular
answer the
elevation?
Bro, answer the question.
What questions?
The one that you weren't listening to.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
know.
saying to you,
I was like,
right,
I was
listen
prepping
then,
like a
bro,
question in my
listen,
head. I'm
listen.
fucking ADHD.
Yeah, you did.
bro.
You did the
bro.
same. You did the same about the theodolite question when I started asking about drop. I hope this isn't a tactic you use when you're in a corner because it's going to show your true colours here if you do it again.
Yeah, man.
Okay, calm down.
So,
I'm not
bro,
trying to
listen,
fucking
right?
debate.
So,
I'm just like,
bro,
there's a lot of like
bro,
questions being thrown around. I came here
Yeah,
for
but
like
we
one
don't have
thing, and
we
you
don't
guys
have
are like,
time to be circle jerked. Like we're giving you the time to explain yourself, right? So when you throw your argument out, we have a rebuttal for you.
Yeah.
You need to listen to it.
So,
The-
right, bro.
yeah, so sorry, can I explain my like line of thinking first?
Listen. Well, listen, you've still never answered the question that you never heard.
And we
so I'm trying
can come back to it quickly. I just want to explain my line of
listen,
thinking.
bro, listen. If those bodies are in alignment and they do what they're doing, and you're claiming refraction, even though you never said that, I gave you that answer because that's the only answer the Globe's got. If that's the case, how can the shadow travel from the top of the moon downwards
Okay,
rather than
so
the bottom of the moon upward?
So you said the sun is below your feet during a lunar eclipse, right?
Well, it should be in alignment. If you look at the lobby, I've just posted in the lobby.
That's a solar eclipse.
No, that's a lunar I just posted, it's not?
That's solar. That's the moon's blocking the sun from the Earth. But a lunar eclipse is the Earth is in between the.
The other one, wait a minute, I've got the other one, shit.
That's right. But yeah, sorry. The question I was asking was, I wanted to ask about the, because you were giving me like essentially a hypothetical, right? About like, a hypothetical lunar eclipse, yeah?
How? What's hypothetical about a lunar eclipse?
You're giving me an example, fine, not hypothetical, but an example of like how a lunar eclipse works, right? And the question I was asking was trying to figure out more information about the example you were giving because I wanted to, be able to fully answer it because I was like, okay, so there's the Earth. On one side of the Earth, there's the sun. Well, okay, in the globe model, there's the Earth. One side of the Earth, there's the sun. Other side of the Earth, there's the moon. And you described it specifically as the sun being below my feet. But I'm pretty sure that...
Below the horizon, at least. Below the horizon, at least, it should be.
Yeah, it's yeah, it seems like
how can there be a shadow on the moon at all if the sun's in vision of the fucking moon?
Because
it's in alignment. You can literally see the moon. If you were standing on the moon, you would be able to see the sun, and if you were standing on the sun, you'd be able to see the moon.
Yeah, the question I was asking that's relevant, it's not going away from it, is what is the angular, like vertical angular elevation of the moon during these Solnelian eclipses?
Who cares?
Who
cares? That's still not answering
because
the
I
question.
think it's similar to why you can.
How can the shadow travel?
Isn't it similar
how can the
to?
shadow travel from the top downwards? That was the question I asked you 5 times.
It doesn't travel from the top downwards because it's not really above you. It's like either side of you. Like you are sort of on the top.
Take a look in the lobby, bro. You see exactly what I'm talking about. The picture on the left, that was actually taken by a moderator.
It's similar to like
bro. I'm still talking. That was a partial lunar, Selenian lunar eclipse. Now the image on the right, you'll see a Selenian eclipse, but you'll also see the images with the balloons showing you about the shadow problem. The shadow is inverted in the Selenian eclipse.
I get what you're saying now, Craig. You're saying how is the sun below your feet, yet there's a shadow on the moon? Yeah, it makes no sense if it's the Earth that's supposed to be in the way of the sun to block out the moon.
What?
Right.
That's why
isn't
it's
it
called
that
the
it's not
impossible
quite
eclipse, bro.
aligned? So we can all agree that there are times where you can see both the moon and the sun, right?
Yeah, but you shouldn't be
Sometimes you'll
able to
see the
both.
moon in one direction, and in the other direction there'll be the sun. Yeah?
It's impossible to see the both bodies above the horizon and a shadow being cast from underneath you upwards. That's ridiculous, bro. How can there be a shadow at all if the sun is in view of the moon? It's impossible, man.
Well, that's why it's a partial eclipse, right? Is it possible to get a Selenelian total eclipse?
That was a partial Selenelian eclipse that we caught, that some of the moderators were able to take pictures of.
Yeah,
but
and I
there is
think
Selenelians. There's Selenelians where the shadow travels downwards, and there's shadows travelling upwards in some of the Selenelians. So it's not always the same thing. Sometimes they're in the morning, sometimes they're in the morning in the daylight, and sometimes they're in the dark. So it's not
yeah,
always
it
the
seems
same.
it seems like so in this
They're kind of like black swans. They're like black swans, bro. They've been seen once, and they've been seen for hundreds of years. The Royal Society and like God knows how many other of these sort of associations, groups of fucking paedophiles probably. But there's all these groups of people that have been recording these Selenelians happening for centuries. And there's like the Chinese Eratosthenes, and I read some shit about it, and he was talking about, he made some kind of, it was translated obviously, but he spoke about the Selenelian eclipse being destructive to the globe model.
I mean, yeah, the explanations I'm seeing online are about atmospheric refraction stuff, which is a little bit annoying because I thought, well, it's probably still possible even without a Selenelian eclipse to see one without refraction, but it wouldn't be it would be a partial one, and probably with the top of the moon showing, right?
Yeah, but there's partial ones and full ones, bro. Like, and at the end of the day, man, even if only one's been seen, one's enough, man. One's literally enough to destroy the model.
Yeah, but I just don't want to go into the argumentation of it. I'm not prepared to like argue all of the like refraction stuff, whatever. I do think,
bro, I've never even mentioned refraction. Like,
well,
I'm not talking
because I'm saying that's what
I'd
I'd go into. That's why I'm bringing it up. Is what I'd go into, or what I'd want to go into.
Sorry, I meant to say you never mentioned refraction. Like I said,
I know I didn't.
The only excuse that the globe's got, that the sun is refracted.
Yeah, I think in this case it would be a refraction thing, possibly.
Do you believe that?
Can I?
You believe?
I believe refraction's a thing. Yeah.
I never said that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Stop being fucking dishonest, mate. I never said that.
I don't know what you believe. Okay,
I never said that, bro. Stop being deceptive, man. I never said to you.
He's not doing it on purpose.
I never said to you it's refraction a thing, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he's doing it on purpose, Spake.
Sorry, Spake. I don't mean to speak over you.
Yeah. Okay, so to be clear, you literally said, "Do I believe in refraction?" And me, not being in the flat Earth space, I don't know.
Refraction. I never said that, man.
Did you not say, "Do I believe in refraction"?
I never said, "Do you believe in refraction?" I'm saying, "Do you believe that refraction's causing the sun to be under your feet?"
I thought you said, "Do I believe in refraction?" It's like
I still never fucking finished the sentence. You never heard what I said. I was repeating what I said, then you spoke over it.
Okay.
Fuck's sake, man.
Patri, one thing I have a theory that a lot of people potentially in your shoes won't be able to think in the way we do about science and about what we can prove until they can fathom the idea of why the lie, why could this be true, how could there possibly be a world where the earth is flat yet everybody, 90% of the world believe it's a globe. And I genuinely believe the problem you're having here is that you think this is the idea of it is so ridiculous that you're able to appeal to authority or appeal to the consensus more comfortably than we can. Because when you look at, you're invoking terrestrial refraction here, and when you start looking into some of these things that you believe in and have faith in, you'll find that they don't pass the scientific method in terms of We can't prove the cause. We can't actually prove terrestrial refraction is a thing when we have corpuscular sun rays. Does that make sense? But the point is that until you understand a world where this idea, this deception could actually be true, then I think you're going to have cognitive dissonance when questioned on these things.
Well, I don't think I've invoked an authority figure really that much.
Terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction.
Terrestrial refraction.
I said I'm not. I said I'm not gonna I don't really want to go into it because I'm not I haven't not mentally prepared, but I haven't looked into it right now. I don't have the things to mind. So I don't really want to go into it right now. I'm not. I'm specifically not going into that.
Bro, I sent you a video, the heavyweights of the server discussing refraction indexes, optics, these theodolites, surveyors. It's like an hour and a half, 2.5 hour possibly conversation. I sent it to your DM, and it's fucking, a lot of it's well over my head, man. I can't understand a lot of it, man. It's far too complicated. But yeah, if you want to hear the bones being broken down about refraction and these problems with optics, then that video you'll love.
Yeah, Petrie, we're not trying to stress this point here, and I know you saying you don't want to focus on it, but just to cap it off, and let's take a step back from it after this. But you're invoking terrestrial refraction, where the light is entering the atmosphere and then bending to conform to the shape of a ball. This is something that is not observable in nature. And we don't even see parallel rays coming into the atmosphere. What we see are corpuscular rays coming out from clouds, which insinuate a local light source. So how did we get to this conclusion? It's not because we are conspiracy theorists and we would like to believe stuff. It's because we got to a point in our mind where we actually said, right, I need to be able to prove the science that the globe has as its proof. Okay, so they use some arguments. They'll have their proof. Can we test these things and determine whether these things are actually real science or whether they fall under what's called pseudoscience, i.e., theoretical science? And what you'll find is terrestrial refraction is not falling under the repeatable, observable, testable science of refraction. Refraction is a thing, but terrestrial refraction is based on a sun in a space vacuum where the light is traveling through a vacuum of space and then entering an atmosphere. There is no way to prove it when our observations show a local corpuscular ray source. You cannot just jump to these conclusions unless you have a genuine want to prove the globe or prove flat Earth. Either way.
Yeah, the corpuscular rays, is that not just they're essentially parallel, but parallel lines don't necessarily always look parallel? If a set of parallel lines, you'd agree that train tracks convert, as they go far away, they appear to converge, when you're looking at them.
Talking about the loud perspective.
Yeah, that's a different thing, but
different.
Well, it's still a thing. Parallel lines, as parallel lines go away from you, they appear to converge. Right?
Have you seen corpuscular rays?
Not recently, but I've seen pictures of them, obviously. Yeah.
Look up a picture of them real quick. Just without knowing exact science or having an angular sextant to measure it, just take a look at corpuscular rays and ask yourself if those corpuscular rays that are coming down through the clouds at angles make it seem as if the light source from that are causing those rays seem much closer than 93 million miles away.
Oh, sure, they seem like that. Yeah, that's
And you can measure those. Like. You can measure those corpuscular rays with an angular sextant. Come to the focal point and actually find out that it's much closer than.
What are the measurements? What are they?
It depends. All different measurements, but it's around 3,000-ish miles, according Am I right on that, Big Root? Something like that? About 3,000 or so miles?
What's that? The distance of the sun?
Yeah.
I don't think it's in this part of the conversation. I don't think it's clever to quote, to make any estimates. I think it's crepuscular rays are evidence of a local sun, and
Right.
I think if you want us to start throwing numbers out for you, then you're missing the point. The point is that parallel rays is part of theoretical science. Yeah, parallel rays coming in to the Earth's atmosphere and then being able to refract 360 round a ball potentially is a theoretical idea. It's pseudoscience. It's not scientific. And the only reason why I'm bringing up corpuscular rays is because that's what we observe in nature. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to bring the conversation back because I'm not going to accept pseudoscience as a globe Earth proof. If you want to actually prove the shape of the Earth to be a globe, you're going to have to address the curvature argument, the drop, the lack of physical drop, and the lack of Coriolis. This is the only way that you can prove with real-world physical scientific evidence a globe. And unfortunately, it's contradictory to all the evidence is contradictory to the globe.
Do you not find it? Do you not have any interest in doing those measurements about crepuscular rays, or because it seems like if you have these crepuscular rays and they are, as you say, they look like they should, have a sun that is quite, well, in some cases barely above the clouds, right? It looks like you should be able to measure it, right? It just seems weird that no one seems interested.
How do you know that the sun? Yeah, because you're not. This is what I mean. You're in a different headspace where you already think the globe's true, so you just think it's easy to unpick. Well, what you're not understanding is that what we are seeing in the sky, we do not know whether it is a physical object or whether it's an apparent reflection. Okay, and you might think that's ridiculous at this point. But when you look at the nature of the sun and you look at what some of the older scientists, pre-60s, were saying about the nature of the sun and the nature of the moon and the nature of reality, it was a very different picture. The sun was not always assumed to be a physical, combustible gas bomb. Okay, we're trying to tell you that the sun is not a flaming ball object of gas. Okay, and that's a big point. You've got to take this into account when you're trying to pre-assume the location of the sun. We don't do that here. We don't pre-assume things. And looking at the sky is no way to determine the shape of the Earth. And this is the bit you're missing here. We don't want to focus on the theoreticals. We want to focus on the provable evidence that we have of either curvature or drop.
I'm right now just wanting, these things interest me and I want to find out about them. I'm not looking right now to talk about these big curvature drop things. And it's just, this is just something that's kind of interesting, these questions, and so I want to talk about them. That's it.
Bro, especially in the live stream, it's not really about what you want to discuss. The topic of the server is flat Earth. The evidence that we need to say the Earth is a globe is either drop over a specific distance, depending on elevation and blah blah blah, or motion. So we're trying to get down to the brass tacks of, does this thing exist that we've been told?
So corpuscular rays just kind of isn't a thing, or?
What do you mean? Well, they are a thing.
Corpuscular rays are a thing.
Yeah, sorry. It's not like a relevant thing to flat Earth, it seems. Because it seems to me like you could very easily get two people in two different locations looking at the same set of corpuscular rays and do some maths to figure out whereabouts it is. But no one's done that.
Well, no, they have. Supposedly, they don't intersect what they should.
That's not true. That's been done, and they come up with different numbers for
Different
each
numbers every
person.
time, right?
The lines don't intersect. Supposedly, like when you see a sun, it's just basically like a rainbow. Like you're seeing the sun from your perspective. You're seeing your own personal specific sun in a specific place. So everywhere you're going to go, you're going to see slightly. It's going to be slightly different depending on the viewer.
Okay, so
Depending on how the light comes in your eye, basically, is what he's saying.
So,
Yeah.
So you're saying that there is some weird light bending stuff going on in the atmosphere to make it look different for everyone. That's basically the explanation. 'Cause it's not just eyes, it's cameras, it's everything, right?
No, I'm telling you, you and I and nobody knows what the sun is, knows what the sun's made of. We don't know whether this is a reflection. We don't know whether this is what it is, whether it's
projection.
Yeah, projection, exactly. So what I'm saying is, rather than pre-assuming stuff, which is a habit you ballers have, and this is where you guys really struggle with us flat earthers, because we have got here by using a logical, scientific mind. We do not like fallacious arguments or fallacious reasoning to come to conclusions. We need to make sure that what we are looking at is a part of science, i.e., it is testable and relatable. I think the biggest thing here is that this isn't even relatable to the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is, sorry, go ahead, but the shape of the Earth is not related to this.
It's not related to science either, man. Science is a specific thing. It's establishing cause and effect relationships. So this is a geometry question, not a scientific question, man.
Yeah, but I still find it interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting, but it's a bit of gas. Yeah, it's a bit of gaslighting from yourself, because you're entering this conversation, trying to prove the Earth is a globe with a pre-assumption that it's a globe. But actually, you're not taking the time to realize that it's theoretical. It's all theoretical pseudoscience. And when you actually focus on what is provable and what can be tested with the scientific method, you'll find you'll always come back to no curvature and no motion, i.e. Coriolis. It is the drop in the Coriolis that you cannot find, which is why the flat earthers win these debates and arguments, because it is the only non-fallacious argumentation you can have. Everything else is an appeal to some sort of bullshit.
Okay. So I came into this conversation with some questions in mind. It has led here, obviously, but it was mostly about essentially about how flat Earth thinking might explain certain things, and it's entirely, maybe it's just we don't know. But I'm just like,
what is flat Earth thinking? Empirical, logical, articulate, coherent, is that flat Earth thinking? Because that's what it seems to me. My experience in it, I'm not being biased because I'm a flat earther. Flat earthers are the most fucking logical people I've ever met. So I don't know why you're saying flat Earth thinking. You're just pure stereotyping a bunch of retards.
This is why I'm saying, why would they lie? For you is a more important topic than the stars.
Right.
I mean, maybe, but right now I don't. That's right now more interesting to me. I'm not spending all of my time every day thinking about the most important questions. Sometimes I just want to talk about vascular rays or the moon or whatever.
You're curious, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what I wrote. Is that I'm curious about these specific questions, and I was wondering if there was an answer, and it seems like it's been dragged to some complete other side of the
hold on a second.
space.
Big Root has a great point. What he's saying is you have to get into your psyche of the possibility that Earth is flat and that they are actually completely lying to you in every possible way about the shape of the Earth. And the question is, why? That's a question that you have to kind of reconcile. If they are lying about the shape of the Earth, why the hell would they do that? That's like one of the first questions you got to really try and answer if it is possible. Like it's a journey of self-realization about what you've been told, number one, and what you can observe and measure, number two. Right now, you're trying to do number two when you haven't done number one. You get what that's kind of like what Big Ruth
That
said.
sounds like it's that seems like dangerously close to some sort of like you have to, believe the Earth is flat before you can do the measurements on whether the Earth is flat.
Do you
No,
believe
that's not what he
people on-
said.
Do you believe people on TV when they tell you certain things?
It depends on who's saying it and what they're saying.
Also, it depends on if they have a lab coat on or not.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't. There was multiple people talking. I didn't hear
Does
anything.
it depend on if they have a lab coat on or not?
Probably not. I don't think I've seen many people with lab coats on TV at all. So
What
most
about
recent would have been like the
what about
slow mo
people
guys.
what about people telling you that the air is going to kill you? You believe in that?
I don't think I've seen any people saying the air's gonna kill me. Also, can I? I'll be right back. I want to get a drink. Be right back.
Well, you've not heard what's going on in the past couple of years, then.
Yeah, that's why I just.
I'm. Hold on one
Right.
sec. I'm gonna get a drink. My mouth is
Right.
quite dry from
He
talking.
doesn't know what's going on. He just if he forgot about that.
Well, I don't think he realizes how when you phrase it like that, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Hey, listen, I'm brand spanking new here, but this is exactly what I've been looking for. So thank you guys, all of you.
My man.
This place is amazing. Boy. You'll not find another place on the internet like this, man.
And it's like it's also helping me too in terms of formulate arguments. It's like, yeah, you don't want to focus on the speculative bullshit. You don't want to focus on the things that could be or could not be. If you focus on what's concrete. When you focus on the concrete, it's almost irrefutable. And
Hello, I'm back.
So my question to you is: do you believe that air is going to kill you?
Generally no.
But sometimes.
I don't know. It depends.
What about 2 years ago?
Yeah, when they shut everything down because the air was so scary that you couldn't even be around other people.
Oh, I don't want to. Wait, I don't want to talk about COVID.
I know you don't want to talk about it because you know it's all bullshit. And
None
you
of
want
us
to know
want to
why
talk
they,
about it.
you don't even want to know why people lie to you.
I'm just.
the point of the matter is,
It feels like it's like I want to talk about like a specific thing and not immediately being like a huge like. Oh, you first you have to believe every conspiracy in the world ever before.
Yeah.
you can,
I'm pointing out to you that you were lied to. You know it. We all know it. But maybe you don't know it. Maybe you think that air will kill you someday, and a piece of cloth is going to save you.
Well, at the very least, it seems disingenuous to say people are saying air is going to kill you. That's not what they're saying. They're not saying it's the air. But I really don't want to go into like COVID
well, check it
talks.
out. Check it out. The point of him saying that is you believe certain things from authority and not other things, right? Do you trust your government?
It depends on what things.
Depends on what they're telling you. So you believe some
Yeah,
lies and some truth.
There's some things where it's like I can't live without having to like outsource some sort of like knowledge to other people. I can't know everything. I have to trust someone, trust in something, basically. And it seems like there's more checks and balances on government stuff than on like myself.
What about 9/11?
That's unfortunate to hear, to be honest with you.
He's
in there deep. Bro, do you accept the official narrative for 9/11?
Hmm?
Do you accept the official narrative for 9/11?
I mean, I haven't really looked into it. I don't.
Well, man,
I'm not
you know
huge,
what happened, bro. Come on, the fuck, don't be fucking.
Well, yeah, it seems like it was, a hijacked plane that crashed into it, and
What, so 2 aluminium planes took out, I think it was 8 buildings in total, but it actually took 3 buildings out that day. The rest of them had to be demolished. But the Twin Towers and Building 7 came down with 2 planes. And Building 7 fell free fall live on TV, and the BBC even reported that it collapsed 13 or 17 minutes or some shit before it even happened. The woman was like, "We're now reporting from the scene of the Twin Towers atrocity. We've got to report now. Building 7's also collapsed," and it was still fucking standing behind her, bro.
So
And then it collapsed.
You believe the
15 minutes
actual
before
official
the air.
narrative of 9/11? Like actually everything in the official commission report?
I mean, I have no idea what the official commission report is. I haven't read it.
Bro, I sent you a video. It's called 9/11 in 5 minutes. Try and debunk a single point that's made in that video. I guarantee every single thing's verifiable.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you guys are some random people on the internet. I'm not particularly interested in deep
But
diving
random
into
people aren't
9/11 stuff.
And telling you the air is is really scary is worth listening to.
No, the point of the 9/11 stuff is that you were asked if you trust the government. So do you think that it's a little bit more extreme for them to do those Twin Towers and Building 7, then bring out the Patriot Act, then invade fucking in total, like it was at 9 or 11 countries, and exterminate literally millions of people, destroying countries, their economies, so they could set up fucking the Western democracy? Let's go and spread democracy. Let's bomb fuck out everybody, steal their resources,
children,
and bomb the life out of them.
Middle East
Yeah, man.
countries. Yeah.
No, even that. See the first Gulf War, the Britain and America put sanctions on Iraq, and they killed literally. It's fucking recorded. Hundreds of thousands of children died because of those sanctions.
She
Hundreds
said
of
it was
thousands.
worth it. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's
It's
crazy.
insanity, man. And I've been feeling a
I
lot of
don't know.
it.
You said like 10 things.
Petrie, how old are you?
I am 26.
26. I'm 28. I'm not too far off from how
Hello,
old you are.
28-year-old.
So, check it out, Petrie. The point that we're trying to make here is that you're coming into a debate about flat Earth, correct? Right? You want to know some things about flat Earth?
Kind of, but I'm more looking at I'm curious about the. I'm not particularly
Are
interested.
you trying to get a
in conspiracy stuff.
psychoanalysis of flat Earth thinking? Is that what you're trying to do here?
That's exactly what he's doing.
Maybe I don't know.
Because it seems like
it
that's
depends
what you're
on your.
doing.
What do you mean by psychoanalysis?
Because you're not actually trying to answer. You're not trying to answer or debate certain things or beliefs that you have. You're not one way or the other. You're just like, I want to see into the mind of these flat Earthers and see if they're actually fucking crazy. That's what it seems like.
And we get lots of you. We get at least one of you a day who come in with a very calm, I'm just here to ask questions. But we can actually see straight through where your thinking is. So I'm just letting you know that we see this every day, and we know can see where your head's at.
Like brand new, and I
literally
see it,
have
dude.
a few questions written down. It has massively derailed from any of the questions I have, but I at the very least initially, I wanted to see if there was some sort of explanation on the flat Earth side of things for a few phenomena that are explained, from my understanding at least, in the
Like
Globe
what?
Earth model.
Yeah, what's your big three? Like Spake asked
So
you
the
earlier.
first one, so one of the ones I asked earlier was about the moon always facing everyone. Like everyone sees the same moon. Like that was I asked about that earlier.
eclipse.
I mean,
That doesn't explain why everyone sees the same face of the moon,
Hold
though,
on.
right? That's
so
my
that's your
question
first
I had.
globe proof. That's your first globe proof that
it's-
you know you're
I-
on a globe based off of what the moon looks like. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying it's a proof of the Earth. I'm saying that it is something that.
That was his question. What is your globe proof? What is one proof? At least one. He asked three, but just at least one proof of how you know that you were on a ball. That is the question.
I came here to ask questions, not to prove the Earth.
For fuck's sake.
I
He can't
literally
even give
wrote
one proof of why he thinks he lives on a ball. Like boats go over the horizon or anything like that. He can't give us one of them.
I could think of one, but I'm not interested in thinking of one right now. I'm interested in
You're just
this.
interested in drinking the Kool-Aid that you're fed and seeing
I'm
if
interested in
other people
seeing
drink it.
if the flat Earth, if there's any flat Earth people that can explain these certain things. I'm not interested in arguing the other side. I'm literally just here because I know that there's like there's not really a model, but I'm wondering
No,
if
we
there's
don't
a few
explain the moon.
individual
So that's your
phenomena that
answer.
can be explained by.
Yeah, we don't explain the
flat Earth
moon.
stuff.
We just debunked things with the moon.
What's the next
So-
one?
Okay, so sorry, Febby, is that how you pronounce it? What did you just say?
Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
I'm here to cycle.
Sorry, what did you just? Could you repeat what you last said? I think.
Yeah,
you
I'm
didn't
from
come
the
through properly.
Flat Earth Bureau of Investigation.
No,
I'm here to psychoanalyze people.
The bit before that about the moon.
We are the moon. We're already done with the moon
Let's go to
because
your next proof. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so to be clear, so my question was about the moon. You know, everyone sees the same, moon, the same part of the moon. It might be, rotated or whatever, but it's always like this round thing in the sky, right? And there's not really a flat Earth explanation for that. That's all I want to know.
Okay, so I'm going to say this again. We don't talk about the moon anymore because it's in the sky. What am I going to do about it? It works perfectly fine, and the Earth is flat, and I don't care about it. It's not like there's anything to explain. It doesn't work on a globe. We know that. We've already proven that. So after that, who gives a shit?
Okay, so are you okay with me interpreting that as the answer being we don't care what the moon is? Yep.
Correct.
Okay, that's like one of the
Be-
first questions.
To be honest, there's so many people that come into this with this kind of line of questioning that, yeah, we don't give a shit what you think because you're probably still on level 1 of trying to figure out what the fuck is actually going on in this world. Like,
yeah, I'm.
do you care
I
about
haven't-
what's going on with your life, or like, what are the implications of authority figures that you trust lying to you daily? Don't you
Yeah,
actually
so-
ask that question? Like,
So you said that I'm on level 1 of this stuff. And I kind of am. Like, I haven't really looked into it very much, but I'm curious about like some specific aspects. It's not a very deep interest of mine, but I'm like, I've seen a bunch of flat Earth debates, and they seem to have unsatisfying answers for things. And I was seeing if I could find some satisfying answers for things.
check it out. You said it yourself. You're on level 1, right? What's level 1? Level 1 is figuring out, why do you believe that you're on a globe? How about you ask yourself that? When you can walk outside, look outside, and feel every day, every moment that the Earth is A, not moving, and B, everything that is in the sky moves around Polaris. That's it. That's something you can observe right away, number 1. Number 2, if you can't even, like, take a moment to fucking question what the hell you're being told from authority figures and you trust them just because they have a certification or degree and think that somehow that they can't be bought out or influenced in some way to serve some type of agenda. If you haven't even gotten to the question, like, maybe there was something to questioning the COVID-19 lockdowns, or as Febby was saying, being scared of fucking air and not being able to go outside your house because of air, literally. That's why he was saying how ridiculous that is. Like, you actually, like, believe the air would kill you 2 years ago? Like, you wore the mask and everything. Did all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And I bet you still have one, and it's embroidered. It's a special one of your own.
I did get a mask. Actually, no. I will say it was a gift.
can
It was a
tell
gift mask. I didn't buy it myself, right?
That have their own name on it in stars and stripes from people who are forced to wear paper ones. I can tell the difference.
You can say it has stars and stripes. I'm in the UK. Okay, right? It's just stripes.
So you're in the UK, right? So next pandemic or disease or virus or whatever the hell you want to call it comes down the line, and your local let's say grocery store, or even you going into a bank, or at a certain point where if you don't get this certain medicine or certain vaccine, you're not going to be able to enter. You're totally okay with that? You're like okay with having that much power over you, essentially?
I mean, I guess.
So you're okay with being told what to do to that extent? You don't have any thoughts for yourself? You just have to rely on authority and
Well, it
what they
depends on
tell
how if the government body is seems like they have an authority and on a certain thing. Like I'm not going to trust.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. When do you not trust the government? Has there been instances where you were like, "Oh yeah, they're bullshitting"?
I don't know if I can think of a specific thing. I feel like there's probably a few things. However,
Okay. There's a few things where you were like, what they're telling me is probably not accurate, right? You've had that notion?
Yeah, like politicians doing politician things, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if there'd be anything big. I will admit that.
No, but
it'll be things like.
But the point I'm trying to say
is political scandals where they deny shit, and then it's like obviously not true.
Whoa. What I'm trying to make a point about is the fact that at some point in your life, you've watched the television or seen social media or gotten your information from authoritative figures, and at one point you were like, whatever the fuck this guy is saying is not really hitting right. It's not. I think he's lying to me. And you're gonna trust that same source of information with, God forbid, your health? You see what I'm saying?
It wouldn't be the same source of information because the government isn't like a blob that has one output, right? There's like different departments of it, and like the health department, I generally trust with health-related things, and depending on the other departments, I would, ascribe different amounts of trust to them. And
why would you ascribe different amounts of trust to different departments? Why? Where's your delineation? Like, why do you have that delineation? Curious. Something scratching your mind, right? Something. You're like,
it would basically be like how much I care about it. Like with health stuff, it's like probably just going to be like I've.
You're 100% on board,
I've
right?
no hope of possibly, there's so much knowledge within, health, and doctors are, they study a lot. They have a lot of knowledge on things, and it seems like generally they help people. So I'm inclined
because they have a
believe them.
doctorate, right? So if someone you just met on the internet, came up to you and was like, "Hi, I'm Dr. Johnson," right? And I'm a doctor. You need to trust me. And according to my test that I just took here, you need to start taking all this shit. You would actually trust my word just because of the fact that I'm a doctor?
I mean, it would depend a lot on the context. I wouldn't necessarily believe that you're a doctor if you approached me in the street, but if it was within the context of like, I went into a, went to a doctor and was like, and they were
You
like,
went to a hospital, right? Or
run some
a
tests,
clinic.
and then they run the tests and they say, hey, you've got everything cancer.
Right.
Take these everything cancer pills. I'd probably take the everything cancer pills because I don't really know better.
Okay.
But bro, those doctors don't know nothing about those pills as well, huh? They just get given them, man. They're general practitioners. They study. They've got fucking case studies, and they've got all this shit they've got to do. But the drugs that they're getting from these companies, they're not testing any of that, mate. They're just taking it in good faith that the stuff that they're getting handed to them, these vaccines that they're giving to children that are full of mercury and animal genetics and everything, they're just going fucking all with the flow, eh? It's their job, so they just go along with it. It's like teachers. People think, oh, so that must mean teachers and lecturers, they're all in on the line. No, they're just teaching what they've been taught. Like, they're just part of a cog in the fucking system.
Have you ever thought about the incentivization of pharmaceutical companies coercing doctors into prescribing certain medications over other ones because of
Giving
financial
them cars
incentive?
Hey man, giving them money and holidays and fucking
Yeah.
go to Cancun for a big fucking doctor fucking where loads of doctors go and they all party for a weekend and shit.
Is
But,
that the
like-
case even in the NHS?
Yeah, especially the NHS, dude. Dude, you know how much fucking financial incentive is backed into medicine-based royalties? All these fucking scientists that literally push certain drugs, like for example, Fauci with remdesivir, right? Remdesivir as a fucking therapeutic or whatever.
Was that the antibodies thing, or was that something else?
I'm not exactly sure what it is, but
Can't
it's
remember.
the point that it had nothing to do with it being better for you. It had everything to do that it was financially incentivized to. That's why they pushed it. It's like someone having a clearance sale, bro. I got to get rid of the drug. Hey, take this. This will feel good. It's the reason why I'm pestering you on this is the fact that you've never had that thought cross your mind that maybe I should look into what the fuck I'm being told to take a little bit more, just in case on the off chance that this is a Trojan horse and I might be actually taking something that would be fucking horrible.
I mean, it like how much I like understand
How much you would care about your own life, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, I don't know how much I'd look into. It depends on your definition of look into things. It depends
Do you
on.
care about your life?
Bro, think about it. Look at the doctors that have actually stood up and they've been ridiculed and they've had fucking stuff made up about them. They've been sacked, they've lost their jobs, probably affecting their family. They've probably been divorced and everything because of this shit. Because some
Right.
doctor, they're just not going to stand for it and they know the fucking truth. So some of these doctors, like, if they're just going along with it, they're part of the fucking the scam. They're just as complicit as the people inventing it. If they're just sitting silent and going to accept the fucking their wages every week, but they know something's wrong.
Okay, let me ask you this, Petrie. Do you believe in whistleblowers?
Yeah, they're a thing.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but do you know about thousands, I don't know about hundreds of doctors in the UK who didn't want to go with what they were being told because they knew as a doctor that what they were doing was actually harmful towards their patients. And those doctors, like Spake was saying, have all been taken out of the system, lost their license. Now they can't feed their kids. They can't get into the medical field anymore. And you know why? Do you think they did that just because of some crazy conspiracy theory that thought that they have in their head and it was for a political reason? Or do you think that they did that because they actually cared about the people they were taking care of and they couldn't, in good conscience, do it? Do you get what I mean?
It's because they fucking agree with the Hippocratic Oath and they're going to stand up for it. They had to fucking do it to become a doctor, the Hippocratic Oath. So they've got to fucking, I don't know if they have to sign something, but there is a specific statement that basically that they will do no harm to their patients and they'll
Correct.
fucking help
Yeah,
them
I know that.
till they're dying and breath.
There's hundreds of those doctors, bro. That means there's something there, man.
Do you have like something like I probably won't look into it honestly.
But it's just the fact that these
But
people
I am curious.
were
Is there
willing
like
to lose their entire livelihood for.
Do you have something
for
with the hundreds of doctors?
Have you looked into
does it
any
matter if it's
vaccines that-
one or two or 100? It's the fact that this happened for real.
Petra, I've got
Then-
loads of vaccine studies, if that's any good to you, if you want to look into some of the vaccine stuff.
I don't think I'm really interested in the vaccine stuff.
You should be.
The hundreds of doctors. Is it like what? Well, where?
Okay.
Like link some examples or
I'll
something.
be honest with
'cause, like,
you. I'll be honest with you. When I say hundreds of doctors, I'm referring to American doctors because I'm in America. Now, when it comes to the
well,
UK,
you did say specifically in the NHS when you said the thousands of doctors in the UK.
well, thousands of doctors in the world who lost their licenses. Okay, but mostly in America that I know about, the NHS, that's real. That's documented.
Wait, what?
That's not a conspiracy theory. There's hundreds of doctors that lost their license for not wanting to prescribe remdesivir, or that they prescribed fucking ivermectin or hydrochloroquine, and they lost their fucking license because they didn't want to. They wanted to prescribe that to their patients because they know that was going to be effective as an effective treatment, or even
I don't know I
Well,
know the
I tell
details
you
of
one.
these, but
Well, I'll tell you one doctor. I had to look him up there because I wasn't sure his first name, but it's Andrew Wakefield, and he was long before COVID. He was talking about the link between autism and vaccines,
oh,
and
is that guy?
because
Okay.
they make out that there's only like one study and it was incorrect and blah blah blah, but there's fucking hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, man. I've literally got scores and scores of vaccine studies, man.
Well, specifically with the autism thing.
That's a direct
Some of them,
link.
some of them got autism. Yeah.
There you go. There's your proof right there. He just sent it to you.
Where? What?
Where'd you put it, Spake?
No, I've not sent it yet.
Okay.
He's almost sending it to you. But like, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, Petrie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like even if you fully went into this, let's say not even flat Earth, but just anything that we were here to show you and like actually had facts about, you still wouldn't believe it. Like it's like you have your head in the sand on purpose. It's like you're defending the authoritative appeal. Like why? Why are you defending authority? I don't get it.
He was raised that way. Actually, I think he was actually raised to go along with whatever the police say, whatever's on TV, whatever the news says. He's only 26.
Shit, bro, I'm 28.
Okay. Going back to, I mean, I guess it's another moon and sun thing, so I guess you don't really care. I was going to ask about
that.
like,
It's not about that.
Well,
His question to
again,
you originally was three globe proofs, right? 3 absolute fucking things that you feel that are, this is why I know I'm on a goddamn ball. What is that? Like, what do you stand on?
I mean,
what are you willing to
it's
die
more
on
just
for
like
that?
things that again, I've seen flat Earth debates, and I haven't heard any satisfying answers to these questions. And I guess,
question,
you know, in a roundabout way, I don't know if would I call them proofs. I don't know if I call them proofs of
Which
like
question?
around Earth, but I already told
What's
you
the
about
third question?
the moon thing. The second one was about the moon and sun always being the same size, if there was any explanation. But I guess that's the same line of thinking, right? That it's like you don't really care about it. That's fine.
Why would it be a different size? What makes you think it has to be a different size?
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because intuitively to me it would make sense that if something was moving closer and further away that it would change in size. And I'm wondering if there's anything in the flat Earth that would posit any sort of reason for that. And if there is no reason, that's also fine. I'm just wondering if there is one. That's it.
A reason for what exactly? What is your question exactly?
So the moon and the sun seem to always be the same size.
Are you saying this is as a question, or are you saying this is your observation?
That seems to be what I observe, that it's, you know, the same size in the sky.
And you're thinking
So
in
I'm
your
wondering
mind, how is that possible if the sun is a million Earth size? Like, right?
I'm wondering how that's possible if it's supposedly on the flat Earth model. So assuming the Earth is flat, I would expect it to change size, but it doesn't. So I'm wondering
Why would you assume that it? How would that affect the size of the moon and the sun at all?
Well, I mean angular size. Like it looks.
For him to assume that, he has to assume that we are sitting in space with a moon floating over us, and that's not how it goes. So for some reason you got this backwards way of thinking that whatever's in the sky, I should be able to just assume that because it's a ball, that's what we see. But if it's flat, it should do this. How about the fact that it's flat and what you're seeing is what you get?
Well, I'm curious if there is
the fact that there's no curve to be found anywhere. You said, I don't want to touch that. I can't think about that kind of stuff. So you don't want to address the fact that it's flat. You just want to talk about things in the sky that you assume to be on a globe.
I can only talk about one thing at a time, and right now I'm interested in this one thing. And if there isn't an answer for it, that's fine. But that is what I'm asking the question about. If every question is just answered with like, look at the ground, then it's like it's not a terribly interesting conversation.
Petrie, hold on. Why is this important to you? This is what you've observed, right? And it really sparks something in your mind. You're like, why the fuck do they appear to be the same size, right?
Well, I'm not.
Sun and moon.
I don't think I'm that. I don't think it's that interesting of a question to me. But I'm interested.
I thought you just
if
said you
there
were
are-
interested in that because that's your.
I'm interested
observation.
in if there's a flat Earth reason for it.
Oh, you just
because,
want to
like,
know why flat earthers believe that or not believe that, right? It's not about.
I want to
what
see if
you
there's a
think.
flat Earth, because again, as I said, I've seen flat Earth debates, and there's some questions that I've watched these, and inside me, I'm like, I want to ask the flat Earther this question because it doesn't seem
So,
like that.
Did you just lie right now and say that it's actually a question that I had? It was your observation. That's what you just said. That I had a question. I appear to observe that the sun and the moon are the same size, and I'm confused about that. Right? That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm not confused about it because I understand. I don't. I believe the globe Earth model, whatever. Blah blah.
You
blah, blah, blah.
believe.
Yeah, sure.
Like a
but I'm not-
religion.
I mean, you believe in a lot of things in a non-religious way, right? I believe that I won't fall through my chair. That's not religious.
No, but to have faith in stories from people who appear to be like priests, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, what's his name, Bill Nye, all these people, they're there giving you your scriptures, your faith for the entire world to accept. All this shit on TV, people just blindly believe all of it. That's a religious, faith-based system. The heliocentric model is literally a fucking religion. Man. You don't have to have God to have anything to do with religion, man. Religion, literally, it can be describing multiple things.
You can play video games religiously, right? You've seen it.
Can I focus in on the thing you mentioned earlier?
Go ahead.
Like I said, this is just like a minor gripe that I have with flat Earth, like the sort of line of argumentation that is a little bit frustrating. Is the I guess it's kind of a twisting of words where so I said that I believe the Earth is round, and you like immediately said you believe as if like it's like like believing in something means that it is therefore not real, which seems like it's not quite
You're
the
assuming
case,
a
right?
lot of things, but
Well, that's like the implication of how you said it, right?
Go ahead.
Like you said you believe, and the implication there, right, is that when you say you believe, you're implying that I'm saying that I don't know it. But
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
That's not really what someone means. That's not really what I'm meaning, right? It's that is what I think. That's
Do you
what
believe
that is.
you won't fall through your chair?
Yeah. I believe I won't.
No, you won't fall through your chair?
Yeah, I'd say that too. I'd say also no, the Earth is round, but I feel like
pause. You know the Earth is round.
I was just about to say I'd specifically not say that because I don't want to go into that. Like,
well, this is very important because you know that the Earth is round. You know that it's globular. You know that it's a globe, right? Spake asked you very earnestly in the beginning, what are your 3 biggest reasons for knowing why you're on a globular Earth?
Ask for one. Ask just for one.
One. Just one. Just give us one. Like why you know you're on Earth and this Earth is round. Like one thing.
I don't know. It's like why I know the Earth is round. I don't know. It's
How do
like
you know?
when you ask the questions this way, it makes it very weird to answer.
It's hard to answer because it's fucking straightforward, right? It's weird, right?
But I also wouldn't say that. But it's the same way I would if you're if I have to bring my level of knowing something to the point where I know that the Earth isn't, or I don't know the Earth is round, I'd also say I don't know the Earth is flat. But I think I'm more confident in the Earth being round than I am in being flat. If you want me to word it that way, that's fine.
And that's fine. You know what our question is? Why? Give us one goddamn reason why. That's not so hard, man.
Well, there just seems to be like a big, body of evidence that is like, I guess, coherent in that like each individual thing seems to make sense, and they are cohesive in they sort of match together in
it's a great story,
satisfying
right?
way.
It's fucking fits together. It's a perfect story. Yeah, I get it.
Well, yeah, a description of reality would fit together as a perfect story, right?
Take a look at the two memes I just posted in lobby
Because-
and tell me if that seems to sound like the heliocentric model to you. Well, the Rogen one. And then I posted belief because we seem to have some discrepancy what belief, the definition of belief is.
Well, you know, there's
it's
probably
the
multiple
acceptance-
definitions of words, and there's like, you know, within context, words can mean different things.
We don't need belief to say, like, you can't say you believe in flat Earth. Like, I don't need belief to accept that the Earth's not moving in reality because it's the same for everyone and no one's ever seen curvature. That doesn't require any kind of belief. That's a categorical fact that no one's experienced motion ever, apart from fucking earthquakes, obviously, and no one's ever seen curvature, especially over vast bodies of water. It's blindingly fucking flat. So you need to believe that it's actually curved and you don't see it.
Yeah,
I mean, well, if I wanted to be super pedantic, you know, I don't really care if we go down the line of argumentation. But if I wanted to be super pedantic, you saying it's a fact that no one's seen
able
the
to
curvature of the
prove-
Earth, and you
Yes.
saying that it's a fact that that no one's
been able
experienced,
to
you know,
prove
the,
Earth was moving, right? Yeah.
No, sorry, can I finish my point?
Sorry.
So you said that it's a fact that no one's seen the curvature of the Earth, and a fact that no one has experienced the the Earth moving. Was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying that if I could say that with those two facts, that's still not necessarily proof that the Earth is flat. That's just that no one has
That's not the
experienced
question.
it.
That's not
Bro,
what we're
the-
saying, man. We're
the
saying
point is,
you know.
bro,
Go ahead, Spade.
No, bro, the point is, no one's seen curve, no one's felt motion. So the go-to response from that is the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, there is nothing else that can
Oh, yeah,
come from that.
Without
Like, we're
any
not saying
external
the Earth is
evidence,
a shape.
sure.
Yeah, but we're not saying the Earth is a shape by saying it's flat. And so we're not trying to say it's a disc or a frisbee or a fucking whatever the fuck that gets
I mean,
posted
it's
in all
saying
these
that, like,
movies that
you
are all
know,
over Facebook.
topologically, it's like average curvature is 0. Like if you squished all the
There's
mountains and
topography.
lifted up all the ravines, it would be flat instead of like a round, perfect sphere.
So you
Right.
think it's a
No,
perfect
there
sphere?
is, bro, there
no,
is
I'm
no
saying if you
curvature.
like smooth everything out, it would be sure.
What does that
Well,
mean?
why do you need to smooth everything out? I mean, look at the bottom of the sea, the abyssal plain, I think it's called, and that's literally a shelf, a flat shelf that covers fucking from America to fucking the UK side of the continents. Literally, it's a flat fucking bottom that they've checked it with sonar, fucking radar. Like they've already verified that it's there. So I mean that, and then the fact that water on its surface doesn't conform to the shapes. Like any shape at all. It doesn't. It always fills its container, and then it'll come find its equilibrium, and it'll lay level and flat. That's what water does, bro. How can 71% of the Earth's surface, so almost 3/4 of the Earth's surface, be flat or trying to be flat?
That was like 3 or 4 things.
No, really. The point is,
Well, there was one thing about like the Earth and the radar thing. There was one about the
Are you listening?
what's being level. Like there was like
No, it was back in the same thing. There is
Well, yeah,
no
but there was
curvature
multiple points
on the
about it.
surface. On the bottom of the water, like right at the very base of the fucking the sea floor, it's flat. The surface of the sea is flat. The surface of lakes are flat. The surface of your cup of tea is flat. Like water does the same at any level. If you've got like a tiny, tiny little amount of it, you'll get meniscus. You'll get like surface tension, so you might get some convexity on the surface. But a body of water will display no convexity, especially when it's at rest. It might show a little bit when it's moving, but it will always come to rest level.
That's why it's called sea
That
level.
that there was another question I thought of midway through.
So you're
that
going to
does
ignore
bring-
what I just said.
You're gonna
Just
ignore
like-
what we just
let me
said,
finish. Let me finish the sentence.
bro, you're
let me
not-
finish,
you're not
please.
actually-
Please,
you're
let
not
me
actually
finish this.
replying to what
I
I've said.
promise
You're
it's
just
relevant.
dumb-
I was gonna say.
come on.
Can I finish the sentence, please? Okay. So I was gonna say there was actually a question that is relevant to that Yes, about the convexity of water.
I don't want you to ask a question, bro. I just want you to like fucking like specifically like answer what's getting said instead of jumping to another thing. That's what we've been doing for the past.
It's specifically about like an experiment on the convexity of water. So would that suffice? Because
talking to the right people who like experiments and scientific measurement and actually trying to prove what you can prove. But
so
go ahead.
This is another thing that I was curious about, which is that the like Flat Earth, the Netflix documentary thing. What does everyone think about that here?
It's a fucking joke.
What kind of fucking question is that, bro?
Because they did that experiment on the like lake with the like light and the holes in the thing, right?
It's not an experiment.
Do you hear yourself, Petrie? Honestly, do you hear yourself?
I'm literally just asking about what Flat Earth people think about a Flat Earth documentary thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
if,
but
like...
it's not a documentary. It's a mockumentary. That was a mockumentary, bro.
Okay.
That was there to take the piss.
It was a hit
That was there
piece.
to make you. Bro, that
Okay,
was there
so
to make
that's what I wanted to know.
Bro,
was
I'm
basically,
in a fucking sentence as well, bro.
Sorry.
So that fucking show was there basically to make flat earthers look fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
Just like the Flat Earth Society bullshit. Like, you're not even listening, bro. You just said okay because you're just waiting to talk. That means you're not giving a fuck what's getting said to you.
No, it's because I get the point you're making, and
You're
I
still
don't.
talking when I'm talking, bro.
You're not letting him finish, Petrie.
Well, that means you're not interested in anything we've got to say, so we are wasting our fucking time, man.
That's kind of like a actual waste of time if we continuously give you things to digest and go, okay, I'll look into that. Not even that. Not even acknowledging that. You're just literally waiting to say the next thing, not even taking into consideration what the hell we've been talking about.
Can I explain my line of thinking there then? Sorry.
We know your line of thinking, bro.
We know it. I was explaining it earlier. We've seen a million of you.
No,
the problem you've got is you're not responding to direct questions. Bake's making a really good point about water, and you specifically took the topic onto water in the micro. So I think we should finish that convo first before you ask about another Netflix documentary that actually, if you did any research into that documentary, you'll see that both the Globers and the Flat Earthers at the end of that test agreed that it wasn't a proper experiment, and that they couldn't conclude whether there was... This was just a null. It was a null experiment.
But yeah, Big Root, let's go back to exactly what Bake was saying.
I'll respond to that.
Hold on, wait. You said water on a micro level. You're talking about trying to measure the convexity of water, right? You were trying to bring up some experiment like that.
Can I respond to what Big Root said?
Spake brought up a great point about how much water is on the Earth's surface, right? Can you agree that it's more than 70%?
Okay, can I respond to what Big Root said, or are we just going away from that?
No, can you just answer that question? All right,
let him
go
respond
ahead,
how he sees fit.
Yeah, because Big Root said something, and then you immediately took off on a separate thing, and so I just want to... I've forgotten what you even said.
Well, you don't give a fuck what anybody's saying.
What? I mean, if you guys don't want to talk, then I can go.
I don't know if you're just recording this. I don't know if you're like recording this.
No,
like,
I'm not. I don't know how to even record shit.
It would be quite
Discord.
shit. Like, if you are recording it, it would be quite shit. You've not done very well at all. Like to mock Flat Earth.
Oh, I'm not here to mock. I'm here.
No, but you're not here to listen. You're not here. You're definitely not here to learn. Like learn either about the globe or the Flat Earth. Like, you just want to reinforce whatever you already believe, and I was still fucking talking, bro. You're saying, alright, so, because you're not interested in what I'm saying, you're just waiting to talk.
It's quite difficult to get a point in, because it seems like...
What do you mean? People are talking to you and you're just ignoring what they're
a simple
saying.
example was I was struggling to respond to Big Root because another point was being made, and it seems like that happens quite a lot. It's like quite difficult to... Like, a statement is made, and I'm like, oh, I have a thing to say to that statement.
You're right.
Another statement is made.
It's all our fault. Big Root, batter up.
I mean, we could... So...
What did you want to ask Big Root? Go for it.
I forgot what we said now.
Oh boy, is that because you're not
said?
Listening, bro? Is that why?
No,
Maybe you forgot?
You started talking, and then we had a whole conversation about me wanting to talk, respond to a thing, and by that time
You
that happens.
had that conversation. We're
I'm
asking
having
you
I have a bad memory.
Oh yeah, it seems like it. Go ahead, Big.
Let me make the statement again. All I said was,
please, thank you.
Because you're not answering the questions, you're getting a little bit of a defensive response from us, because we get a lot of people like you who are here to try and mock the flat Earth. So we're just responding to the kind of responses that you're
Okay.
giving us. My main point was that we were originally talking about water. Spake made a really good point that you didn't respond to, and then you asked about the Netflix documentary.
Well, that was because it was in relation to the water thing. Because because it would have been, what do you think of the documentary? And if you thought it was in some ways legitimate, I would then go on to the points made in that as an example. If it wasn't, we could just go back. That was it.
Let's go back.
I wasn't looking to mock or anything. I just wanted to see if this piece of evidence was deemed in any way valid.
Bro, at the end of the day, you've not provided a single thread of evidence to us. You've not gave us one single thing. You've not listened to any of the points that we've made. You've not responded in any sort of like coherent manner. Like, oh, I get what you're saying there. What about this? You've not posed anything in rebuttal to what we're saying. It's just like, right. You're just getting ready to say something else completely irrelevant.
I'm
some dance.
To be clear, I'm not really here to as I said multiple times, I'm here to ask questions specifically about flat Earth stuff. I'm not really here to defend the globe.
We need to clarify a common ground to answer your questions. Do you understand this?
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of common ground.
Okay, so from now on, these guys are going to ask you questions to get a common ground. That's how it's going to be.
I guess it seemed like it was meandering quite a lot, but yeah, we can
speculate about everything else. Can you just answer the question that Spake asked?
Yeah, what was that?
Let's go back to the OG question. Let's go back and then
Spake, make your point about water again.
Yes, please, Spake. Yes.
I'm not really sure which point it was.
It was
not just me forgetting now.
It was a general point on the nature of water, but I really want Petrie. I really before you do, Spake, Petrie, I really want you to think to yourself, think it through in your own mind, use your own thinking here, and just use logic. Don't think of any arguments you might have heard from elsewhere. Just work it through logically with us. Sorry, Spake, go ahead.
I mean, I can only really say what I'll basically say to everyone about water, but it goes from the smallest little amount of water, like in your cup of tea, apart from obviously like in maybe like a, what do you call it, like a test tube or something, you'll get meniscus, you'll get the water tension will display convexity on the top of like a really small amount of water, but once it gets into like beyond a cup size, literally a body of water will always be trying to seek equilibrium. And if you think about the oceans in general, it is literally just one vast amount of water when it's all connected. And water at any scale, as I just said, is always trying to find its equilibrium. So how can almost 3/4 of the Earth's surface be trying to find level and lay flat if we are in fact this supposed sphere? Like literally water level, sea level, like these, like even the word horizon, I mean, it's horizontal. No matter how high you go, the horizon's horizontal, and it literally every time you raise an elevation, you see that little bit further. So if that's the case, and you keep going up and you keep seeing further, then obviously that points towards the Earth being flat. If it was actually a ball, the horizon would be a place where the Earth dropped down and away from us. So you're not going to see further round the curvature of the Earth by gaining elevation. In fact, when you raise an elevation, you're going to have to keep looking down at the horizon. But that's not what we see. I know that's kind of went off the water point, but it's another storm cloud that destroys the
a little bit.
I get the initial part. Well, I say I got the other parts, but you know, the first half of that is what I will respond to, is what I mean.
Water does not conform to the exterior of a moving shape.
Okay, so yeah, it seemed, if I could like reword your question just to like make sure
that first part,
to make sure that I fully got the question. So you're saying that water we observe it. You're saying we observe water to be flat when it's not, in motion, whatever.
It seeks equilibrium.
Oh,
Always
is that
seeks
what you
level.
see?
Like
Do you
this
not agree that is the
kind of
case?
an idea. Even
I'm
giant, if you will.
Wait, just answer that question. It's very.
It's
like, well, we.
Do you agree that
sorry,
water?
I'm trying to finish my explanation. I'm getting interrupted
because it's
with more
inconvenient.
questions.
like this. Say we
I
have the
wanna-
Michelson-Morley experiment.
I'm just trying
and
to
people say
think
that's not
through
a scientific experiment.
Basically,
So that's just a parlor trick.
restate your question
Like,
just
well,
to
okay,
make
maybe
sure
it's
that
not a
I'm
scientific
getting all the
experiment, but it's like a
points
very
correct.
precise measurement, and we
So
can
you're
take
saying
data
that.
and figure out what's going on.
So, Spake's question is that we observe water to be essentially flat, and it doesn't make sense that if the Earth is covered in 70%-ish water, that amount of flat surface would not work on a ball, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Take a moment for that one, by the way, for real.
I mean, I understand the question that, you can't, it doesn't stick because it's flat. I guess the proof would be for, whether it would be about whether the Earth, whether water on a large scale conforms to a curve, right? That'll be the answer for how that would work, because in the globe model it would just be water isn't flat.
So
It
on a
conforms
large
to a
scale,
curve, right?
On a large scale, it becomes a ball, and on a meniscus scale, it gets convex. But in between those two, it's flat. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it would be technically curved even on a small scale, but just a really, really small amount, right?
So we already measured it and found out it's not. What do you got to say about it?
I mean, if that's true, then the Earth is flat, but
it is true.
Water's flat.
It is very true.
Well, then the Earth's flat, but could you provide
70% of the Earth is water, bro.
Logical next step would be that.
Links right now, these guys. I have to go to a meeting. These guys are going to provide you with all kinds of proof of this measurement over water being flat.
Yeah, thank you. Later, Febby. Nice meeting you, brother. By the way, Petrie, I'm just as new as you. Let me just put that out there. And, it's not... I've never been in the server, but the line of questioning that we're directing towards you, it may at first seem aggressive and trying to put you into a corner, but it's not trying to put you into the corner. It's trying to put what your claims in a whatever you're claiming, we're trying to put that into the corner. Take that claim, really analyze it, and once we do that, you keep popping to another subject without first getting to the bottom of the first claim. Do you understand what our frustration?
You say that, but also my very first question about the moon, your response ended with the global conspiracy to keep it's that also, to me at least, seems like a massive jump, especially when it goes to COVID and stuff like that. That seems very not answering questions about flat Earth.
Do you know why that was on a tangent?
Well, I understand why, but also I think that's on a similar. It's a similar thing where it kind of
No. It was an appeal to authority. That's why we brought that up, because you literally said you would trust anything that was told to you as long as it was someone that had the right credentials. Correct? That's what you said?
Yeah, I guess. I guess. Sure.
Okay. That's why I brought that up, because it's trying to highlight the fact that sometimes, even with the right credentials that people claim to have or may have, they might be financially incentivized to do the wrong thing because it's in their best financial interest rather than in the interest of whatever service or industry that they are supposed to be performing, especially for the public, like a doctor.
Who bring it back from that is is basically about trusting not necessarily in like an individual, but it's like 'cause I mentioned before that it was like a body of evidence, right? It's not
Who made this body of evidence? People, right?
yeah,
Humans, right?
humans did.
Are humans corruptible?
Yeah.
Right. So if that's the case, then why are you putting this body of evidence, quote unquote, over the fact that sometimes people lie for different reasons?
Well, it's basically a matter of like, well, I mean, you could, you know, if I wanted to bring it out onto a much larger scale, is that society doesn't really work if we don't trust each other. Right? You have to trust someone. You can't know everything. You can't have to verify everything. So at some point, you need to put
But
your
you
trust in some sort of third party.
You seem that, well, you just said you can't verify everything, you can't trust everything, right? You just now said that, right?
Yep. Well,
Okay.
no, sorry, you have to trust some things. You can't verify everything.
You have to trust some things, you can't verify everything. Okay.
Yep.
That's true. Trust some things. What are some things that you can trust? Let's just...
Well,
what do you
there's
think you can trust?
the basic things of you know, first-hand patterns and things that I experience that I've built up that I can build assumptions off of that has, you know,
Anecdotally,
like,
right? Your
if
own
I
personal
if I pull down on a door handle, I'll expect the door to open. I expect my car to start and drive.
Mhm.
So that's like the base level.
Okay.
Right?
You walk
And then-
outside, and you're not going to be flung around by
Yeah,
the Earth
sure.
spinning at
Or-
1,000 miles per hour. It's not moving.
Sure. Well, come on.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's like
Look, I'm
that's
trying
something you can
to
observe.
build up a thing, and you're like throwing in like alternate. Like, I'm not right now. I don't want to go into that argument. I want to continue.
What? You think that's even an argument, bro? Like we're not
Okay,
saying
do you
these
see?
things to
Like,
argue
I
the
want to
point, bro.
continue
You're still in the middle of a fucking sentence.
You gotta let
because it's like interrupting my entire point. Like halfway through me
Bro,
explaining.
everybody's allowed to speak, bro. Like, if somebody says something, and somebody gets to say something, and then if you try and speak when you realise someone else is speaking, you give way. And if everybody gives way every now and again, or every second time, or whatever the fuck, then you don't even need moderators. Like, literally, if everybody would just be polite and give way when they realise somebody's speaking, then it would be a perfect conversation.
Yeah, and so I was. What I'm saying is, I was midway through.
Look at this
Like,
fucking talking. Fuck's sake. You're saying so you were saying. Like, I've just pointed out that you were fucking talking over me, and then we say, right, well, this is how the conversation goes, because for some reason you need to explain to you how a conversation goes. Then you're like, right, well, I was saying this. It was fucking me that was talking, so it was me that was meant to speak there. But carry on, bro.
So
Fuck's
going
sake,
back,
man.
so I was
No, you're not
explaining. So I was asked about. I was asked about why I trust anything.
Yeah, good
Like
question.
what levels of trust I have. I got through the first level of trust, and then Beasticles said something about you know, the Earth's spin, and then I said I don't want to go down that line of argumentation, and then
Okay,
Spake
what else do you trust?
continued to try and push down that
Great,
line of
great, let's
argumentation.
move on.
I don't want to
Let's
do
move
that
on.
right now. I want to continue my point.
All right, continue. Let's move on.
Okay,
What do you
good.
trust? Go ahead. There you go. Go ahead.
So, as I said, there was sort of, I don't know what the formal term is for it, but, you know, there's base level, you know, stuff that I interact with, that I can build up a first-hand experience of. But anything past that, I have to rely on some sort of external source of knowledge.
That's correct.
So
As
I
we
can
all
trust. So I trust that my phone, I can unlock it, I can use it, blah 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 blah. I can't trust any individual part within the phone, really. I don't know how it works in there. I have to trust that some scientist has, or some, you know, engineer, whatever, electronical engineer has has, like, you know, made these things and knows how these things work, and I trust that he knows how these things work.
Okay.
And
Okay. That's not. I know what you're saying, and we all understand that base level argument of like, yes, there's some things that we have to just take for granted and trust in order to exist in an objective reality. Otherwise, everyone's fucking schizophrenic and thinks the sun is talking to them. Yes, I get that. We all get that. That's not the question. The question is, you said you have to trust some things. And my question was, what do you have to, what are those things that you said you have to trust? That's the question. First, you said you have to trust the fact that you can grab a door handle. Oh.
Yeah, the first-hand things, and then basically everything that isn't there, I have to sort of delegate the knowledge of that onto some external thing. Like I can't verify that. I just can't verify everything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm bad at explaining this, but
Let me help you out here a little bit. So, what you can trust is a method that you can build to create, to test either claims or observations, and you can have it wide and broad because we have a legal system that deals with claims from a legal standpoint, and we have a scientific method that deals with claims or a hypothesis within the natural world. So we human beings clearly have the ability to develop a method to not know everything about the world, but in isolation be able to test certain elements of the world or of an argument or of a belief system.
yeah.
And if we
So
follow
sorry, just to make sure I'm following, could I sort of essentially restate that in my own words?
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay. So you're saying that so as a body of science, essentially there's like while each individual person within science, the body of science, whatever, doesn't necessarily know everything, they can take the work that has already been done from essentially build up upon the existing body, basically making assumptions based on existing evidence, and then doing additional stuff on that in order to build evidence for new things.
Evidence for the globe. Evidence for the globe are you talking about?
Well, evidence for anything, right? So you have
Well, this is
not
a
an
flat
evidence for the
Earth server, right? So the debate is, how do you know that you're on a globe? Let's just go back to the simple evidence of how do you know that you're on a globe? Let's just keep it simple at this point.
well, on the big scale, it would be that there is.
I like how you have to click and look up things, but how
Sorry,
do
no. This
you
is
know?
just like some. I'm literally just highlighting a bit of text over and over. I'm not actually doing anything.
Well, how do you
Hey,
know?
there's nothing wrong with that.
I've done that too. Yeah, this is not an easy pill to swallow because it's a real pill, man. And what Big Root was saying earlier, way earlier, about how you have to come to grips with the fact that what we might be in agreement on could be actually true, and if that's the case, you have to understand the consequences of that. Like, if it is actually true, how would that affect your life? That means pretty much everything you've been told or read about is actually false and is probably misguided on purpose in order to serve someone else's agenda that's other than your own. It's not in your best interest that you know this information. It's in their best interest. Their meaning the people that run the world, essentially, and all different types of industries. It's in their best interest that you be kept in the dark about what's really going on. And flat Earth is probably the biggest lie of all, because it seems like it's so minuscule, but it's so important because it takes into consideration how many different avenues of society that are actually keeping this lie going then. And the question is, why? Like, if you haven't asked that question of why the fuck would they actually be lying about it? What would be the purpose of it? And you haven't really taken into that. But have you taken that into consideration? Like, what
Well,
would be
bro,
the purpose?
What would be the
bro, I
purpose
always
of
like
like
to say,
the
why
the
would they tell
world
the truth?
governments like lying?
But
Hold on,
why
wait.
would they tell the fucking truth, though, man?
Well, sorry, I can hear you.
Rather than asking why would they lie, why not ask yourself why would they be telling the truth? They lie about fucking everything, man. Why would they be telling the truth about this?
Well, Spake, remember what he said? He trusts everything that is being told to him on TV.
I don't think I said that. But
That two aluminium planes destroyed like 8 buildings in one day.
well, I don't have the knowledge to refute that. So,
Petrie, let's
Well,
go
but-
back to this
but
method.
Your 7 or 8 buildings got taken down that day.
Sorry, Big
Building
Rude.
7 collapsed live on TV, fell into its own footprint. Each side, from side to side, collapsed. Pancake fury,
Hold on,
like what
Spake.
they say. But
Hold
all
on,
it was
Spake.
was
He's
fucking,
not going to digest
only-
that. He's not going to digest that right now.
yeah,
almost
I
finished the
I
fucking
don't
sentence,
have
bro.
the
I was almost
knowledge or
finished the fucking sentence, boys. At least let me finish when I'm trying to fucking
Okay.
finish. Fuck's sake, boys. We've got flat earthers talking over me, man.
I'm sorry, brother.
Jesus. All I was saying was, like, the point is that the flat earth 9/11 got brought up and vaccines and all that shit got brought up because these motherfuckers, it's blatant as fuck, and that's 100% concrete evidence that these motherfuckers are lying, and they're going to go to the extent of murdering thousands of people in a day, fucking terrorizing millions of people, billions of people over the world with the news reports, then invading fucking multiple countries and exterminating fucking men, women, and children. Like, if they're going to go and do that, it's not such a big leap to be bullshitting about the earth, man.
That's his point. It's like if they're willing to lie about the murder and destruction of millions of people's lives and livelihoods, why wouldn't they just lie about the shape of the earth? It's so easy compared to that.
I mean,
That's what he's
I'd
saying.
probably say that is actually quite a big jump, honestly, because the 9/11 stuff at least is only like 3 or 4 organizations within the U.S. government, whereas the flat Earth is like every government everywhere.
Well, exactly. Wait, exactly, bro. That's the
Not even
implication.
flat earth, bro. Just the fucking fact that look at space. Like, do you seriously, like, have you not done any research into NASA whatsoever, and have you never seen the wires, the harnesses, the green screen, the bubbles, and when they're doing spacewalks, all the hairspray on the fucking women, them getting caught in the wires, like. This happens with all the space agencies. China's fucking space agency looks like fucking like children made it, man. Like, literally, it's fucking ridiculous, man. Huh? Like, so, like, any research into NASA with an objective fucking like thought in your mind with some critical observation, like, you don't even need to be intelligent to realize these motherfuckers are lying. Like, look at fucking. I mean, do you seriously believe they went to the moon?
Yeah.
In the 60s? You believe
Think
that?
about
Yep.
Bro, do
that's
you
the
believe
thing
that?
about this though.
Yeah.
There,
Are you surprised? I believe it. Given everything
you
I've said
believe
already, you sound like you're surprised, but I don't know why you're surprised.
I'm actually
No, I'm asking, bro, I'm asking, do you think we went to the moon in the 60s?
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
He
Well,
does.
man,
He does.
Look at the technology for starters. The fact that NASA admit themselves that they can't go past low Earth orbit. Like, there's a video of one of the astronauts saying, in the future, we're hoping to design the technology to be able to go beyond low Earth orbit. So they admit they can't go beyond low Earth orbit, but they say they went to the moon 6 or 7 times, was it? In the 60s, with 60s technology. In an aluminium tin can through the Van Allen radiation belts twice, 250,000 miles there, with 60s technology, bro, landed on a spinning rock, and they took off from a spinning rock, then they went, played golf, drove about in their little fucking buggy, jumped back in their fucking aluminium tin can, blasted off, and flew back through the Van Allen radiation belts, and landed on a spinning ball.
So going back to what you said about
So no
the technology.
comment on what I said. You're just going to completely go to something fucking
I'm going to
different.
go to the first point you made in that thing. Please don't you're literally interrupting me because I didn't interrupt you, and you went on a long. You talked about a lot of stuff.
Interrupting me constantly.
Can I finish my
Talk
sentence?
over everybody, bro. No, I've done it to you because you've been doing it constantly, bro.
Okay, can I do it now? Can I talk now?
Let's get back on track.
Okay, so when I said going back to what you said, I meant in the beginning, like the first point you made in that long, like what you talked about. You talked about the technology thing.
Long what you talked about because you've not listened to half of it, bro. You've maybe caught a
Yeah, you said like there's not the technology that you know some reason after
technology that's in one of the shitty little Nokia phones that had Snake on it, like the fucking
Can I please?
Like the computing power that they had in the 60s. Literally, for like 10 megs, you need like a trolley. It's like a big fucking unit. It's like dragging a wardrobe on wheels for like the fucking memory of fucking a tenth of a fucking shitty Nokia. Like, but they travelled 250,000 miles and landed on a spinning ball.
Okay, so can I finish the statement, please?
Well, make your point. Make your point quickly. Come on.
So you talked about the technology thing, like saying that. Would you say it was after the moon landings? They said that there's not the technology for it, or?
I never even said that, but that's what they claim nowadays. They say they've not got the technology to go back to the moon, but they can go to Mars, and they could send a remote control car on Mars. Like they could do that, but they can't go back to the moon because they've lost the technology.
Okay, sorry, that was a yes or no.
They lost the telemetry data.
Like, finish a point.
Let me just say something, Spake. I fucking love that you know all this shit. Like for real. I really do. I don't think he's done nearly enough research into this subject at all to actually ask subjects. That's why you're here, right? So again, back all the way back to what Big Root was saying about you need to come to terms with the fact that governments and authority figures, whether it's in science or health or in any industry that could possibly be corrupted by either financial means or some other type of reasons why they would lie, you have to accept the fact that people lie. Do people lie? Do humans lie?
Yeah, can I talk about the technology thing?
Okay, all right.
Like I get like 3 words into a thing, and then it's like some other thing that goes on.
But then you lose your track of thought. You lose your track of mind because you don't know what point you actually want to make, bro. It's frustrating for us.
Can I have another try at it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the technology thing, you were saying something about there not being. So you said it wasn't about them saying there's not the technology for low Earth orbit, or there's only the technology for low Earth orbit.
No, they says they lost the technology for low Earth orbit, supposedly, and they lost all the telemetry data for the first travel to another body in the solar system, but they fucking lost it. So they lost all that shit. But what I'm saying is the amount of RAM that they had back then, they show you it. They feel like if you look at some of the old footage when they're dragging these big computers in, and it's literally like a big fucking wardrobe. I don't know what you call it like in the States, but a wardrobe.
Yeah, like old computers are big.
And they drag it in on wheels, and it's like fucking 8 meg or something, man. Like, but they travelled fucking all the way with a fucking a buggy and fucking golf clubs. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? They're meant to be going to the moon. They're going to take a set of fucking golf clubs. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So.
What's your question?
What I specifically wanted to ask about the lost technology thing is.
No comment.
I can't respond to literally everything because halfway through a point you respond with a new thing. I can't respond to things and you interrupt my responses with more questions.
Fuck responses. What's your question?
So what I wanted to ask, my response to what you said about the technology thing is, I'll admit I haven't seen that quote directly, but I would be happy to look at it if you provided it. But
I got it. I got you.
The one that says they lost the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if he's
doesn't it mean lost as in like
lost? They're lost.
It was like bespoke and now it's non-functional, or does it mean like we don't know how to do it anymore?
We don't know where it is. The telemetry data, it was all held on magnetic spools because back then it was like tapes, basically, like the fucking the magnetic rolls and rolls and rolls. There was supposedly, I saw one documentary saying there was 3 rooms full of these magnetic spools, and they've lost them. They don't know where they are, don't know where they could be, not got a fucking clue, not one single magnetic reel's left, none of the telemetry data, nothing that proves they went to the moon. It's all gone. Literally lost. No like lost as in it's not working anymore. They fucking lost it, mate. How can you lose 3 rooms worth of stuff?
Here you go,
I
brother.
mean, to be fair, I
Petrie,
wouldn't be.
I gave you a link. I gave you a link to a video. It's a flat Earth film called Level by Eric Dubé. I want you to skip to 17 minutes in and 35 seconds, okay? And it shows the exact clip of what's his name? Don
Pettit.
Pettit. Okay.
The Pettit. Don the Pettit.
Don Pettit. All right.
Yep.
Now let's all take a pause for a second, and I want you to actually listen to what Don Pettit says.
Yep. Okay. How long is the clip?
It's like 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's like Phoebe's sessions. Who's playing it?
Okay, so they said they destroyed the technology. And don't have it, and it'd be a pain to
That's
rebuild
why they that's why they can't go back to the moon. But I'd go back there in a heartbeat. But we destroyed it. Why? Why the fuck would they destroy it?
My guess is that they just didn't deem it useful anymore.
Bro, how can they not make new technology? Bro, who cares about the old technology using valves and like all that shit that they used to use? What, are they not able to build new stuff? Better stuff?
Yeah, they are able to.
Oh, so why don't they?
Is there not plans to at the moment?
So
I thought
like,
Russia, quote unquote, allegedly, Russia just crashed a probe into the moon.
Well, but bro, they'll go to Mars because they know Mars is too far away for anyone to see it. Like, there's not going to be any like avid photographers sitting there with their big fucking huge lens fucking cameras. Like, even the fucking cameras that's in the iPhones is like 50 megapixels, man. They're fucking, it's like unbelievable, like just for standard cameras now. And these cameras on these mobile phones, they're actually fucking specifically they've got like fucking algorithms inside it that help show that these objects in the sky are spheres. It's literally, there's animated stuff gets added to the pictures you're taking without your knowledge, mate, unless you go and find out about it. Literally these fucking, I don't know if it's algorithms, I don't know how they do it technically, but they had to admit it. It was like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. And literally the cameras help make the sphericity more like
Honestly,
real.
I would not be at all surprised, but my explanation for it would just, my gut feeling is that it's just the companies want to, like cameras have tons of post-processing in them, right? You take a picture of someone's face, it will there's deep blurring things, anti-red eye, all of that, and so they want every picture to look as good as possible, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they also made phones. If you take a picture of the moon, it will, use some sort of algorithm. It knows what the moon normally looks like, and so it will put on bits of the moon that make it look better, and do that with other bodies as well. Which is it's basically like an AI enhancement thing, right? I don't think that is like a specific globe Earth conspiracy thing. That's just like a random.
Anyone
else
else
to make photos look good.
Anyone else feel like they should have stretched before going through all these mental gymnastics that we've been going through?
Responsibilities and jobs.
Listen, Petrie, your line of thinking is fallacious, mate, because you're saying, maybe there was no use for it anymore. The equivalence of what man supposedly achieved by going to the moon is as groundbreaking as someone creating the wheel, doing one trip, and then destroying the wheel before sharing this with the world because they have no use for it because they completed their trip. It's ridiculous and fallacious, and you don't realize you're doing it. And I'll tell you why: because you still can't fathom any chance that the Earth could be flat, and that's your reasoning.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the what's the official reason for why it was destroyed anyway, or do they just not have a reason at all?
They don't have a reason.
There is no reason.
Yeah, some people speculate that it's probably because of the Van Allen radiation belt, quote unquote, and that it fucked up the footage. That's why they had to fake the footage that was shown to the public, because it was a big PR stunt in order to bankrupt the Soviet Union into the space race. But that's surface level shit. If you want to look at it in a deeper level, it's like, yeah, it's just a fucking lie in order to create a steady source of income that's funded by taxpayer revenue, which is called NASA, because NASA gets $52 million a day to lie to you.
Bro, it's
Probably
like
more
80
now, yeah.
Man, it's 85 million or some shit. And
fucking crazy.
It's subsidized by the American taxpayer as well. So SpaceX is just another fucking puppet. They seem to think that SpaceX is some kind of private company. They're fucking owned by the taxpayer.
Right. It's all government subsidized.
So, sticking on the technology thing.
So we'll just avoid that. SpaceX is.
I can't. I want to stick on a point for 2 seconds.
You know what, guys?
Can we not stay on a point? Like I said, what is the reason?
Can you stay on a point? Fuck's
I'm
sake,
staying
man!
on
You
the point of the lost
Bro,
technology.
every
right
time
now.
I've made a point to you, you've jumped to something else for the past hour and a half.
Petrie, in all sincerity, even though we just met, it's if you really if you're actually curious about this information, then I suggest that you really listen to what we're trying to tell you, man. And it's really not fair to the hundreds of hours of prior research that I imagine all of us in here have already done. Yeah.
Yes, years, mate.
Years and years of actual deep research and confirming sources and cross-referencing different things that different government agencies have said over the years, and basically calling them out when they have contradictions and following the lies. And it's not the fact that we're going down these rabbit holes because we want to. It's more about the fact that they create these rabbit holes. Yeah, you have to, because that's how hard they are trying to hide the truth from the public. Because in reality, they don't want you to know the truth, so that way they can own you. And they, meaning anybody that has authoritative power over you, bro. And the fact is, what Spake said earlier, the better question is, why would you think they're telling you the truth after all the evidence of them lying? That's the fucking big question, dude.
They lie about everything, man. Everything's a fucking lie. Everything's inverted. Anything, or these conspiracy theories in air quotes. Do you think flat Earth is a conspiracy theory?
I mean, not directly, but it seems to involve a lot of conspiracy. It seems like you're alleging there's a lot of conspiracy going on.
Oh, exactly right. So the point would be, do you not think it's the globe that's the conspiracy theory? That there's people conspiring to convince you that the Earth is a globe? We're not conspiring. We're just pointing out reality, having discussions, sharing information. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. We're just picking holes in the globe story. So that would mean that the globe is the conspiracy theory, not flat Earth. Flat Earth's what you experience. That's reality for everyone, man.
There's going to be incentives for why you'd want to believe a flat Earth, but I mean,
we don't believe flat Earth, bro. We don't believe that the Earth's stationary. I don't need belief. There is no need for belief. Right now, I'm not moving. The Earth is completely fucking stationary.
You guys might
I don't
not
need to believe in this.
Hold on, wait. So you think that actually you're okay with the thought that maybe there is incentivized reasons why we would contribute to a flat Earth quote unquote lie, but you don't think that there's reasons for the government to fucking lie to you? Do you understand how preposterous that is?
I'm not alleging that any of you specifically have any sort
not
of
about
specific
personal.
incentives.
I'm not saying that.
But there could be incentives for people
Like
who
what?
believe in the flat Earth.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like being-
so for
like,
example,
what?
specific.
So bro, do you think it's an incentive that we're ridiculed incessantly? We're told to kill ourselves. We're told we're retards on a daily basis in the server, bro. For years, I've woke up to kill yourself or gore or porn. Touch wood, it's not happened for fucking a good couple of months
losing
now.
fucking friends and family that are close to you
people
because
losing relationships, losing their wife, not speaking to their sons anymore, their mums fucking not talking to them. Like there is no
sign
incentive
me up,
in the
bro.
world.
Or I can make fucking $1 million a year for making fucking CGI videos about outer space that we've never been in. Like, why wouldn't I take the easier path? Like, fucking sign me up. Yeah, dude, I'll lie about fucking space for fucking 85 million a year a day, or 85 million a day. Like, of course you would lie. If you had that money offered to you, of course. Do you see any fucking big deals, business deals or incentivizing flat earthers to come out and tell the truth about flat? Or do you see a complete and utter annihilation of the even the conversation of it? They're so scared of actually having debates like this because there is no objectifiable evidence that they can stand on, bro. That's the thing.
Look at fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, remember Eric Dubé? They set up a debate. It was going to be on the Joe Rogan show, and fucking
Remember
NBC
that.
backed out.
Yep.
Okay,
Because he knows full well that he would have been fucking destroyed. Fucking destroyed.
Okay.
Eric Dubé's not even a debater, man.
Do you see why I interrupt?
I've never
Anyway,
heard. Yeah, you're still talking over me as well, man.
You guys talked for like 5 minutes just now. I mean, it wasn't probably like 5 minutes, but it's probably like 3 minutes.
I just spoke after someone else. Someone was
I know,
speaking
but
before me.
my point is there was like a 2 or 3 minute conversation
just-
following you asking a question.
So are you
to
just
me.
gonna point out our flaws and not actually listen?
I'll answer the question now.
So what are you
What
saying, bro?
question?
You're saying that because I
question
said
that
something
Spake
and
had-
someone else replied to it, that means that I'm not
Spake,
allowed
what
to
was your
talk
question,
until you
brother?
decide.
Well, it was more that
I never
Spake
asked-
said.
I never asked
Okay,
one.
so Spake asked.
I don't think he did. What do you
Well,
ask?
Spake asked, what incentives are there for people to believe in the flat Earth, and then talked about a bunch of reasons for not in the flat Earth, and then Beasticles continued that.
Okay.
and then-
Let's
yeah.
back
So
up.
I wanted to add-
What are the
ask that.
incentives? What are the incentives for flat
You were
Earth?
the one that mentioned the incentives, not me, bro. All I said to you was,
Yeah.
I repeated the incentives back to you because I wanted to point out that it's ridiculous because we're fucking ridiculed. We lose family members. So I never spoke about incentives. You were the one that mentioned them. And I
Okay.
says, is this an incentive? To be ridiculed? To be disowned? To be fucking mocked? I've been in 4 separate fist fights, bro. And the last time, it was with 2 guys. One fucking sucker punched me right in the fucking left eyeball, and the next minute I was fighting the fucking 2 of them. Just because I took the ball away from them, and all I was doing was being polite, but they were the ones that wanted to try and show off to the audience and try and mock me, and that doesn't go in Scotland. That doesn't fly, eh? You don't do that to people in Scotland or you get knocked out, eh? And that's
Crazy.
what fucking happened, eh? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure Beasticles brought up incentives firstly.
I did. But go ahead.
Not me.
What would you think the incentive would be to lie about?
So an incentive would be like there's monetary incentives for flat Earth creators because
And
just
when?
like
Who makes money off flat Earth, bro?
Please
Who the
point
fuck,
it out. Please point it
You-
out
you
because
could-
I'll sign up, bro.
to be
Let's
fair,
go.
yeah, they are demonetized.
Bro, you could
isn't that
have
flat Earth like
40,
Patreons or
50
something? I don't know.
Bro,
Did you
yeah,
just- wait,
mate, people
did you
get
say
a
they're
few quid
demonetized?
here.
Did you
Bro,
just say
people
they're
get a few
demonetized,
quid.
bro? Go ahead, speak. Sorry.
Aren't they demonetized?
I'm just saying, people get a few quid here and there. Like, what's it? Like there is a few, like, flat earthers that do get a few quid here and there, but they're not getting big fucking money. They're probably on minimum fucking wage, bro, eh? They just don't have to work because they get a few quid. Somebody buys them a coffee here and there. But there's no people dropping, like, 10 grand and shit like that in their account every fucking week, mate, eh?
Yeah,
and
there's
if
no
you've
money.
got a,
There's no
if
money
you've got a
in flat
YouTube channel, bro, you could have a YouTube channel with fucking 50,000 subs months. And at the end of the year, you're going to be making a fucking maybe $100 or a couple of $100. Fucking what's his name? Helio's first YouTube channel that had 3,000, like 3,200 fucking subs or something. And he said to me he got like a $16 check, or so, it was something like really ridiculously low. He got for a whole fucking year, and that channel's had like 1 million views, over 1 million. It was like 1.4 million the last time I looked. And he got like a check for fucking like pennies.
There's no ad revenue, bro. Advertisers don't want to touch Flat Earth
There is-
videos.
It doesn't even
there's-
cover his electric for running the fucking live stream constantly.
Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's see what you're saying.
There's also like just sort of like sense of community, right? You have like a group of people that all, you know, it's for lack of a better word, it can feel cool to like be like you know, it's edgy. It's like, oh look, I'm cool. Everyone's against me. Like let's all fight together.
That's
Against it.
ridiculous, man. You're
That's
being
pretty
an element of that.
That's pretty
You
low,
are
bro.
being ridiculous.
I mean,
bro.
there's okay. Do you think that no one in the flat Earth has that incentive at all?
Hold on.
No,
wait.
you're
right?
fucking mocked. I've just told you I've been in fights, and that's not like the amount of times that it's been close
Yeah,
to
but I'm
fights,
still just
it's
answering the
probably
question,
been 50.
right?
Yeah, but we're not actually, it's not benefiting us in the fucking slightest to be broadcasting that the Earth's flat. And that's what I fucking do everywhere I go, because I believe people have got the right to at least hear the information. If they want to mock it, then fair enough. But I still give them the fucking chance. Literally everywhere I go. I've been sharing this since I found it. Everywhere I go, in the shop, on the bus, on the train, in the bus stop, sitting in the park, I'll talk to anybody, and 9 out of 10 times it's Flat Earth I talk about. I tell them about the server, and I try and get them in here.
I'm so glad I found this server. Like you really don't
Amazing,
understand,
boy.
Petrie. Like you don't understand, man. Like I had no idea this server existed until literally I was watching Eric Dubé launch a video talking to this guy who he had on his podcast, and he was talking about how he had a Discord server, and I heard Discord server. I was like, wait, what? There's a fucking Discord server that's not censored, that's not taken off any platform, that's somewhere I can find actually like-minded people. And you know what my first thought was, Petrie? My first thought coming into this fucking server, I was worried that it could have been a honeypot. Literally. That it was a trap to trap fucking people that thought like this, and in order to, I don't know, keep track of their movements, because that's how paranoid it makes you, like, going down these rabbit holes, because we're not talking about, you know, going after your fucking local sheriff or local cop. We're going after big money industries, bro. Just really take a second and step back and think about how much money NASA gets, right? $85 million a fucking day. That's huge fucking money. You can hire a hitman on tour right now on the fucking Silk Road for $50,000 to kill anybody you want.
Probably less than that,
Is
bro.
that real?
Probably less
I've
than that.
I've heard
Is
about
that
those, but
real?
I have a
Is that
feeling
real, bro?
I have a feeling they're just there to like.
I don't want to
catch
hear about
people,
your
right?
feelings, bro. I was in cybersecurity. It's more than real. They traffic kids.
I
drugs,
genuinely that was a
hitmen.
genuine question.
You could literally get a child ordered to your door through the dark web, mate. That's how
The world's
extreme it is.
dark, bro. The
Yeah,
world's a
but
dark place,
it's,
bro.
It's the hitman one specifically just seemed like too absurd, but maybe
Yeah,
they
because
have.
you can't accept the fact that another human being would do that, because you're very
It's not the
sheltered,
fact,
bro.
It seems like
sheltered.
it seems too
Bro,
easy
look
to
at the amount of
find is
people who are
why I
being
think it's.
Bro, look at the people who have been sent to fucking jail for trying to set up a hitman for to kill their fucking husband, just in like a local pub, let alone the dark
Wait.
web.
Okay, so what you said there was basically my point. You said people getting caught for trying to, and my point that they're not saying they're
Some
not
people
real is
don't get
because
caught, dog.
I think that a lot of them are fake, right? They're just set up by the
What are
police to
you
catch.
talking about?
They're just set up by the police to like catch people who are trying
A lot
to
of them
kill
are.
people, right?
Yeah, a lot of them are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally that's all I was saying. Okay, Bigger
Okay.
agrees with me. Okay,
Okay.
doesn't.
That
It's-
doesn't deter the point that it fucking is real and that it happens.
Oh yeah, I was just adding to it, but I caused a
Okay.
ruckus.
So
Alright.
the point of all of us trying to say that there is no incentivization other than our own moral compass leading us down this path because we're tired of the fucking lies. We're tired of it.
I'm forced. I feel like I'm literally being fucking, I don't know, physically forced to do what I do. I feel like I've got no choice in trying to share this information, because that one guy who told me that night when I was on acid, tripping out my fucking mind, because he took the time and effort to tell me, and still, even though I was laughing and I was joking, I was like, fucking hell, mate, you're crazy, man. He still persisted, still gave me vast information in the short period of time that I met him. So as far as I see it, I've got to try and do the same as what he done. He took the time and effort, so I feel that I've got to do it for the people that have been fooled.
Okay.
Let's think about it like this, bro. Let's say you know about a bomb. A legit bomb threat. Like a legit fucking bomb threat, and you know exactly where it's going to be. Right? Would you not feel obligated to tell somebody?
Yeah,
No?
I mean, there's like a, what is it? What's the movie? Is it Don't Look Up? The recent movie about something like that? Where there's like a meteor going to crash into the earth and no one believes it or something.
I don't know what that is, but just think about something. Just for example, a bomb threat, right? If you legit knew that somebody was going to plant a bomb and you knew exactly where and when it was going to go, and it was going to kill innocent people, children, women, anybody, right? Would you not feel compelled to tell somebody about that? Would you not feel guilty for not saying shit? Right?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. Now picture that with our shit.
The globe model's a bomb for children, bro. Children have got to believe that. Forget your senses. Don't trust them. Believe the stories and watch TV. Believe that. That is a fucking mental bomb. It's child abuse, and it's fucking like it's widespread. I mean, like, forget the amount of paedophilia in the world. They don't give a fuck about doing that to kids. Look at the fucking mental shit they're doing to them with this fucking model. Like, they're saying, don't trust anything that you experience. Just believe us. It's fucking ridiculous.
I probably going a bit, but there was one other little thing on my list of things I wanted to ask. If you'd entertain it, it's just another little like question about a very specific.
So ignore what I said. Don't reply coherently to what.
Yeah, I need to go. It'd be that or just leaving. I can just leave if that's better. But
mate, don't go.
I don't have all the time in the world to talk about this forever.
Oh, please don't leave, man. Please don't leave. Please sit here and ignore what we say with some more kind of like, we desperately need you to ignore us even more.
We need your money incentivization.
Hey, Petrie. I'm gonna have to go soon. I want to hear the question though, and say a couple things to you. If we could chat for like 3 more minutes, because I'm relatively new to the True Earth. I say the True Earth. A year and a half is as long as I've been into it. But what's this question you've got?
Too. Truly a globe. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway, so yeah, So the thing I was going to say is, I find it's another thing that's just a little bit weird and frustrating. Is the calling gravity just a theory just always seems a bit dishonest and weird.
It's not a theory.
Oh my god,
gravity is not a theory, bro.
We can get there.
I've definitely seen it thrown around. I think I've seen it mentioned in here, in this server.
Bro, gravity is definitely not a theory, man. A theory is after experiments have been done and they've been repeated and repeated, then it's classed as a scientific theory. But gravity is neither Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity. Neither of them have even got an experiment, a scientific experiment, i.e. they're not scientific. Gravity is not science, neither Newtonian or Einsteinian, especially Einsteinian, because that's literally just maths.
Okay, so to be clear, you guys are okay with
any comment on what I said? No.
I again, I don't have time to talk about it. I'm sorry, but it's literally all I wanted was this specific thing, so I'm just going to focus on it because I don't have time.
Well, don't bail yet, Petrie, because have you looked into electrostatics and the downward bias that is created from the Gaussian surface above and the ground, the literal ground, 100 volts per meter as you go up? Have you looked into that?
I have not, but just to clarify,
Yeah.
you guys
Ignore what I said and jump to your question.
Well,
That's right.
I need to go.
I know you need to go, but if
like,
you
okay, so with the just a theory thing, so you guys are okay with the idea of a scientific theory, and if
It's not even
theory of
science,
gravity,
bro.
can I
just
finish
went,
my
bro,
sentence?
No, because just when you said it previously, I went over how gravity, neither Newtonian or Einsteinian, have even got an experiment. So how could it be a scientific theory? Because scientific theories are established after experiments are done and repeated by different people using the same the same setup, the same hypothesis, the same observation, isolating the same fucking variables. That's like not one science. Neither of them. Neither of them have got fucking an experiment. So how the fuck can it be a scientific theory if it's not even science?
So my point was, if if there was a theory of gravity and it was a scientific theory, you would not call. If I'm not talking about a specific one, but if there was one, you wouldn't say it's just a theory. That's the only thing that I was having issues with, is the phrasing of just a theory as if that means it's not real. Like, that's the only issue I was.
Bro, I said to you, man, a scientific theory is established after multiple experiments have been done following the same method. That would then be a scientific theory. There's not, but you've not got one experiment to start
Peter,
with.
you don't have an experiment. You don't have an experiment. What experiment proves gravity?
I'm not saying there is one. My statement was just about the wording of just a theory. I'm not making an argument right now for or against any theory in particular.
A fucking theory is established after multiple experiments using the same observation, the same hypothesis. Once it's done repeatedly and people are able to constantly repeat the same thing, then it's established as a scientific theory. There is not one fucking experiment for either of the gravity versions, unless you've got one.
So you'd agree that if there was, then it would be a theory and isn't just a theory. Yes? That's
if
all
there
I wanna
was
know.
what?
If there was like this, if there was a theory of gravity and it was a proven thing, if it was, you would not call it just a theory. Because that's the thing that I see around people saying, and it's kind of annoying. That's the only thing I was wondering.
If it had an experiment, then we wouldn't, we would understand that it would be a scientific theory. But you've got to understand, gravity is not a scientific theory.
Okay, cool. I have to go.
It's not a scientific theory. It's a hypothesis.
I get the point. But
I doubt it highly.
Okay.
Bro, try and change your attitude when you come back. Hopefully some of the shit that we've said that you've ignored, hopefully some of it's set in some place that maybe you think to yourself later when you're lying in your bed or sitting having a cup of tea. You think, wait a minute, those guys maybe actually made a little bit of sense there.
All right. Well, it's nice talking to you. So
please come back, Petrie. Honestly, please come back. It's been a good chat. We appreciate you.
Bro, I literally just fucking said something again, and he just went, right, oh well, I'll just ignore that. Yeah, again, I've got to go.
You said hopefully. Like, there wasn't a question or anything. How do I respond to it?
You mean, bro, you've not responded to anything. You've responded, but you've not actually replied coherently related to what's just been said.
Come back, Petrie. Come back, Petrie.
Yeah,
come back.
Look more into this shit. For real. I'll find it on real
I'll read
time,
the
man.
things that you sent, and I'll come back to it. And maybe I'll have some things to say about it.
Stuff. So there's a vast amount of evidence in there showing you what we accept as reality, what we accept as evidence, experiments, etc. So you'll be able to see all the arguments that we've got and fucking more.
Okay.
Yeah, and please, when you're looking and when you're thinking, Petrie, please try to stay away from fallacious reasoning and don't just rubbish points because everybody says it or it's the consensus. Literally, see if you can do it using logic without fallacious reasoning, and you will get there. I promise.
All right. I
doubt it.
See you guys around.
Yeah. I'll see you guys flat.
See you, big man.
Later.
Bye.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That was fucking painful.
Whew.
Wow.
Well,
he's full of shit, man.
As painful as that was a good first fucking little little debate there for me.
No, bro, I wish it was actually on the live stream because people listening to that kind of bullshit answers and avoiding what's being said, but still trying to be polite. Like he's got that calm and like his voice is very seems very chilled, even though he's fucking bullshitting at every opportunity, man. Because he was bullshitting constantly there, man.
Spake.
And if he'd
Let me-
sat much longer, he maybe started to feel a little bit triggered or something. Maybe that's why he decided he was going to leave because he was starting to get a bit shaky.
Well,
There you go. Sorry. What did you say?
Spake. You gotta hear me out, brother, because like you're not wrong. And anything you were approaching him, everything you were saying about every topic, it was right on. Do you want to? Let's speculate on why the fuck he didn't listen, right? Why do you think he didn't listen to anything you said? My guess is that he doesn't know anything about anything you said. Like he's never heard of any of these topics, so to him it's just like blah blah blah.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Like it's just blah blah blah.
Yeah. It's kind of like somebody saying to me, like giving me bullshit equations and shit like that I can't even comprehend. So I'll just quickly try and fucking, I don't know,
right?
Like paddle out, like get the water out the boat and just fucking say some other shit and hope for the best that he can divert it to something else. That's what it seemed like to me. And then, but he's like, no, but I was actually going to answer you. Nah, bullshit. You weren't. You maybe are going to know, but
We all
you
knew that though. Yeah, we all know that. We all
But
know
listen,
that was
when-
the thing. Go ahead.
When
Big
he in his first like 10 minutes he brought up geodetic surveying. I think he sounded to me, I had a red flag when he brought that up. And then
Same.
as the conversation went on, I just felt like he'd been listening to anti-flat earthers because every single point he brought up was sort of bang on, like he'd listened to a couple of Simon Dan YouTube videos and then decided to come in here.
That's exactly what I thought. Because I tried to search for the server on Google when he said he found it through Google. I had to literally go to page 3, bro. There's no fucking way.
I searched for it as well, man. You're full of shit, man.
So, but we all know he's full of shit.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flat Out Insights. I am your host, Chris, along with my co-host, Michael. Tonight, we are honored to have a great guest tonight. It is David Beverly Sr., and he's going to be sharing his whole testimony and who he is. He was a ex-NASA technical engineer, so you guys are in for a real treat tonight on Flat Out Insights. Guys, how you doing tonight?
Awesome. Doing great. Been looking forward to this one.
Yeah,
Cool.
This was one when Michael shared your information, and we were like, "Wow, we got to get David on." And so we've been trying to figure and get that out. So, guys, welcome to Take on the World TV. If you guys do not like and subscribe to the channel, we have so much amazing content that we've been putting out, so many different shows, and tonight is just an extension of that. So. All right. Well, I think that's everything that I had. I'm excited to jump right into this. So, yeah,
we could go back to what the banter we were having before we before we came on. We could all just sit here and lament over our local churches, right? And can anybody give us a witness? I'm looking at the chat over here on this.
Right.
Hands up.
Yeah,
are you still in it?
Let's jump right into and get some of the things that everybody came right away. So you were a ex-NASA employee, and what did you actually do for them?
So, okay, it's going to sound like a big fish story, so maybe I should tell you how I got my job at NASA.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what I find in my life is that God sets me up, okay? And it's kind of crazy over the top, but I was working for as a civilian for the Army as a chemical demilitarization outfit. We were destroying VX gas, and I was an IT guy for the Army as a civilian. And there was this new thing out there called the internet, and there was a website where you could get 33 kilobytes of free web space. Kilobytes. Okay, that's less than a JPEG picture you take in your camera. Okay, and so I put my then resume, which was pretty light, really, by any standard, and I put it on this free website on Angel Fire. It might ring a bell to some of you. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, one day, I get a phone call, and on my caller ID, it says Goddard Space Flight Center. Well, honestly, guys, I know. Let's be truthful now. Y'all show your faces on the screen because we want to make sure that everybody. Okay, Everybody wanted to be an astronaut when we were 12, right?
Sure.
Okay. What young male in America didn't think working at NASA or being an astronaut was a cool thing, right? When we were kids, Michael.
Absolutely.
Okay, and Chris, right?
Michael was the original space cadet.
Pretty much, yeah.
And so look, the thing is that I knew who Robert Goddard was, okay? The father of American rocketry, okay?
Yeah.
So I see Goddard Space Flight Center. I'm like, what? I answer the phone. It's this lady. It turns out her name is Salvi. Her last name is Salvi. And so she's chewing gum even. It's like casual, right? She's chewing gum, and she's like, we found your resume on the internet. And I'm thinking, okay. Now, mind you, this was before there were internet job sites and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And she said, we'd like to talk to you about coming down here to work at Goddard. And I'm thinking this is not happening. So all of a sudden, she sounds frustrated. I can hear this frustration, and she's like, ugh. I'm like, oh, what? She said, I'm having problems with this NT box, this server. I said, oh, type this command, click here, do this, click. Bam, it was fixed. Dude, I was hired. Okay? Because I just knew inherently how those things work. So they took me to lunch the next day. So I got a free Chinese food lunch and a $15,000 raise and a job at NASA.
Wow.
Okay. And I was hired as a guy that fixes email problems, like all IT guys, right? Mm-hmm. And what happened is I met this guy named Mike Camberiotti. Okay. If you look up NASA Mike, you'll actually find him on the internet. Okay. And he's been retired for a long time now. But Mike Camberiotti was this guy that would not take no for an answer when he had an idea. NASA used to be a very we actually used to do, if it couldn't be done, we would do it. That was the kind of the spirit around the center. Okay. It's not like that anymore at all. Okay. Not at all. All right. I know we all know today that everybody thinks NASA lies, but we're going to get into the reality of that. Okay. So anyway, so I met this guy, Mike Cambariotti, and what Mike did is he would do what was called special projects initiatives. And what he would do is he would do communications and test out remote communications for polar orbiting spacecraft or ground stations at McMurdo Station in Antarctica. We'd go to the North Pole and do ground truthing for polar orbiting spacecraft. It's where you're using a ground instrument, testing ice thickness, and then measuring what the sounder on a spacecraft is seeing, and then correlating those two and saying what this sees equals 15 feet. That's ground truthing in a nutshell. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so we would do outreach for spacecraft projects too. What we would do is we would make up our job in a sense. I mean, it was applicable, but like, for example, there was a series of spacecraft they call the A-Train. And these are all Earth science platforms called Terra, Aqua. Okay. And those spacecraft were like 20-year projects that cost billions of dollars. So most projects have a requirement for outreach, educational outreach, of about 1% of their budget. Well, 1% of $2 billion is still a lot of money. Okay. And so we would just basically throw ourselves into the mix and do their outreach. And we'd be working with their project scientists, and we'd go all over the world doing all this crazy stuff. Okay. So when I got hooked up with Mike, it changed my life. Okay. Most people couldn't stand to work with Mike because he was a guy that wouldn't take no for an answer. Right. He's the guy that he'd go to lunch with a project manager and ask them for $50,000 for a pet project and would browbeat them until they finally said yes. You know, we used to make jokes is that he must know where the bodies are buried or something, you know. Okay. Cause anyway, I don't know how he pulled it off, but
I would guess to say now you could joke that he would know where the telemetry data
is buried. Yes. Now, wait a minute. You're actually touching on something that's quite interesting regarding that. Okay. I guess we could get into it even now is when I first started waking up to the truth of the cosmological design that we live in, of the realm that we live in, right? That it's not a spinning ball in the great vacuum vastness of space, right? And as a matter of fact, that space actually isn't at all what we believe it to be, of what we've been taught it to be, right? That if anything, I would say that space is outer darkness. Space is according to scripture, waters above. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, okay, when I went to Antarctica, this was early when I first started realizing that, I think I told you, Chris, that what woke me up to consider that we don't live on a spinning ball was when I heard Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. I heard somebody say there was all kinds of conspiratorial stuff on the web, right? I mean, the web is rife with that, right? I mean, you could find whatever conspiracy you want to look for, right? Okay, so this was back in it's 2012-ish, 2011, something like that. And I remember Holy Spirit had told me, and I told you this too, Chris, so that space aliens were in fact demons. Okay. That I had never heard this on the internet. It was a prompting from the Holy Spirit. I was praying, Lord, how can there be space aliens, beings from other planets? Because I still believed in planets at the time, mind you. Okay. I still believed in the Copernican cosmology at that time. Okay. And I said, Lord, how can this be when your scriptures say nothing about life from other worlds? How can this be when I knew sound-minded people had seen and had experiences with aliens? A lot, you heard of the term alien grays, that kind of thing. Right.
Right.
And so and they were sound-minded people. They weren't crazy kooks. And I myself had experiences seeing lights in the sky and crazy devices flying about, right? All of a sudden I hear a still small voice, "They're demons." And I was like, oh, as soon as there's alien abduction style. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Okay. Now, of course, I never heard that until after Holy Spirit told me that space aliens are in fact demons. And I have a video I actually taught, I called it Aliens from Space and Half-Breed Humans. And I taught it at the church I attended at the time, was the Church of God. And I taught on Genesis 6, there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterwards, right? Yep. I alluded to that, and I connected it to how there's no such thing as space aliens because it was impossible for something organic to travel from the other side of the galaxy, whatever, right? It's impossible. Of course, I didn't know that one day I'll be woken up to the fact that not only is it impossible, that space is not what we've been taught. So, okay. But I had gone to Antarctica. So all this stuff is happening kind of in parallel, right? The Holy Spirit's telling me, hey, aliens are in fact demons. I'm seeing people talk about flat Earth. I start considering it. I remember the fact that I went to Antarctica to put a data collection system in McMurdo. Now, this was a ground station. It has I don't know if you guys know what a radome is. It's like a big white half globe, right? And what goes inside it is a steerable antenna. It's to keep the weather elements off of a steerable antenna, a dish. Okay. So we had put a radome in a 3-meter dish in McMurdo to collect data from polar orbiting spacecraft. So the idea is, I don't have a ball, of course, but the globe's spinning. A spacecraft is orbiting, and each time they orbit, the Earth is turned a little bit further, and there's a new swath of data from that spacecraft, right? That's polar orbiting, okay? So, and there are a lot of so-called polar orbiting spacecraft. So the reason I went down there is because the Antarctic interior had no map imagery. It had no data, okay? Well, why would that be? According to what they would say, is that we don't have any way to get the signal from the spacecraft as they're going over the South Pole. Okay. Now, again, that's we all believe this. I believed it too. Okay. Right. So we put a data collection, a ground station down there in McMurdo. I personally went there. I designed a robotic tape array to collect the data. And since I designed the system and put it together, they sent me down there to do it. Okay. That's why I was there. Okay. So we could actually remote control this data collection system from Goddard Space Flight Center back in the States near DC while it's in Antarctica. Okay. So everything was working. Now this, mind you, this is almost at this point over a decade working on 20 years. Okay.
What years would have this been?
Geez Louise. I want to say about 2007 when I went down there, 2008.
Okay.
I think something like that. We did so much stuff that I know it sounds like, well, why wouldn't you remember something so over the top? Well, we did stuff all the time. It was my job.
Yeah.
I have to go look it up on the web to find out when I went down. Oh yeah, that's when I went. That's right. Yeah. You just don't think about it. That's what you do, right? Yeah. It's a Monday, whatever. So anyway, so I'm looking at Google Earth, I think it was. Right. Check exactly. Listen, see, never made sense. We fly over the North Pole, but we can't go over the South Pole, and they will tell you because the weather's too inclement. Okay, that it's just nasty cold. It is cold, by the way. Okay, in Antarctica. I mean, it's solid ice. Okay,
right, but it's not coated in space.
No, it's not, dude. So there's no such thing as the South Pole in the first place, but we'll get to that later. Right. There's no such thing as a magnetic North Pole or a magnetic South Pole. There's no such thing. That's not how magnetism works in the first place. Okay.
Right.
But anyway, So I'm looking at Google Earth, and this is everybody. You're noodling with it. You're saying, "Oh, this is neat. I can zoom in. Oh, neat." So I'm like, "Oh yeah, I went to McMurdo. I'm going to go zoom in and have a look around." Google Earth. I look, and there's all these striations in the imagery. There's no data. There's no map data in the Antarctic interior. You guys know what it looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I personally went to Antarctica to correct that. Okay, so I'm looking at this going, and I'm saying to myself, what the heck? What's the problem here, folks? Why do we not have any map data? Okay, so I called my buddy, Mike Camberiotti. I called him. Now, he's since retired, even when I made the call. I said, Mike, dude, I was just looking at Antarctica and Google Earth, and there's no map data. How can that be? We went down there to fix that 2 decades ago. He said, well, Dave, they decided not to use our system. Now, mind you, it was working and everything, okay? This is the story. They decided not to use our system. They decided that they were going to use fiber optics and send the data to Svalbard, and then they sold us the data from Svalbard. Now, you got to understand, guys, do you know where Svalbard is?
No.
Okay, it's the northernmost region of Norway. It's in the Arctic Circle on the other side of the planet. It's as far north of land as you can go.
Okay.
And he's telling me that as far south as you can go, they ran fiber optic from there to as far north. Now think about that. The absurdity of that.
Yeah.
This is what they told him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's telling me this, and I'm going, no, Mike, that doesn't even make sense. Which opened my mind up to, wait a minute, man, they're tweaking us here. They're playing a game. Okay. So more and more, I started realizing that we don't live on a spinning globe.
Mm-hmm.
At first, the model was like, in my mind, was like everybody's flat Earth model. That little round disc, and it's bordered by an ice wall of what we call Antarctica, right? And that ice is actually ice that's miles thick over a landmass that encircles water and then the land that we all are familiar with that we live on, right? All the nations and all that stuff. So that image, of course, with the dome above it and the sun and the moon and the stars somehow placed within that dome, the scripture calls rakia in the Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's really funny, guys, and I know you've probably contemplated this and probably heard it a million times, but it's funny that we could be Christians, know what the creation account says, and yet somehow insert Copernican cosmology into the 4 days of creation up to the stars and sun and moon. How it's a testimony to how well brainwashed we all have been.
Yeah.
Right?
Excellent preconditioning.
It was well done. I mean, I don't want to give Satan kudos, but I mean, they did and they've done it for generations, right? I mean, long before NASA existed and we could ever have an image from space, so-called, they still had people believing we lived on a spinning ball when no one had ever seen it. Mm-hmm. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? How? Oh, because Aristophanes and a shadow, because the sun was here and the sun was over here and the shadow was bent like this, so it was obvious. Oh, and by the way, we know that the sun is 94 million miles away. I'm roundabout. Layers upon layers of generations of assumptions, all layered over generations. And then fed to the public as scientific truth. And no one had ever observed any of the assumptions. Oh, we've got math that proves it. Math, folks, listen, if you never hear this from anyone else, math does not prove anything. Math is a language. It describes algorithmic patterns. It describes complex math describes complex patterns within an equation. And so you can use that equation. It's like a plugin. You get this this resolved out of this plugged in math. Okay. Math doesn't prove anything. It's a language. And true mathematicians will tell you that. And so when you hear some guy like Professor Dave that I was talking about earlier say math proves it, and you just don't know the math. Math doesn't prove anything.
Actually, I found that if a math equation does not, if it cannot be confirmed by reality, if it doesn't reflect reality, then the math is wrong.
But they're going to tell you
how elegant it is.
But can I tell you something though? Is we're living in an age when computer simulations are considered to be reality. Because listen, we just spent 2.5 years plus living in fear over computer simulations. Everything was simulated. If you go back through the archives of the news, we simulated how many people are going to die. I won't say the word, don't worry. Okay? Right? And so all of it was computer simulations, as if they know all of the data.
Yeah.
Right? The absurdity, it's levels of assumption, folks. That is what science, corporatism, science, technocracy has become. True science has this whole empirical ideal, right? What do you see? Like you said, what do you experience, right? That's science, folks, not simulations and assumptions. Oh, with their theories. Same difference.
Yeah. Well, let me take you back, David. So let's go back to that Mark Sargent video for you.
Yeah. Right.
There you are, a NASA employee, not just sweeping floors, but actually
people that said that I clean toilets. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. You're actually doing real things. And even some of the work you're doing is still probably even preposteраting the lie even more, right? You know, with some of what you were doing, right?
Right.
So you would probably have the most cognitive dissonance of most everybody, right? You know, you've got most people coming to this from the outside.
That's what those headaches are from. Oh
no. So what was it very specifically? Was it something in your spirit that saw that spiritually, or do you think it was something that you started to see no curvature on the earth that we see?
That is an absolutely fabulous question, because the implications are I want to tell you, for all of us, if I could be so bold to speak for all of us, it's a miracle of God that we see the truth. It's not because we're smart. It's because we were willing to hear the truth. Even Psalm 15, and I'm going to paraphrase it very badly. It starts off with, "Who may stand on God's holy hill?" But then it goes down. You go down. You go down further in the scripture, and it says, "He who speaks to he speaks the truth in his heart to his own hurt." And so, if you love the truth, even if it takes you, it replaces what you thought was always true. If it's the truth, it's the truth. There's no arguing with that. But you have to be willing to examine it, right? And listen, I have a much deeper walk in my faith in Christ today, of course, than I did when I was in my 30s or I was in my 40s. It's much sweeter. It's much more embedded in my spirit, right? I guess it's easier as we get older, Mike. Maybe I'm speaking to you because you got gray like me. Okay, so
I just cut mine off.
He's got a gray bald head, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
But it becomes, I don't know if it's because I'm on fire for Christ Jesus, so I have a fire in my belly, so I haven't lost the passion that I had as a young man. But I've conceded myself to the leading of the Holy Spirit. Okay. And what happened, it's really a hard call. Why wouldn't I have said there's no way this can be true and walked away from it after having worked at NASA? And listen, guys, I mean, I promoted everything that you can imagine of NASA. the lead scientist he was the lead scientist of NASA. I went to dinners with folks like this. I got directors' discretionary funds. That's where they get funding for projects they deem are worthy of, we'll throw $100K at that effort. I rubbed elbows with that ilk. Okay. Mm-hmm. And a who's who at the time when I was at Goddard. And yet somehow I could look at that and say, I see something now that you all don't see. And this really needs to be said, guys. The people who work at NASA are not going back there doing that little, I'm deceiving you. They're not doing that, guys. They're deceived. And the deception is so well executed. It's so, all the infrastructure. When you work at NASA, there's a spirit of excitement that blinds you to what's going on around you. Okay. And for example, when I worked at Goddard, when I would call somebody and say, hi, this is David Beverly calling from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Who? David Beverly from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. It didn't matter who I was calling. They got on the phone. Why? Because NASA was calling. And you get a little drunk with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so you get intoxicated with this sense of wow, right? Everybody there is still in that. They're mesmerized. They would never consider that they're being deceived. Okay. And what NASA does is, I met some of the greatest minds you could ever meet. Just fascinating, wonderful, thoughtful, kind people. Okay. But NASA's a mind soak, because they'll pay you $100K plus to come and build batteries for space hardened, for flight operations, right? Custom batteries that can only, batteries that don't hold charge well in cold weather, right? Can it get any colder than space, right? So I'm making a little bit of a joke, but anyway, it's who brought me out of NASA? A wake-up call. Okay. What happened is that's also a really good question, because I didn't know that I was being brought out of NASA. It was happenstance. My wife and I, we were newly married. We were in the middle of an adoption from Guatemala. Okay. And we felt both separately, without discussing it until we came together, we both felt a calling in our hearts that we were supposed to move south. We had no idea why. We had great jobs. We both worked at NASA. We had great jobs. We had a great house near the water, near Annapolis. We had a great church we went to. All of our family was there. All. And we felt Holy Spirit was telling us we're supposed to go south. And we found some town called Chester that we never heard of, and we're supposed to go there. Okay. And I was turned on. I was all excited because I felt like Abraham, I'm going to send you to a place, and I'll let you know when you get there. Okay. And, and so what happened is we left our jobs at NASA. We just left. We quit everything. We left our family. We left everything. I probably, to a lot of people, that sounds over the top crazy, but somehow, the scripture that says that God will give you the desires of your heart.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't mean that he's going to give you whatever you desire. It means he's going to put the desires on your heart.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Right. My wife is the one who pointed that out to me one time. And that's what he did. He changed our hearts so that we didn't care about any of that.
Yeah.
And because a lot of people say, "Oh, I could never leave my whole family." Well, no, we were totally excited. What's God doing? Now, listen, I'm not telling you it was all just lollipops. We went through a lot of hard things coming here. A lot of hard things. My wife got real sick shortly thereafter. I mean, real sick for like 8 years. Okay, we came under attack, and so she's great now, praise God. But I think that answers you, Chris, and the lady who asked the question is that we were led to go into the wilderness and to leave everything we knew. I know it sounds crazy, but to me, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's an adventure, man.
It was an adventure.
Yeah.
What else do you want in life?
Right.
So, what would you say there was a good 7 to 10 year period before you actually discovered the true cosmology? Between your time in NASA,
I'm still discovering the true cosmology. What's happening is that I know you all might really disagree with this, but I really, really believe that what we call space is outer darkness, that it's literal, the abyss, that it's endless black.
Yeah.
What we call space, that go think about what the scripture says, and I'm paraphrasing it when Lucifer says, oh, how you have fallen, Lucifer, son of the morning. You have said in your heart, I'll rise above the stars of heaven, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I'll sit in the mount of the congregation. I'll be like the Most High, right? Something like that. So that's what Satan has inspired mankind to do. It's Tower of Babel 2.0. Babel means gateway to God, by the way. Okay. So if you understand any extra biblical text, the Tower of Babel was they wanted to kill God. They wanted to build a tower into the heavens to make a name for themselves. So if the flood came, when God says, I'm putting an end to this, because they were stupid enough to believe it would be a flood again, when they already knew what God said, Adam told them. But so here you go. You got men going, we're going to rise above the stars of heaven. Well, that is at its core a satanic statement. At its core. It is pride to the nth degree. And so Satan, he loathes us, right? We all understand this, right? He is the enemy of our eternal souls. Okay. Now he is nothing compared to God, but he's some of an adversary for us. And so go figure that he would have men inspired to want to go into the abyss. Right. And I don't know if you've ever considered that, but that is in fact what they're longing for. Okay.
Well, let's back up there.
Yeah.
So we have space as eternal darkness.
Yes.
Right. Where does the waters above, waters below play within that?
Well, when in the waters above, that is the abyss, right? It's from the great deep. It's called many things, really, in the scripture, described as the abyss. We have in our minds this hole in the earth, a great deep hole as the pit, right? The problem with that is we're basing our understanding of what that scripture says, or when it's describing such things, we're basing it on a Copernican cosmological view around Earth, right? We're basing it always on that. And so, like you said, the waters above and the waters below in creation. And then God put a rakia, a firmament, to separate the waters above from the waters below. I don't know this for a fact, but it is my belief that the waters are not necessarily water like what we drink. Okay.
Okay.
And so, because there are places on the earth, when the flood occurred, right? We know that the gates of heaven opened and the founts of the deep. I mean, it was crazy town, unimaginable chaos,
Absolute destruction. Yeah.
absolute. It was, when you raise pressure, you actually get heat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And so think of water would do one thing pressure wise, but oil would do a whole nother, right? Okay. So I'm not saying the waters above is oil. What I'm saying is that it's not necessarily water like what we think of as like the ocean or water we drink. And so that's my answer to the abyss. Yeah.
And Joe had something in the comments here, and I thought that was very interesting here.
Yeah.
So, for many people, I guess this would be a hard thing to hear, but and maybe get your opinion on this, right? So you brought up Nimrod earlier. He was trying to get into the heavens to wage war with God.
What an absurdity!
Right? Do you believe that is what NASA and these organizations are trying to do today?
No, they don't know that they're doing that.
I'm talking about the hierarchies.
They don't know that they're doing that. They're deceived.
Okay.
True. I think Chris was referring to the people who give NASA their marching orders. Those people do know they're doing that. What I call
there's such a small handful of people because those people once we start getting into this, every conspiratorial ideal is wrapped up in those same small group of people.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, and so the control of our monetary system, all money is debt, all money, and it's controlled by a small handful of families, people.
Right.
Those same people, they know the real deal. I would put to people that they're not even human, really.
Well, you think that's the reason that they're forming Space Force.
What a joke,
man.
But what if that is the case, right? The marching orders are to try to break into these heavens. I'm just speaking hypothetical, and programs like Space Force as these things as we're going to send fighters.
Yeah.
Up to these places, right?
Yeah. Well. Remember when we see that Jesus comes, right? And then we have this thing called the Battle of Armageddon. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I just see these things. They're not disconnected things. They're all interconnected. They're not disparate. They're all interconnected.
Right.
And so we have Armageddon. It's called the battle, which it's not a battle. Okay.
Massacre.
Yes.
Man.
A sword comes out of his mouth. It's a massacre. Blood as high as a horse's bridle for like 140 miles or something crazy town. So, but it's interesting. Yeah. Okay. That's another thing is there are a lot of ideals we could call them religious ideals or doctrines or that there's truth in a lot of things that are not necessarily in the scripture, but their source that they claim is the source of truth is deception. There's only one source of truth, and that's the Most High God, and of truth, right? And so you can find truth in many things. Whether you hit a ceiling. You might even say you hit the rakia. Your truth will only take you so far. I used to say is you can come out of the matrix through a lot of ways, but you can't come out of Mystery Babylon unless you know Christ Jesus. Okay. And we know when it says come out of her, my people, right?
Yeah.
And so everybody, so many are coming out of the matrix and we call they're the woke, right? And they see flat Earth for or cosmological design for what it is, and they'll allude to whatever religion that's outside of Christ Jesus, outside of the Most High, and they'll say, "See, even my faith it teaches this," and yeah, but you're only going to go this. You're going to hit a ceiling because you're not seeing the truth. You're going so far. My apologies if that offends somebody out there, but I'm just telling you the truth.
The truth is offensive.
Yeah.
So
for some, yeah.
Before we move on, because I know we're going to spend a lot of time going back to the spiritual nature of all of these things, and I think that was what you alluded to earlier.
Yeah.
This was a spiritual awakening for you. So let's take it back to, because you're a very technical guy.
Sure.
So let's take it back to maybe some of the things you saw as contradictions to what you were doing. And then when you came into this from maybe more of a scientific standpoint, is maybe some of the biggest things is somebody maybe new watching this.
That always happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, always happens. That's statement right there. But maybe something, maybe somebody new is going, you know what? Yeah, you guys are talking a lot of Bible stuff, a lot of things of that nature. They're coming.
Silly Bible, yeah.
This headline, technical engineer. Maybe you give them some of the things scientifically that maybe drew you in and took your cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, it actually did. I think I mentioned it fleetingly to you when we talked last night. Is we had a project we called "You Be the Scientist," and there was this running joke. It was where's Waldo? Remember that? It was where's Dave, and it would be a picture of me on a rooftop with a satellite dish. And I was all over the country putting in these systems, these data ingest systems for geostationary spacecraft. It's called GOES. When you see the cloud data moving around in a weather map, usually that and albedo, which is cloud height and reflection, it's usually GOES data. Okay, and there's GOES East and there's GOES West, and there's a series of them that they park and retire and they move new ones into place. That's generally speaking. So on You Be the Scientist, I helped develop the technology behind it. And what we did is we brought what would normally cost about $50,000 to $100,000 to ingest real-time satellite data. And then you could process that data and process in real time what the weather was going to be. So usually military outfits had our systems and that, but we brought the price down. I had re-engineered it, brought it down into the thousands of dollars range. So we were going into high schools. I was in California high schools and Wisconsin and putting these systems in. Right now, mind you, this is before the internet, broadband was pervasive. Cable modems was still a twinkle in somebody's eye. Okay. Okay. DSL was high speed at that time. Okay. So anyway, in the software, I told you this the other night, Bud, is it never occurred to me. It's so funny. You're just not looking. You think you're doing God's work, right? You think you're doing work for the betterment of man. So it never occurs to you to question the processes that you do. And so we would ingest raw data and then to create a full Earth image, okay? Right? Because you have different data sets, CONUS, continental US, you have full Earth, all that kind of stuff. So full Earth, we would map the data to a globe in software. Okay, when I say data, it's because you got to understand, it's not images, it's raw data from multi-spectrum sounders, where it's not visible light like you see a picture. It's infrared and other spectra. What?
So that would be the exact same thing as it's Photoshop because it has to be. You were doing the same thing.
But it was done in software. It was mapping it around a globe, and then you would output the finished product. Now, if you're taking a picture of a round globe Earth, why do you need to map the image around a globe in software?
Right.
But that never occurs to you when you're in the middle of all that.
Yeah.
It's only recently when I went, oh my Lord, why, how could I have not? It's just something you did in software. It was,
So would you say this is everything that NASA has done when they show us these models and all of their things? We know it from picture standpoint, obviously, but this goes down to all the data, right? Every aspect of the data, it's all projected on globes.
Yeah, it always is produced only in a computer, okay? Only. Now, here's another thing that it's got to be said. People will say, well, satellites are not real. No, that is wrong. Satellites are real. The reason you've seen pictures of devices going aloft in balloons is that's how you would test devices, okay? You would, when you've got an instrument that you want to test, an imager of some type, whatever spectral analysis it does, you send it aloft. You can't fly it on a spacecraft to test it. You got to send it aloft and use a balloon. So those pictures that people have seen, I've seen them hanging stuff from balloons. No, that's to test systems that you're developing. Spacecraft, again, I hate to even use the word. It gives me a facial tick, but I can't think of another word. Craft are truly up in the stratosphere, high up, okay? And high up in our atmosphere, the highest of our atmosphere, highest levels, okay? They use, as a matter of fact, you can look it up now, or maybe we should show it. Recently, it's come to light that people are able to fly drones now. They have a technology that's coming out into public. It's been around for over 100 years. No propellers, no sound. It just looks like magic. It uses the natural ions in our atmosphere, in our air, in our oxygen, and leverages reverse polarity and ions and makes this daggone drone go aloft quietly, no sound. It looks like magic. Okay? My take, my understanding on the realm we live in is decidedly electromagnetic. We live in a giant capacitor, okay, so to speak. If you know what electronic components are, okay, a giant charged device, okay. In the atmosphere, there's this thing called ground differential. Every, I'll say 10 feet is a plus 100 voltage of potential energy. You go 10 feet, you've got 100 volts of potential energy in that. Well, when you get into stratospheric level, it's unimaginable levels of power. Okay. And this is real. If you're a ham radio operator, you know about ground differential. Okay. And so there's energy in our atmosphere. It's charged. Okay. When you get up high, it's charged beyond imagination. You ever seen lightning? Right? Why? Because that energy needs somewhere to go. It's like it's frantically trying to hit ground, right? So you leverage that energy that's in the when I say upper atmosphere, really high.
Well, how far would you put that up?
Honestly, we get beat up over that because we know the sun's not 94 million miles away. So when we say we think the sun's in the firmament and it's 3,000 miles away or it's 6,000 miles away, I honestly don't know because I haven't been there. But it's high. Okay? Thousands of miles. Okay? And being that high, you can leverage what I would call a magnetic field flux. Okay, you could put aloft devices that would just basically find what I don't have a nexus point, a sweet spot between magnetic fields where you generate a magnetic field. Remember, because there's the potential energy in the atmosphere, so you've got an energy source, right? And then you leverage the magnetic field that exists already, and you basically ride on those fields. Okay. Now, if you saw this drone technology, you'd be like, you would know what I'm telling you is true. We could find it. I could show it to you on a video. It's a simple demonstration, but know that the stuff that we're shown, it's far beyond that. But the Aurora are. Okay. Aurora is still charged particles that react in a magnetosphere. It's still what we've been told it is. Okay. So understanding that how charged our environment is, electrically charged, right? That the sun, we've been taught for so long that the sun is nuclear. Right? It's not, it's electric, it's plasma. It is an energy conduit. Okay. And it's also, we have this idea that it's a physical object. It's not. You know what? I haven't considered that, but they probably do. or a reverse of that, that ley lines have a relation to the magnetic fields, right? It's really interesting. You all have heard the term free energy, right? All these people who believe, we got free energy. It's actually true. It's true. Okay, God put us in a realm. Do you think that God put mankind into a realm that was going to be lacking energy one day and we would all just not be able to get by? Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so give you an example. For example, we're told we live in the Great Deception. It's not coming. We live in it. We've been born in it. Okay, so for generations, we're told things like water is scarce. Nothing could be further from the truth. The earth produces water all the time underground. We're told that oil is scarce. Nothing could be further from the truth. Abiotic oil, look it up. The earth produces oil all the time underground. And wells that have dried up over years of pumping, over a century of pumping, you go back 10 years later and they're overflowing with oil again. Okay. You don't hear about that stuff. Well, why would you? They want you to believe it's a scarcity, that it's a fossil fuel.
Right.
Russia's the only one with oil right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And we're sanctioning them, so we got no oil.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we got to pay. But again, all of it's a ruse. It's all to drive us into a certain direction, of course, right? Flat Earth or biblical cosmology or believing that we live in a spinning globe is to just another element of the overall deception. It's a large element. There's a lot of deception that hangs on our cosmological error, right? You can't have space aliens. They talk about alien invasions on Fox News and CNN like every other week or something, right? Saw some objects. Ooh, Okay. So you can't have space aliens if you don't have space. You can't. I mean, there's just a myriad of things that hang on all of that. But understand, and I started to say a moment ago, is that we have this idea that the sun, the moon, and the stars are physical objects. And I would put to you that they're okay. I know I seem like I'm all over the place, but just imagine this. You ever heard the flat land or flat world examples? You ever heard those?
Yeah.
Okay. So flat land is a two-dimensional piece of paper, right? That in flat world, you only have this way and this way, no up and down, no z-axis for the third dimension, right?
Right.
2 dimensions, left, right, forward, and back, no up and down. In comes the flat world, a ball of 3 dimensions. The stars, the luminaries, the sun, and the moon, what we perceive is actually something else in a heavenly realm. Okay? We're seeing its manifestation in the Rakia. Okay? Do you follow me?
I follow you. With that in mind,
yes.
How would you explain the many photographs, and I've taken some myself, of the sun and the moon in the midst of the clouds, and some of these cloud formations are only like 7 to 10 miles high.
I've seen those too.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I can't explain that.
Yeah.
I honestly can't. It could be a atmospheric aberration that you're seeing, that it's, the atmosphere is not transparent. There are lensing effects in the atmosphere.
Indeed.
Okay. And so also, since they are energy sources, the moon, okay, folks, if you haven't heard this, the moon is self-illuminated. The moon does not reflect sunlight. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it doesn't. And if somebody that knows me from NASA is hearing me say this stuff, they're really going to think I'm nuts.
Yeah.
It doesn't reflect the sunlight, folks. The frequency of light is not even the same as the sun. Okay? Nowhere near. It's not even the same kind of light.
Right. And that's what Michael does you know, he as a professional photographer, you know, why don't you tell the audience real quickly, Michael, for those that are new that haven't seen you before, why don't you tell them that real quick?
Well, once I discovered the Earth was flat and that the cosmology was not what we were told, I started shooting up a lot. And so on a lark, I just decided to white balance the moon. So in videography, what you do is you take a piece of paper and you focus your meter in your camera on that white piece of paper.
Right.
And you get that neutral balance from that paper. Now, most cameras, you don't really have to use paper anymore. In the photography days, you had to use what was called a gray card.
Right.
But in cameras now have a white balancing function that's usually automatic. And so you have these various forms of these various color temperatures of white balance. All right. So I decided to white balance the moon. And sure enough, the moon was about 4,500 degrees Kelvin, which is the same temperature as a fluorescent light. Okay. So I'm like, whoa, wait, stop. Okay. So wait a minute. The sun is 5,500 degrees Kelvin. Okay. 5,500. Yeah. And so therefore, if the moon is reflecting the sun, it's going to have the same color temperature as the source.
It has to.
The sun. Yeah. It has to. That's the way it works. There is no other way. And people keep showing me all these equations. I'm sorry, dude. That's not how light works. Okay. I make a living controlling light. Okay. Predicting what light will do. So I'm sorry. Reflected light is exactly the same color temperature as the source. Now, sure, it's going to be dimmer in luminance. Yes. Of course, it's going to be dimmer because of fall off. That's a whole nother subject there.
Right.
But the moon should be the same temperature as the sun. It is not.
It's not.
That makes it a completely independent light source.
It is.
Right. And I would say, you know, for all the believers that are watching this, you know, that have a basis in the scriptures, you know, forget what you if you want to say that Genesis is allegorical and you know, we don't read it actually literally. Yeah. Well, when we get to Matthew 24, it tells us that the moon shall not give her light anymore. Right. It makes it clear that it is separate.
Can I add another thing to this? If we want to say that the scriptures are allegorical and say that we're not really supposed to believe what they say, well, maybe we better listen to what Jesus says. He said that if you don't believe what Moses wrote, you don't believe me. And see, Moses, from what I recall, Moses wrote the first 5 books. I'm just saying.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're stepping on dangerous ground when you start to say, well, this doesn't set with what science says, so I'm not going to believe it. No, folks, trust
the other way around.
Trust only in God.
Right.
In the name of Jesus, really. I start preaching. We've got to come to a point because we're in the midst of the great deception and it's going to get hotter in this world, folks. It's going to get darker. And if we don't lean into the truth of what Christ Jesus has done for us and what God says, it's going to go very poorly for you.
Yeah.
And I personally, I don't want that for anyone. We've got to shake ourselves from the deception of the world. It doesn't matter what, you know, follow the science. Whatever. Most people who even parrot that don't even understand what the science says.
Oh, no. Remember that little jingle, DDT is good for me? Okay. Yeah. Follow the science. Okay. It's good for pregnant women to smoke. I mean, come on. I mean, science has been wrong many, many times.
Well, okay.
Decades.
I want to show you guys something. Anybody, if there's anybody in the chat right now that have seen me before, this is a repeat. Forgive me. Okay. So there's this idea, I think, in the minds of the average Christian, not to disparage the average Christian. I'm many times an average Christian. But there's this idea, I think, in the minds that science and technology is outside the purview of God. Okay, that this is science, and man, look at man's, how smart we are. And I remember I had one fellow when I was saying, that science lies to us, and he said, "Well, you sure do like that technology you use all the time, and you like all that, you like science, yeah." Okay, whatever. So look, you guys ever seen one of these? You know what this is?
No.
Okay. I have a big baggie full of these. When I go out to speak at a church, I take these and I hand them to everybody. Okay. And I tell them I want them back when we're done. So look, this is a computer CPU, a central processing unit. Okay. So look, the top is made out of tin. Okay. The green part you see around the edge, that's silica wafer, which is sand. And the bottom is gold pins. Tin, sand, and gold. It comes out of the earth. This is rocks. This is technology. It's rocks, folks. In Genesis, it says to subdue the earth. Okay? He tells Adam, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Go and subdue the earth. Have dominion over it and subdue the earth. That's all we're doing here. This is technology. This is subduing the earth.
Yep.
Understand? And so you have to look at it's God. Doesn't the scripture say that all things were made through him? There's nothing that was made that was not made through him.
Right.
Okay. And so we gotta open our minds up and our understanding and see the truth of the matter about what God says. Creation. Right. Exactly. Listen, science is a subset of what God has done. It's not over what God has done. And science, look it up. The word science means knowledge. And so every time I hear somebody say, well, science tells us, say it like this. Well, knowledge tells us, you'll sound like an idiot. Okay. And that is what you're saying when you say, well, science tells us. As if, well, actually it is a religion. It is a way of living for so many. Right. Okay. So anyway, I did have a few things that I wanted to show that I thought maybe y'all might not have seen before.
Yeah. But before we do that, so keep that, we're going to go into that right after that. Do not lose track. Because we've been going all over. So before we move on from the times at NASA, one of the questions that I would have there is, how high or how low do people know what is actually happening? I think that's, really, me and Michael and so many other channels, and you've seen them. We've all seen the green screen, the wires, the harnesses.
We've seen all that,
all of that. And I will tell you, that has been my challenge to every single globe, person that obviously is not NASA, because they won't come out and defend themselves ever.
Right.
But that has been my challenge. First, go and disprove this stuff is actually truth, right? Like every time they have a gravity fail and something drops and hits the ground while
when they're doing a backflip and all of a sudden
exactly right,
and the other astronaut reaches out and grabs the invisible wire.
Exactly right. And yet nobody, we'll have Christian theologians, we'll have creation ministries, we'll have atheists, we'll have everybody who will come in and go against, biblical cosmology or flat earth based on all these other things. They never will address that. And that has always been my challenge. Prove to us why that when people see these things, they go, whoa, we do not trust you. So the question is, how high and how low do you believe that people actually know what is happening there? Because I think that's a great question for the audience.
Okay. Having been in a couple of manned spacecraft, manned mission launches, I wasn't supporting them. I supported probe launches, but it's kind of fun being in an astronaut. It's like proud moms everywhere. It's really funny. When you're at Kennedy watching a shuttle, I was there for a shuttle launch before, and seeing the energy and the astronauts. I believe the astronauts do know that they're pulling everybody's leg. If you look at the Apollo missions, the first mission, when they all came back and they went to their first interview with the BBC, you guys remember seeing those videos?
I remember seeing that. That was bizarre.
Okay, that was not the reaction of a bunch of men who just had the greatest adventure of all history.
Right.
And they were sitting there like this.
Right.
And when they looked at each other like, well, I don't remember seeing any stars. Do you? Come on, guys. Come on.
Right.
And so that stuff is, all you have to do is look. It should bring into question what they were going through. Those men were patriots. They did not like the idea that they were going to lie to the whole world. Okay. Yeah. And that's what they were doing. And maybe it was at risk of their families. Maybe there was threat to their families. I don't know what the level of threat or what would have happened. Maybe they were sold on that we've got to prove to the world that we truly are that technological giant, and we got to beat the Russians. I mean, there was that, right? We had the Cold War. That the whole race to the moon was a part of propaganda to show who was greater, America or Russia. There's that, right? And of course, a couple of flyboys flying jets would have believed that, right? Because you're in the military,
right?
So. The astronauts know that they're full of crap. The employees at NASA, the people who are sitting in front of computer monitors reading data readouts, don't have a clue. It's the same as if you spent your entire life with VR glasses on playing games, you would believe that's the world, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what's being fed to your eyes. And so now, telemetry remember I just said spacecraft are real. There is really data that's aloft. It's high. We get imagery and multispectral imagery and data from aloft craft with instruments on them. We do. Okay. We also have communication systems that are aloft. We do. Okay. But they're not in quote unquote space. They're not orbiting a globe. Do they orbit? Yes, around a flat with features, of course, because there'll be people that mock you, right? You say the Earth is flat. Of course, it has daggone features. Come on.
Yeah. Right.
And so it's like, yes, but a relatively enclosed flat surface that, by the way, it's very telling. Oh, I should have called that up. You ever seen the Starlink constellation? You ever seen it? It's very telling because they show the orbital. Again, when you say orbital paths, I can't find another word. So they show. What about the? Thanks for the laugh, Gloria. GLORIA. Yes, they made a song about you, sister. So anyway, that's awesome. Yeah, here's the. Do you remember when they had the what was it called? It was an imager that showed the Earth from like 1 million miles out, and the moon traversed the Earth. Remember that?
Yeah.
What was it called?
So badly done.
Oh, it was like I could get a Crayola crayons and make a better picture.
It was so bad.
But here's the thing: if I was in a church group and I showed them and said, "I made this video. What do you think?" They would say, "David, that is lousy."
Yeah.
And then I tell them, no, this was what NASA put on the news is their spacecraft 1 million miles out.
Oh.
Yeah,
you would get
take it and right. It's like, look at I made this. Isn't this great? No, David, that's absurdly bad.
Yeah.
That's right. It is. And this is what NASA put out.
Yep.
Okay. As truth, as scientific truth.
Before we go too far forward, can I go backward just a little bit here?
Yeah.
You spoke about the astronauts knew the truth of what was going on. What would you say?
I believe, of course, we don't really know what was going on in their minds, right?
True.
Yeah.
That said, what would you say about Gus Grissom?
Well, regarding what part? Why?
I mean, he was constantly putting doubts in people's mind as far as the legitimacy of the craft.
You mean like when he was talking to the little girl, you mean, and saying, well, because we didn't go.
No.
That was
Gus Grissom, the astronaut that was burned to death.
Yeah. You're talking about in the Apollo mission on the ground burned.
On the ground.
Yeah, it was 3 astronauts. Yeah.
He burned with.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But he was constantly doubting the.
Well, he said this thing is a piece of crap and it's a joke. Yeah.
He hung a lemon from it just to say, hey, this thing is not going to work.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that he got a little bit too mouthy.
Possibly.
And being an astronaut, people would listen to him because he's like right there, and they knocked him off.
Yep.
So that's my take on it, but I just want to hear yours on it.
No, I would be in agreement. Is that there was way the root of all evil is love of money, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of money was transacting over these systems, military hardware, multiple agencies, right? The nation saving face. I mean, just profound. Because again, when you start talking about money, maybe your people know this already or not, but that money is not real, right? Money is based on nothing. It's vapor. It's a promissory note, which is a fanciful word for debt note. Yeah. So all money is a transfer of debt, literally. Mm-hmm. And the only way we could trump up or bolster up our dollar was to appear that we're all powerful, right? And especially in that age, because we weren't really sending the Marines out anytime we didn't have the petrodollar yet then, right? And so we had to appear to be the all-powerful technological giant who sent men to the moon, right? And then people want the dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that. There were so many things riding on that time. And you had a young president saying, we're going to do this, that, and the other thing. And we're going to send men to the moon. And, within, what was it? Like less than 10 years or something,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they barely could get a Mercury capsule off the ground without blowing up,
Mm-hmm. Well, that was hilarious.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking for the Starlink. I think that's it right there. No, that's not it. Dadgummit. Because it's very telling when you see the pattern that they show that they're aloft communications devices. They avoid areas of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going like in a band, nowhere near the northern region and nowhere near Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Go figure, right?
Yeah.
And also it's the same way when you look at map data. There's no data, and when I say data, no mapping imagery or real data about hundreds or 1,000 miles from once you get near Antarctica. Well, why is that?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Aren't these things orbiting the Earth?
Right.
Right?
Due to the fact that they're orbiting the Earth in space, no ground target should be a limit.
None.
That's the whole point.
Right. And so I think I got it. Oh, praise God. There we go. I did. So what happens, what you begin to realize is that, and I've only recently started saying this, there's no such thing as a South Pole. I said that earlier.
Yep.
Okay. And I want to show you guys with an image. I want to show you a couple of things that they've been doing to even remove the idea of a flat enclosed cosmological design from this generation who might look. Okay. So if Jesus tarries, as the saying goes, when we're gone, if we don't raise up our children to have understanding, you're not going to be able to find the sources that we've had over the past several years to prove our point. It won't exist anymore. They're going to remove it. Okay. Then they'll also completely remove it from our children and our grandchildren's minds. Okay. And so, you know how the scripture says, raise your child up in the way they should go, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to show you.
I'm still having trouble convincing my 8-year-old granddaughter the earth is flat.
For what reason? For what reason?
Because she's already being taught about the planets and the ever-expanding infinite cosmos and all the rest of that heliocentric foolishness.
Yes.
And so the girl gets kind of violent. No, it's not. The earth is a globe. What are you talking about, Grandpa? I mean, she gets kind of crazy.
You're a crazy grandpa, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Man. So I'm slowly working it in there, but it's
with an emphasis on slow, because I mean, you're grandpa, right? I'm just kidding.
Right.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So anyway, I envy you. My children are young adults, but I don't have any grandchildren yet. Dang.
Okay. Now, are you gonna, David? Are you gonna share your screen?
I am. I'm doing it right now.
Okay, perfect. All right.
So follow these steps. Dang, let me. Well, I don't need audio, so that's cool. Share screen. So
it's gonna pop up for me. There we
should
go.
Pop up. Yeah.
There we go.
So okay, I want to show you this neat little thing here. You see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, I've shown this before on my gatherings. It's been some time though. So this is data. It's not a picture. Okay, it's data that's colorized to represent certain aspects. I think this is wind or something like that. Okay, and notice, I can zoom in a little bit and you can see. There it goes. You can see the patterns, right? All kind of chaotically moving this way and that way and doing all that, right? Okay. So this data is recent. I don't know exactly what the date is, but it's recent, maybe the same day. Oh, it's today. This is the date of the data that this application brought in, and this is wind. That's the overlay. Okay. And so I can also look at particulates and notice they're moving around. Of course, it makes sense they would move around like the wind, right?
Sure.
Right. Okay. So check it out. So notice this thing down here. It says projection.
Yeah.
Okay. Now look, I can do this projection, right? And I can do different projections. These are all mapping projections that have certain purposes for navigation and different things. Okay, and many people have probably seen these, right? So what's really, to me, blaringly missing is this thing called equidistant, azimuthal equidistant, AE. Okay.
Right.
I love it when you get it, man. You're like, oh yeah, they're playing a game, right?
Yeah.
So look, you'll go back to daggone wind. Where's the wind at? Hello. Oh, whatever. So
there it is.
There it is. So look. So again, we can see the patterns are on this overlay, on this display. They're chaotic. They're like all over the place, you know, right? Okay. So I have I downloaded a version. You can set up your personal computer to have a little web server to test things out on. Now this is actually running, this software is running off of my personal computer here. Okay. And so the data is not updated to today. Okay. I didn't have time to go grab it and download. It's files you got to grab. Okay. But we're still looking at the wind. This version, though, I want you to just notice this. Look. Let me show you this first, though. Point it out. Look at the chaos. This is spinning around up here. This is going over here. This is going over here. Look at all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is really interesting when you look at azimuthal equidistant. Watch what happens. Look at how elegant that is and how much sense that makes.
Order. Yeah.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's really interesting because you understand that the sun and the moon, they're going all around like a clock, right? But they also they produce energy and they affect atmospheric changes as they go around, right? You know, it's called sunlight and heat and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this stuff, this is wind, these are convections in the air. They're much more elegant. They're not chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
And so go figure they took that display out of the newer versions.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
When did they do that?
It's been a couple years now, dude. Because I remember I was going to show this in a live gathering and say, check this out. This is really neat. And it was gone.
Okay. I have a theory for that.
Okay.
And in 2015, that's when the resurgence of enclosed cosmology really took off.
Okay.
NASA was affected greatly, according to what I have seen.
Right.
NASA started to react to the resurgence very badly because basically we were giving them a black eye big time.
Right.
All these crazy nuts with the crazy cameras and we're all showing all this empirical.
We're showing boats going over the water's edge, coming back into view.
Right. When we aren't supposed to do that, don't tell me about the refraction. We aren't supposed to do that.
Right.
Okay. And taking pictures of single stars and all this stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think that they cut the AE map out of that
right
software because we were getting way too close and they had to do something. And they've been doing stuff like that all over software and everything.
Yes. Right. Why would you take away the azimuthal equity? I mean, this has been a normal projection in maps forever.
Right.
Why would you take that out of the daggone software? It doesn't even make any sense.
It's too close.
Right. And listen, when you look at different particulates and different aspects of atmospheric qualities, right?
Yeah.
And because it shows the data in different ways. We can look at ocean, I think it's wave height, something like that. Okay.
Wow.
And you see this elegance projected.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? And you lose it on a globe projection.
Right. Well, you can't have both models, especially nowadays, right? You know, because when you have the adversaries of biblical cosmology, they'll want to say, "Show me an accurate map. Show me an accurate map." And look, here we have it. Here we
right.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to demonstrate that it's actually not an accurate map.
Well, closer.
It is a better representation. Yes, sir. You're right, but not to beat you up. But remember when I was saying there's no such thing as a South Pole?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There also see you guys. I'm going to stop sharing for just a moment. So you guys have the term dualism, right?
Sure.
Like left-right paradigm, right? Okay.
Yep.
So, all right. To have a North Pole and a South Pole, or a positive charge and a negative charge, is another aspect of dualism, but it's so does science, right? And so magnetic fields actually don't work that way. They're toroidal, they're flux, they're magnetic flux flows, and they flow in the same direction. One is coming inward and the other's going out, and they're coming around. That is how the Earth's fields work as well. It is magnetic. But to say it's a North Pole, yes, our compasses point to the N. Yes, because those magnets on the arrow are flowing in the field flux that's going in that direction.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as a South Pole.
No.
Okay? At all. And
Yep.
so we got to get, because see, terminology controls the way you think. Language controls the parameters of how, where you can think, what you can think.
Yep.
And listen, our so-called keepers, they know that. I mean, there's so much deception, even in our laws and everything else. The language is a weapon, right? Okay. And so, the scripture says to be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
Yeah.
We have to think differently.
And also says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Knowledge. Right on, brother. That's right.
So, and test all things.
Yes.
Test all
Jesus.
things. Don't
Thank
believe
you, Lord.
everything you're told.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I got to tell you, because Chris said to me last night, brother, you going to be that bold tomorrow? And I'm thinking, I don't really think I'm bold. I'm look, my son said it to me tonight. God says wonderful things through him. He prophesies. He says, when you know something to be true, you can't ignore it. You can't turn away from it when you know it to be true. You can't.
Right.
Unless you're a psychopath. Psychopaths can, I guess, turn away from what you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Yes, that's right. That's right. I know, forgive me if I paraphrase. When I talk about what God says, and when I see this, I see the scriptures like they're playing in my mind.
Yeah.
I know the scriptures, they're wonderful, but the people that wrote the scriptures down that God spoke to and they were human beings like us. They didn't go around saying, what dost thou seeketh? No, they didn't, man. They didn't.
No.
They were dudes like us. They were, and when I picture when the disciples were walking in Jesus, Matthew 24, and they're like, dude, look at these buildings. They're awesome. And Jesus, like, I assure you, there ain't going to be a single stone left unturned. Okay. I'm just saying, when I see, these are people.
Yeah.
People. And we have this idea that also keeps us from seeing the Bible as reality, because we think it's like this otherworldly, lofty, cloudy. Yeah. No.
Right.
There's real. Anyway, but still, I can't say, John 3:16 without saying it in King James. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Okay. It doesn't sound right any other way.
No.
And so, look, so we're talking about the design. Let me go back to sharing that screen. Okay. I really appreciate you guys doing this tonight and allow me to come on here. I really do.
Hey, you made this show so much fun to do, because we just get to sit back and enjoy.
Oh, well, praise God.
To the table. So we appreciate you, David.
Yes, sir. So check it out. So this is a brother in Christ bought me, and this guy Airborne Saint has a channel. His name's Mike. He bought us a copy of this map. The actual printed map is 10 foot by 10 foot. Okay. It's huge. And I think ours was like not quite 10 feet. It might have only been 6 foot. It was a smaller version. But this map is a historic map. Okay. And what's cool, this is on their website, and I'll give you the link. When you zoom in, it'll clear up as the data comes in, if it ever does. Here it comes. Looks like it might. There's all kinds of really... Is it going to clear up? I hope it does. Looks like it's not coming in clear. Huh. Normally, you can read the words within moments.
Yeah, I'd love that link.
So, my point is this, though. When you look at the scriptures, you ever heard the term, and I'm going to paraphrase it, God's holy mountain in the north?
Yes.
Okay. So on our flat earth map, we think the north is here in the center. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's not. This is the north up here. See, this is the holy mountain over here. This is the north up here on the left. This is the east. The sun's coming out of the east like we know it does, right? And this is the west. The sun sets in the west, like we know it does, right?
Mhm.
Okay. But the north is not the center of the earth. Okay. And that's still not coming in clear. This thing, usually it's like super, super duper. All right. See this red area down here? See this? This is a place. It's on this map. It's called Terra del Fuego. It means land of fire. Okay. Right? What happens is it turned out, I did a study on this, I did a live show on this, that Antarctica has hundreds of live volcanoes under the ice.
Whoa.
Okay. Now, listen, not only that, they've recently said that under the ice is nothing but fields of lava flow.
Whoa. Really?
Yes. Okay.
Where did you hear that from?
Well, I'll show you. I did it live years ago. Let's see if it's still online. So, hundreds of volcanoes, right? In Antarctica. There we go. 91 volcanoes below Antarctic ice sheet, right? Near 100 down there, right? So this is the Guardian for what it's worth, but you could go on and find resources where it came out over the past several years. Okay. 100 volcanoes hidden, right? Almost 100 science alert, yada, yada, yada. Right. And then let me see about scientists find lava flows, I guess it was in a while, under Arctic ice. Okay. That's polar ice, giant lurk beneath Antarctic ice. Dadgummit. There we go. Here's one. Okay. So, okay, we really get off the subject if I went into this, but
Okay, wait a minute. All right, okay, I got to comment on this because you started. Okay, so if there's volcanoes underneath Antarctica, then that means there must be regions of geothermic growth going on.
Well,
geothermic oasis.
Yes. Can I suggest something? You're totally right, because remember Bird saying that there were all kinds of resources that he found. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You guys remember Operation Dominic Fishbowl, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully your audience does too. Just to summarize that, we shot nukes at the firmament. Okay. My father was
straight up.
Yes. My father was in Antarctica on ships. Now, he was a young sailor, so he was below deck. Okay. He retired as a Master Chief E9, but he was a young sailor then and was on ships in the Antarctic shooting the nukes at the firmament. Okay.
Well, over 50 of them.
Yes. And their statement was, we wanted to see if we could